Oh, warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino in North Cyprus as we look to throw it down to the biggest final table of this Triton Super High Roller Series. It is the $200,000 buy-in LUXON Pay Invitational. And Randy, I mean, I'm already out of breath. What a day of poker we have ahead of us. 4.5 million going to the eventual champion. We've got 4 VIPs, 5 pros about to duke it out on the felt, battling out for that massive 7-figure score.
For me, this is going to be a treat, right? We get to watch the highest stakes possible, our biggest buy-in at this Cyprus stop, and just trying to see how these pros are going to navigate the field. We've got those VIPs remaining as well, and it's a high, tense pressure situation. I would say it's probably the biggest they've played for all these players out here, and you know they may make some nuances and some adjustments given the stakes, the situation, and that's what we want to see.
I mean, you say given the stakes, we were looking at the largest bubble of the series, a $350,000 bubble. It would take just over 12 hours for us to reach the final table. And of course, only 13 players made it into the money, meaning a lot of broken hearts, some eliminations, you know, final 3 tables, brutal fashion. There was queens against aces, but it was the player of the year leader, Ivan Liao, player of the year leader rather, Stephen Chidwick, that found himself all in on the stone bubble. Let's take a quick look at how that final hand went down. Stephen Chidwick understandably moving in almost all of his chips with King Jack of Hearts. Got looked up by Thailand's Punat Punsri out of the big blind with King Queen and put Stevie all in for his final 5K chip. Stevie did pick up a flush draw on the turn, but the 6 of clubs completing the run out meant that Punsri's King Queen high found the hold, breaking that 350K bubble. Then next was Linus Love looking to go back to back in 200K invitationals, taking the 16 big blind rejam spot, button v cutoff. Looking in great shape on the Jack 5. The 6 of spades left Ramin drawing to 6 outs once, but the Queen of clubs on the river, eliminating one of the most respected players left in the field. Then it was Malaysia's Anson Yu who looked to tangle with Punat Punsri. Again, a very understandable rejam spot with the A7. Picked up some chop outs on the Jack board. Needed a 7 for the win. A 5 king or an ace would, of course, have chopped the pot, but the 10 of hearts on the river sent him home in 12th for 350K. That meant a small ladder for the final 11. Then a big pot brewed between Wai Kin Yong, the 3-time champion, Triton Super High Roller Series first-timer Sean Winter, and Sternheimer flatting out of the small. Game 7, 3-3, a couple of diamonds. Wai Kin Yong continuing with the underpair. Sean just opting to flat call with his overpair of 9s. And then Sternheimer looking to just deny equity, ripping it in over the C-bet with his 7-6 of hearts, snapped off by the 9s for a 3 million chip pot, and the 9 of spades on the turn. Left Sternheimer dead with 1 to come. And Sean Winter vaulted up into first place, and then it was number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list, 2-time champion Orpin, setting the trap from the small blind with pocket jacks. Came clean on the King 9 deuce rainbow. With 2 cards to come, Orpin was looking to get right back in this fight. Needed to fade just 3 outs once, but the ace of clubs making an appearance on the river. We see handshakes and condolences to Orpin, of course, getting 3-outed on the final table bubble. And of course, Randy, with Orpin's elimination, the final 9 finally got some rest. I mean, we ended up finishing around 3 a.m. And do you think any of these guys actually got a good night's sleep, or are they just dreaming of that 4.5 million plus up top?
Yeah, I don't think they fell asleep right away. You know, just the reality once the day was over is that I can play for that top 4.5 million. And it's very real, as you know, the pay jumps are massive. Even the short stack, you know, 11 big blinds has some hope. It's anyone's game. Right now, though, it is Sean Winter, 66 big blinds right at the top.
first Triton series, we were speaking about Sean, even before this 200K, he seemed to just be consistently knocking on the door throughout the series, a few deep runs, always seemed so dialed in and present. And, I mean, we know that he has a lot of high roller experience. First time out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Are you surprised at all to see him at the top of the chip counts?
Personally, no, I'm not surprised because he has so much experience playing the high rollers out in America, right? And he's cinched lots of titles over there. He's played with a lot of these high roller fields and players as well. And, he's playing very comfy. We watched him play throughout day 2, was in the zone, making key plays, and really deserves to be at the top the way he's been playing today.
He really does.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Has been incredibly dialed in. Now, obviously, a few big storylines potentially emerging here. Punat Punsri being one of them. Won the main event last time we were here in North Cyprus for 2.6 million. He finds himself third in chips coming into today on the VIP side. Someone that has experience playing for 7 figures. Do you think that maybe is going to give him some kind of edge, given that he's been here, the big stage, the bright lights, playing for 7 figures, maybe going to be a little bit calmer than some of the other players maybe?
Of course, I believe that experience is going to help a lot, especially this is kind of like his home, right? It's the place where he made a name for himself, has shipped some big tournaments that we mentioned previously. And, for Punat, I saw in his play late in day 2 that he was still willing to make stances with, like King 7 suited, rejamming in spots where some of the pros might take a less variant line. He's going to go for the title. I'm feeling pretty good about his results today.
Well, another talking point, of course, Wai Kin Yong, 3-time champion, a very exclusive club, only joined by Phil Ivey, looking to join Badziak Kuski with a 4th title. And again, we talk about players that have that experience coming into a final table. That man has lifted 3 trophies, so no stranger to the higher stakes and certainly no stranger to the pressure as well.
For me, I feel that these stakes, Wai Kin Yong might be the most comfortable, as he is known to play the highest stakes at all times. He's been in these situations. He's gotten multiple final tables. It wouldn't surprise me if he applies pressure just trying to lean on the players that may have not have experienced this kind of final table before.
Now, there were, of course, teams, VIPs, and pros. There were a couple of storylines emerging as we closed in on the bubble. It looked like we were maybe going to have a couple of teams reach the final table. There was obviously Heath and Orpin, Anson and Kia, and Linus and Wykin, but all partners eliminated just before the FT. So no pairings at this final table, but a lot more VIPs compared to the 200K Coin River Invitational. We actually have 4 VIPs and 5 pros. And with that, I guess throwing a bit of a spanner in the works for the pros that are maybe going to try and be a little bit more patient, adjusting to some of maybe the lack of ICM and final table awareness of these VIPs.
I mean, look, the pros are going to play whatever they feel is the best. It's just, can they maintain control of the situation? Like I said earlier, the pay jumps are massive. Sure, there's no pairings, but it is how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes there will be pairings or not. Not in this case.
I want to know who your pick is.
If I had to pick amongst this lineup, personally, I'm a big fan of Patrick Antonius.
There we go.
He cruised his way to the top without any big confrontations. A man who's played the highest stakes, a man who's very comfortable, and quite figuratively, he's just been playing a really good game and has been stayed up to top. He's up to date with the knowledge of how these pros and VIPs do play.
Well, great pointing out Antonius there. Maybe one of the worst seat draws, though, as he does have 2 players that cover him on his left, and then he also has Hajiev on his direct right. So looking to maybe stay out of trouble until those shorter stacks either double up or get eliminated. As you mentioned, the huge payouts, insane ICM considerations, especially given, the average stack is 36 bigs. We're coming in with 2 sub-15 big blind stacks. So, a lot of considerations for these middling stacks. Randy, the stage is set. I'm going to throw it down to our MC, Ali Najad, to introduce the final table of the 200K LUXON Pay Invitational.
Welcome to the Triton Super High Roller Series LUXON Pay Invitational Final Table. Over the past 2 days, the greatest poker minds have squared off against the world's most talented VIPs. While 62 hopefuls embarked on the journey, ultimately, only 9 would make it this far. In seat number 1, with 895,000 and the shortest stack, This German poker pro is generally found at the highest stakes cash games. Today, he turns his attention to one of the highest stakes tournament final tables. Please welcome Tobias Duttweiler. In seat 2, with 1 million in chips, this British poker pro is no stranger to the global high roller circuit. Coming into the final table with the second shortest stack, work to do, don't count him out. It is Ben Heath. In seat number 3, with 4.9 million in chips, this Azerbaijani VIP has been near the top of the chip counts for most of this tournament and has established himself as one of the toughest players from his side of the draw. Let's have a hand for Ramin Hajiev. In seat 5, with 4 million, a former Triton champion, this man has been one of the most feared poker pros on the planet for the better part of 2 decades. One of the game's biggest winners, hailing from Finland, it is of course Patrick Antonius. In seat 6, with 1.9 million, this invitational format veteran VIP has logged both many miles and many hours, earning the respect of the high roller community. Coming all the way from Auckland, New Zealand, please welcome Sosia Jang. In seat 7, with 4.1 million in chips, this VIP, former Triton main event champ, comes in 3rd in chips. Generally regarded as one of the best non-pros in the game, all the way from Thailand, is Punat Punsri. In seat number 8, with 5.3 million in chips, good for the chip lead, this pro has been disappointing all who have been unfortunate enough to lock horns with him. A true trophy collector in his native country, it is of course the American Sean Winter. In seat number 9 with 2.1 million in chips, this Malaysian poker pro is one of the most consistent performers in Triton Super High Roller Series history. From Malaysia, how about a hand for Kiat Lee? Last but not least, in seat 10 with 1.4 million in chips, this VIP has been playing and winning Triton events since the tour's inception. Feared by VIPs and pros alike, also flying the flag for Malaysia, it is of course, Wai Kin Yong. With everyone in their seats, Tiare, please draw for the button. Players, blinds will be 40 and 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante for the next 33 minutes. You're all guaranteed $481,000 for a 9th place finish. First is worth 4.56 million. I wish you all good luck. Tiare, once we have the button, you may shuffle up and deal.
So the stage has been set here in North Cyprus. Sean Winter leading the field. There are your chip counts, brought to you by PokerStake. Blinds 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. And Randy, it's go time.
It is go time, right? We're playing for so much on the line right now. Sean Winter in prime position. Ability to apply pressure, but if we look at the chip counts up here, top 4, it's quite a cluster.
It really is.
Not a big gap between players, and of course the short stack Duffweiler just on 11 blinds. We could see some of those 14 to 27 big blinds just taking it slow.
100%. I mean, 481K guaranteed. We've already touched on the sizable pay jumps. The difference between 9th and 8th, 155,000. Just for a little bit of context, Ramin and Duffweiler have both secured their career best cash with just a 9th place finish here. Every single person at this table with a win would be guaranteed a career best cash. And maybe one of the storylines, of course, Cecilia Jiang, currently 6th in chips. If she can get 3rd or better, be the largest ever win in a live tournament for a female poker player. As we kick things off, hand number 1. Sean Winter, American pro. Table captain for now. Let's see how he wants to navigate this final table early doors. He's got a fantastic seat draw, by the way.
Yes, I agree, right? He's got position on Punsri, Antonius, and Hajiev. The shorter stacks that really just need to kind of just hang in there behind him. And going to work right away, 10-7 offsuit.
He's certainly the man to watch coming into this FT.
Now, you did ask me who I thought, might be able to just pull through for this tournament. Did you have someone that you're eyeballing in the field?
I mean, Winter, just so much experience, 24 million in live earnings, career best cash of 2.4.
Since forever.
When it comes to experience at these FTs, look, it doesn't matter how rich you are, 4.5 million plus is a lot of money, and it's completely human for nerves to maybe kick in. As look, 3-way affair. Flat from Kiatli out of the small. Wai Kin Yong going to defend. The short stacks just get to watch on and potentially see collisions. As it is Wai Kin Yong. Flops best. Bottom pair, Sean Winter, 2 overs and that gut shot. But already, 560 in the middle. Wai Kin Yong with 1.2 behind, starting the FT 7th in chips. Becomes awkward immediately.
Looks like he's going to start leading out here, bottom pair. Knows that this is just not the type of board for a pre-flop raiser.
200 into 560 as Winter swiftly marks, as does Kiali. Nice little pickup there for Wai Kin Yong, first hand. 3-time champion. A win here for Wai Kin Yong would tie him with his father.
Okay.
There would be quite literally around a 20-30K difference in total live earnings. They would both practically be tied for second on Malaysia's all-time money list. And of course, that 4th Triton title as well.
So when the student becomes the master, possibly, today. I will put a note that that last hand, actually kind of a statement, I feel, for Kiat Lee and Wai Kin Yong to defend in that situation with those hands, especially against a chip leader. Duffweiler, super short stack. It goes to show that they may be willing to kind of just resist the chip leader, put himself in a position to go for one of those top spots rather than just ladder, you know, from 9th to 8th and so on.
100%. I mean, there are different strategies, right? Some people are going to be very ICM aware, and some people are going to be playing for chips. They're going to be playing for the win. I mean, the best strategy to win a tournament is, of course, to play for chips, but the downside to that is sometimes you come up short. 8th, 7th, 6th. But those two certainly part of the Malaysian contingent. Going to be doing their best to not just ladder up, but put themselves in a spot to actually win this tournament outright.
You were just, no way I'm going out with my 5 bigs, right? 5 bigs you had?
I had 80-something K at 15K big blind.
Yeah.
3 short stacks. Viking going to get out of the way. Tobias.
Usually I go down to
Career best cash of 265,627K.
Didn't even have a chance.
Career earnings guaranteed to cross the $1 million in lifetime earnings mark here. Cash game specialist. It's going to defend. 640 behind with 470 in the middle.
Yeah, mine was scary.
Yeah, I kind of felt you were hitting though. I thought you were going to hit that much. Jesus.
Ace Queen 10, a complete whiff for the German pro.
You played it so well.
Yeah, pretty nice here to shortest 2 overs for the 10-9, but the big blind this short will shove a lot of ace-x's pre-flop. So still pretty favorable for him, despite the 2 overs.
It's either you hit or you flop quad.
Cantley with some hot control. On the turn, Duffweiler drilling that gut shot, Randy. Jack of spades giving him the queen high straight. All of a sudden, 84% favorite. Cantley cannot win the hand unless he gets Tobias to either fold or an 8. Or a king rolls off. What a turn card. The German.
Okay.
Drop it up, gentlemen.
The important part of this hand is let's not waste the time bank.
Just in case. Just in case Lee didn't spot the straight on board.
7 cards straight. Rare.
Short deck.
We are going to be kicking things off, of course, with the short deck after the 100K main.
PLO. Short deck PLO.
Talking of PLO, Randy, event number 10. The 25K pot limit Omaha is down to the final table. In fact, already had its first elimination. Jason Kuhn still in the hunt for 7th title, second of the series. A win would, of course, put him just a couple of 100 points behind the Ivan Liao of the year leaderboard leader, Stephen Chidwick.
It's a good game 5-handed. I think 5 is perfect.
That's enough.
5 is perfect.
Can't run it.
Sounds like a DJ.
Can't run it 4 times.
Yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of skill though.
Remain from Azerbaijan, number 1 on the Azerbaijan all-time money list. Career best cash prior to this was 366,000, over 3.7 million in lifetime earnings. Second in chips coming into this FT. As mentioned, has deep stacks to his left. Maybe going to be somewhat handcuffed, not looking to tangle the likes of Sean Winter, Patrick Antonius, and Punat Punsri.
So why can you actually contemplate just jamming all in? Because the 2 stacks behind him are rather short.
Yeah, it does cover both. Picks up the blinds and the big blind ante, and with Heath going through the big blind, kind of tied at the bottom there with Duffweiler. 13 bigs for Heath, 10 for Tobias.
Patrick, do you mind if I get 4 whites? Just having one of these is annoying. Thanks.
Who's it going to be, ladies and gentlemen? 200k LUXON Pay Invitational. 86 entries into this one, generating a prize pool of 17.2 million. Top prize of 4,560,000 going to the champion. The players settle in. Tobias with 10.5 bigs on the button, Jack 10-0. Few options available, Randy.
I think you often see this kind of stack just jam instead of like putting in a min raise. You don't really want to put a situation where you're raise folding off of this stack.
Yeah, I've been there before, like 6 years ago, 7 years ago.
Oh, the 1 mil?
No,
Heath getting out of the way.
I'm not gonna play big in Vegas.
And Ramin looks uninterested as Tobias picks up the blinds and the big blind. And Randy, of course, the start of this FT, this is kind of what we're expecting coming in, just the short stacks, getting it in, looking to double, and with that, everyone else kind of just playing a bit snug until we ladder a few spots.
Correct, and right now it's kind of like Duffweiler versus Heath. They're trying to create some distance between themselves. Right now it is Heath now as a short stack 11 blinds with that pickup from Duffweiler. And you can see even the middling stacks, after the big stack gets out of the way, they're attacking the bottom 2 stacks. We saw Wykin attack and Kiat Lee with 10-9 offsuit.
It's just like you're playing this tournament and then giving a VIP.
6 7-figure payouts in this one. Everyone guaranteed 481,000. As things stand. It's the US's Sean Winter leading the field. Round 2, Heath, who does find himself 9 of 9. Ace Queen on the button.
And the main consideration is, do we min raise and deuce, or do we just open jam ourselves? Just understanding that you don't really even want to run it against like Jack 10, for example.
815.
And Ben Heath is just one of those guys that understands your tournament life is so important at final tables.
Well, hold up.
Oh, Ace Jack.
Randy, Ace Jack in the big for Antonius does move all in. Ben Heath gonna click the call button, in great shape to get an early double here. 71% equity for the Brit. Out-pipping Antonius by 1. This all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. 1.9 million in the middle.
with the all-in button.
If Heath can hold here, move up to 6th in chips.
I don't know. They said Ben Heath
Practically
with
tied
X
with
stack,
Cat Lee.
never count him out. That's all
Comes
I heard.
ace,
I heard that
tray, couple of diamonds.
What I asked.
Antonius,
Okay.
some running cards, but for now,
Is it deck ritual?
Heath a massive favourite. The 6 of hearts removes those running diamonds, and now Antonius looking for 3 outs once to eliminate Heath. Doesn't come. Ben Heath with the early double.
Should be 895.
Nice
To
answer.
1.9 million, practically tied with Cat Lee in 5th now. That's how tight it is down there at the bottom of the chip counts.
Yeah, this double up definitely changes the dynamic of things, as there's clearly one short stack, Tobias Duffweiler, at this moment, sitting on 13 blinds. Lots of middling stacks. Heath joining the pack there. And even the top, right? It's not a big chip advantage that Sean Winter has, so that's why you kind of notice that one player is not trying to just aggressively raise lots of hands. It's a bit of equal distribution, I suppose.
Heath with 17 million in career earnings. Career best cash of 2 million. Needs 3rd or better
Happy with the new
You weren't wanting that answer?
to hit an all-time
I mean, I was
best.
happy with your answer. I mean, if you said you're going to lose, I would feel pretty scared.
Put it down.
That really does change things at the bottom of the chip counts. Those middling stacks now also handcuffed, Randy, with Tobias being sat on 13. 155k difference between 9th and 8th.
Potentially a very interesting spot coming up for Sosia Jang, like pocket fours. Looks like a limp incoming. It's a spot where fours generally does jam, right? You've got just above 20 big blinds. Raw equity hand is quite good. Do you risk it now while there's a short stack out there? That's kind of the big question.
Does Antonius have many limps with ICM?
I think so, especially with, you know, this kind of stack. He thinks he can get away with seeing a lot of free flops.
Right.
And he's going to have traps, of course. But you can see that Sosia just isn't worried, understands like how to play this hand in this high-pressure situation.
Four? Raheem? Four?
Me.
Four?
4.6.
4-6? This is hard to see how many went. Thanks.
Sosia Jiang, by the
I
way,
know they have that app. and
she can
they
cash
found
for
that stuff.
800k here.
I'm old
So
school.
just 2 ladders would move up to #1 on New Zealand's all-time money list,
It's all right.
known
Okay.
as the Silent Assassin.
Silently
And,
do it.
New Zealand poker community.
Do we have David Yan up top or something?
Lee Nelson.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Ace Jack.
Again, happy to bump things up from early position with the ace-jacko. Let's see if the blinds wake up with anything. King 10-0 from the small early position. Maybe you're going to pass up on this one. As the 10-5 also likely to hit the mark. First all-in survived at this final table. Ben Heath with the early double up against Patrick Antonius. With that double, of course, Patrick now kind of back down to tournament average, 36 big blinds with around 20 minutes left on the clock. Blind level 40k, 80k.
What's your favorite hand?
What's your favorite hand?
Aces.
What's the next favorite hand?
Used to be 5-3 suited.
I'll let you have 5-6 suited. I have ace.
The biggest pot I ever won in no limit hold'em is aces.
Actually, I could have busted your dad in this tournament with 5-3 suited if I made a loose open. I would have made a straight flush and he'd flopped the set.
Okay.
And there was no way the money wasn't getting in.
Talking about Richard, one of our founding fathers, if you will, of the Triton Super High Roller Series, is the 3-time champ. It gets busy again. Starting from +1.
I mean,
Couple of tens for Heath.
It feels like an interesting spot, right? You're both sitting on 25 blinds, early position raise. You're also in middle position. Like, does he come in with a small raise? Does he call? Does he just 3-bet jam?
400.
So he's going to come in with a 3-bet small. And this also allows, like, since there's so many players back behind him, if they wake up a hand, he can get away from 2 tens.
Heath with the 2.5x. Queen Jack suited from Punsri. Likely to hit the mark, blocking some of Wai Kin Yong's outs. Currently 7th on Malaysia's all-time money list. As mentioned, a win here today would tie him with his father 2nd on Malaysia's all-time money list. The Queen Jack suited. Looks like he's going to peel, Randy.
Yeah.
Out of position. We have a sizable pot brewing. 3-bet pot, 10s against Queen Jack with $1 million in the middle. As it comes 5-3 deuce, couple of clubs, 1 heart. So Heath way out in front in terms of equity.
Yeah, I feel like Ben Heath felt it was one of those spots where he wouldn't get flatted too much, just given the stack size situation between these two players in positions. As played, obviously there's the wheel showing up. Feels like you need to just protect your hand against the ace-x, you know, the ace-jacks, the ace-10 suited.
375.
Well, it does continue for around 1/3. Like it with just queen high.
Yeah, no stack to play for behind. Out of position, really just one of those. Not my flop. Let's end it.
Yeah, I guess way too awkward. They did have any sneaky plans of floating. Fantastic start to this final table. Of course, for the Brit, Ben Heath. Moving up to 5th in chips, just behind Patrick Antonius now. Certainly one of the players with experience coming into this field. Triton play. A new world of poker is coming, and your chance to get in on the action is now. Triton Play is a social poker game and is looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker, and they're open for pre-registrations now. You see that QR code pop up. Be sure to scan it. Start your journey into the new world. Triton plays with some really exciting stuff coming up, including a stealth demo, a London giveaway, and so much more. You do not want to miss out on this opportunity. So when you see that QR code, you know what to do. Especially with London just round the corner. Don't want to miss out on those giveaways.
Tell you off stream.
You don't mind? Okay.
Ramin maybe itching to get involved here. First hand for him at this FT, ace 4-0, opening from early position.
A rather loose open, 2.5x, but knows he's been a bit quiet, expecting extra credibility. Ace-10 suited, definitely a hand that can put some resistance, but it's marginal, right? You have 25 big blinds. We got a short stack out there. Do we make a stance now? Wow, she really is playing for it.
Jiang taking the rejam spot, punishing the loose open of Ramin.
Much budget? 2 million?
Gonna ask for a count.
Yeah, she's really making a statement here. How she's going to approach the rest of this final table is not going to pass up high EV, chip EV situations. Don't really care if there's some guy out there with 1 million chips, and really just try to propel yourself to the top.
It's okay, it's okay. Nice one.
Fantastic pickup there for Jiang, just showing, as Randy mentioned, unfazed by the big payouts and the pressure. Happy to just take the rejam spots as and when they present themselves. Chipping up nicely now, overtaking Kiat Lee. Moving up to 6th in chips with 2.3 million.
Yeah, and for me, I do expect more of the VIPs remaining in this field to kind of take this stance of attacking, you know, putting their chips at risk a bit more. Whereas probably a conservative approach from the pros at the table. And if you don't kind of make the right adjustments to it, you know, you really could be leaking some value.
All eyes on Tobias, of course. Shortest stack with 13 bigs. Blind's going to be going up shortly to 50k, 100k. Once bitten, twice as shy for #1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list. Folding the ace-8. Antonius with king-queen. Discipline.
Very, very noteworthy fold there of king-queen.
And it makes sense, right? I mean, there's been a couple of multi-way pots already. There's been a few all-in. So Patrick maybe just realizing that, hey, these guys are showing very early on that they don't mind playing pots. They don't mind getting all the money in. I'm going to tighten up a little bit, preserve my 3 million chip stack, and really try and pick and choose my spots as best as possible.
Yeah, well said. You know, the thing is, he's got that stack size where the big stacks can really just attack him, and he knows that he needs to fold a high range amount of his hands, of course.
First orbit of play, no eliminations thus far. Ben Heath with an early double as it comes. 9-6-4. Both players connecting with bottom pair. Catley with the better kicker. 240 in the middle. Checked over to Waikin Yong. Going to come with 40%, Randy, thereabouts.
Yeah, Waikin just trying to protect his hand. Knows this pot is pretty important. Didn't really want to let 2 random cards get a free turn card. But once he gets called, he's a bit worried.
Overcard to the board on the turn, completing the rainbow. No backdoor straight for Waikin, no backdoor spades for Kiat. Would be difficult for Lee to continue here should Yong barrel a second time, of course.
4-3 does have showdown value still against the ace-high type hands that are limping the trap.
8 of clubs on the river, completing some of those straight draws, Randy. 7-5, 10-7 getting there. 8-7 now improving to a pair of 8s, of course.
Yeah, in the end, he still has a pair of 4s in a BVB spot with large ranges. They have showdown value. 10 will play. You just got to stare at the board and nope. 3 kicker, no good.
Waikin down to 1.4 million now.
Filtered to the airport.
A few big blinds more than Tobias. A bit of separation at the top and a bit of separation in the middle of the pack as well.
Do we know what kind of order is incoming here for Patrick and
I'm going to
Pajiev?
go salmon.
It looks like food, right? Yeah.
I'm going to go salmon with mixed vegetables.
The Patrick standard.
Green tea.
Jesus. 8 lamb chops?
It's lamb chops.
Just 6 max.
Yeah, yeah. 6.
This look like Puna.
I like 8 max.
They don't know my secrets, man. Puna can eat it.
Playing 9 max right now, okay?
Now you guys are in trouble.
I
Get
can
some food.
probably start a business just shipping lamb to you from New Zealand. Patrick. Yeah, I was going to say, you and one customer might even be enough. Maybe you and Jason.
At 25k, PLO is down to the final 4. Chris Brewer leading the pack. All 4 players currently guaranteed 106,000 for their efforts. Jason Kuhn, Eddie Tran, Daniel Perkasic.
It's a good one to follow.
Is indeed. Triton Poker Plus app, of course.
Very interesting spotting coming here as Wai Kenyong, a very reshuffleable stack. He's seen Kiat Lee now open twice when it's folded to him on a dealer button with this kind of more medium stack. It feels like a spot he will strongly consider applying pressure, does, and that's going to kick out King Queen. That likely would have given action to Kiat Lee.
Viking. No more kicker problem.
No fear.
Yeah, none of these players strike me as the types to be fearful of taking spots, which could obviously lead to some very interesting collisions. So much at stake. 4.5 million plus up top. It's a casual 4 million difference between going home in ninth and taking this down. No big deal. 200k LUXON Pay Invitational.
This man's been fed though, so it might be a new Patrick coming up. Just chopping that lamb. Aggressive chewing. Here we go, ace-10. He's out. That's
Yep.
similar to the king-queen, right?
Yeah, Patrick seems very aware that some of these players are interested in playing big pots, multi-way pots. Nice to see some discipline from Antonius as Punsri looks to get involved for the first time, potentially at this final table. A couple of 5s.
No, he's out. Very similar to the Patrick Antonius spot is, well, forget that, 2 kings, dealer button. Wyken, I would say, has been the most active player. And he's being balanced here.
Oh.
Okay, I thought he was sliding all of the chips. The way he pushed it in looked like he was all in.
Take all in.
I just can't use the app during the hand, but I couldn't see because the clock. I was just standing up. So,
Wow,
yeah, it's fine.
that was a bit scary. I thought Wyken was just open ripping.
Yeah, I thought it was a little odd.
Let's come with the min open.
I'd be terrified. Ben Heath actually sitting on 30 big blinds now. Very different scenario.
Fantastic start to this FT, of course, for Heath. 17 million in career earnings. Career best cash of 2 million.
Stretching.
Freestyle?
Touching my toes.
Oh, yeah.
Only way.
You get pretty tired sitting.
100k main Randy at number 11. Up and running in real time. 24 entries in at the start.
It's better than the WSOP.
Oh, God.
That's the Punant special.
The Punat special.
Actually, I
He's
think
busy
for
at the
high-
moment.
I think for the high rollers, they have decent chairs, from what I remember. Could be wrong.
How many high rolls are there really?
Wouldn't know.
In the WSOP?
5? But like 25k
I
is
don't
considered
know,
a high roll.
5, 25Ks, a few 50s,
250 to 100.
100 and 250. But none
I
of
don't
those
think
matter. The only
Patrick will
thing
be
that matters
folding
is
this
the-
one.
No, this is much more value. Strong hand to play.
You ever Randy?
I cashed the first 5 years, like small cashes, and then yeah, nothing past 300. But I cashed every time they had a 30K starting stack, and less percentage paid, and then they gave you more chips and paid out more people, and I can't cash.
You start with 60K now.
Short stack pro.
Yeah, I've cashed every time.
So you started with 600 big here.
The last time I
That
cashed,
is what
I
he's
had
known
30K.
for, isn't it?
Hiring.
I've never. I don't think I've bagged over
100, 200,
like starting stack day one.
Start. You start with 60K, but it's 100, 200, and they had the big blind anti-spread.
Oh yeah, so that's 300. It's not 100, 100, right? I thought it was 100, 100 first level.
The main event's a tough
Maybe,
tournament.
right?
Yeah.
I just
Confirm.
1 and 1, 2.
right, because they had the anti.
Not if your name's
Yeah,
Espen
now-
Jorstad.
2, 3, 2, 4.
Right.
He's played
I've been
it once.
eliminated in the main event by that man, Patrick Antonius. I remember it was like
2 hours every level. As well.
day
Very
4.
different, 2 hours.
You about to tell a bad beat story on stream, right?
Well, no, because my friends that don't play poker came out, and they're like, oh, they want to rail. So they're standing on the rail. I walk all the way to my table, and immediately walk back. I just busted first hand to Patrick
No,
Antonius.
on day 4.
That sounds like
And they were like excited. They had no clue what poker was about. Oh, we'll just watch. That was a bad beat story.
That is
My one for you.
That's brutal. What was the hand?
I got it in bad. Is that expected, though?
Against Patrick.
Yeah, pair over pair. He got me. Thing is, he doesn't remember. It's just another day in office.
Oh, of course, yeah. He let go of that one a long time ago.
2 6s. Go time here, right?
Feels like it.
10 blinds.
Shortest stack by a considerable margin. Blind's going to be going up shortly.
Yeah, just slide all but one.
Oh, that's cool. Do you have to wear it to skip them?
I don't have bracelets.
Out to the blinds. Giv going to get out of the way. Patrick in the big.
You get a diamond card for a year, not forever.
Yeah, like
So you just get to skip it the next year.
yeah.
If you win a bracelet?
You win a bracelet.
Or like
What's
if you
the
play
other
all
way?
the high rollers, you get the diamond card for the next year. I think. Yeah.
Play the big one.
Yeah, this is
There you go, right on cue. Blinds going up to 50,000, 100,000. The 100,000 big blind ante.
This hand.
One more time, and I think it's going to be
Average dropping down to 29 bigs.
worth the free roll.
Chip leader Sean Winter playing 49 big blinds. 200K LUXON Pay Invitational.
Man's got 8 laptops to get through, you know?
That blind level increase, Randy, it really makes things snug at the bottom. Sia in 5th with 23 bigs. Heath also on 23, Kiatley on 20, Wykin Yong on 20, and then Tobias on 10.
Customer.
Big stag bully, baby.
Yeah, of course, when the blinds go up, it really pressures those
Big stag bully.
sub 30 big blind stacks. Puts them in situations where it's easy for them to get all in at risk. You know, if they get some kind of collision hand. It's not really one of those maybe flat call. It's often just reshove. Hope it gets through.
Patrick after an unsuccessful limp last time round. Just going to give Sia
Try and learn
a
from
very
the
welcomed
best.
walk in the
I
big.
really want to know, but I won't look.
Not much upside looking, right?
I know, I've been
There we
told
go.
that. I just can't help myself.
I always look.
Me too, I can't help myself.
Negative free roll, in my opinion.
But yesterday,
You get a
Patrick
walk?
was like, no, look, and I'm like, well, you know, sitting next to a legend, I might as well learn a few things.
There we go, learn from the best. Antonius, the Nanonoko Slayer. Day 4, hand 1.
As he's chomping down those lamb chops, I would look.
The same deal, right? If you have aces, you can't just like change someone else's cards and not yours.
So no eliminations thus far. First level completed.
It's fun, you know. It's always nice to see aces. It's a free roll.
Now Ben's saying the opposite, Randy. But you should look. So we've got 2 elite players with polar opposite views on whether you should sweat the big blind when it's walked.
But whose opinion would you trust more? I would take the one who's been around for a long time, Patrick. I'll change my ways. I'll never look again. Probably not, but I'll try to.
Cool. Call you on that bluff, Randy.
Queen 9 here. Interesting because, you know, Punat, ace-8 suited in position. A little bit awkward stack sizing, 23 big blinds. Imagine those associates want to try to take a free flop. Would be a big statement to do
300.
a raise. Wow. Really just pouncing, trying to pounce on, even though she's at a
Middle of the pack.
stack deficit, yeah.
Action on the North Cyprus main event champion. Punat Punsri. 6.5 million in career earnings. Career best score of 2.6. Obviously coming back in that main as he throws out a time bank.
Yeah, a much needed time bank actually, as it should be perceived as Socia's range is pretty strong to open from the small blind. 23 big blinds, 10 big blind stack out there still. Ace-8 suited, obviously a great candidate for reshoving. We'll see how he kind of reacts based on what he perceives Socia's range to be right now. Be a big statement to make a play pre-flop. He's a bit worried. Understandably so, of course.
Yeah, comfortably in third. Is going to defend. So 700k in the middle, heading to the 8-6 tray board. Top pair, top kicker for Punsri. Jiang with the 2 overs. See if she wants to continue on this flop, telling the story that she was trying to tell pre-flop.
Yeah, very dreamy board, of course, with Punat. It's just not the board that really hits her. Sure, she's got 2 overs, backdoor straight draw potential, but for her to raise in this situation, she's trying to tell the story that she's got big pocket pairs, big broadways. Big broadways, of course, would not like this board texture. I don't think she's perceived to really be raising like these suited connectors, small blind versus big blind, 23 big blind effective. Regardless, it is still top pair, top kicker in position. Great spot for him.
That's a sizable follow through from Jiang. Just shy of half pot, and all of a sudden, they have 1.3 million in the middle going to a turn. And it's the 9 of clubs, Randy, giving Jiang top pair.
Very, very fortunate card for her. Would have been hard to win the pot otherwise.
Spiking the 6 outer on the turn. Started off the hand 5th in chips.
Look, there's a lot of chips in there, given its raised pre-flop. Big C-bet on the flop. 1.8 million back, 1.3 in the middle. It's worth fighting for. It is awkward, just given how much you got back and how wet the board has become, right? There's lots of bad river cards in the form of, you know, flush draws, getting there, straight cards. A very vulnerable hand. Nice thing about the queen kicker is you beat like 10 nines, jack, these type of hands, 9-7.
Sizable double barrel, 75% pot. And you saw Punat's discomfort in his reaction, maybe expecting Jiang to give up on a lot of turns. Obviously her turning top pair to get some value and protection.
Yeah, you know, he was uncomfortable already pre-flop to just call here. For Socia to still bet on this card is a lot of strength. It is kind of perceived to be, you know, at least a pair holding. Yeah, you just gotta lay this one down.
Yeah, I could have got in on the flop as well. Intrigued to see what that is.
Nicely done. Fearlessness being rewarded here.
Yeah, climbing up to 4th in chips, overtaking Patrick Antonius and closing the gap on herself and Punsri.
Ace 8.
King 8?
Hearts.
Oh, ace 8.
Yeah, I don't think Socio's going to be revealing her hand right now.
Let the
Okay,
delay
you got
catch
ace eight.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, I had it. Just leave it at that.
That's not so.
Thanks, Pinot.
Play our cards.
Duffweiler,
Send him message for.
11 bigs,
Send him
plus
message
2, King Jack O.
Don't say you get champion, you buy me a bag, so you just better win.
Couple paint cards for Duffweiler. And it's noteworthy that he's opting to come in with a min raise off of his
I see.
10 big blind stack in early
Start with
position.
exactly one, I think, like 1.05.
He feels that it's a bit too excessive to jam this in early position. If he was in late, most likely would come in for jam. Nicely done, 1.3 milli.
I didn't see you guys are here. Really? Okay.
Hajiev, ace 10 suited.
Really slow, Still alive.
Connected and suited here for Kiatley in the big blind. 1.8 back.
200?
$550 in the middle.
Randy, case in point, by the way, it's Ketley flops top pair. Just how swingy a single raise pot with a C-bet can be. That 9 of clubs versus here doesn't roll off.
Of course, you would be possibly the shortest stack of
Yeah.
the table. You know, like, there are just sometimes some key defining cards that really just make or break you.
Situational run good. The GF, things not going his way so far at this FT. Got punished for the loose open earlier. Being outflopped here. Kiat.
You might see Kiat come in for check raise here. He knows his hand is a bit vulnerable. Looks like he does come in with call. 16 blinds back.
Big turn card coming. It's the 4 of hearts. Does give Kiat the 9 high flush to go along with his flop top pair.
Yeah, clearly a great card for him.
Bit more security.
Would just never fold the turn at this point.
Yeah, with the Malaysian. 5.4 million in lifetime earnings. Cashed over 2 million back in Vietnam. With
Give it
4 top 4 place finishes. This would be the one to win, Randy. As I cut you off, do
No,
apologize.
sorry. I was going to say that just given the high ICM pressure situation, Hajiev Probably should expect Kiatli to be more weighted towards a paired hand rather than just floating out of position of, say, 2 overs. We'll see if he still wants to fire. Does the 9x is a large part of Kiatli's check calling range right now. 6x, of course. It looks like he does want to just try to apply pressure.
Just looking to bulldoze his way through the middling stack. That 10 of spades, kind of a bad card to have, blocking hands like 10-8, 10-7 of spades.
You know, given how much is already in there, and the strength of Kiatli's hand, of course, always having outs, he might just shove the last million in there, out of position. It's a very vulnerable hand, but you know, if he had like a really high top pair, where overcards don't really show up, he may continue to just check call.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, the 1.4 million out there, if he can pick them up without seeing a river, he'd move up to 4th in chips. As you mentioned, kind of denying equity, getting some protection.
Yeah, he makes a call here. He's got $1 million back. What, there's like 2 million in the middle. Like, people don't really fire the 3rd barrel at a high frequency. I mean, nothing wrong with calling, but definitely crossing his mind on whether he should just push chips in now. Out of position, not ideal.
Well, it takes the spot. Bravo. Kiatli finds the jam, regardless of the pressure. And that is a huge pickup for the Malaysian, up to 2.95 million, overtaking Patrick Antonius, practically tied with Punat Punsri and Cecilia Zhang now.
Always good when they don't snap.
The shorter stacks coming into the FT, Randy, off to a strong start. Ramin Hajiev, who came in 2nd in chips, has now also kind of dropped down. There's a cluster now between 2nd and 6th. 2nd with 33 big blinds, 6th with 30 big blinds.
I guess King's kind of like doesn't snap, but it like,
Yeah, fine for
so maybe you don't.
like this is 3-9, pocket 9.
Yeah.
If it's that,
Or 7-8 hard.
If he's happy, not happy, right? Yeah. Sounds
I'm
like
pretty fucked.
sounds like King 9.
Heath, a couple of 7s from +1. In the muck they go. Note the difference in play styles between some of these players. Seeing some very disciplined folds pre-flop from Antonius and Heath now. Out to Sean Winter, the chip leader, on the button. Staying out of the way. Really picking and choosing his spots here. Folding the suited 10. Those of you just joining us, final table of the 200k LUXON Invitational as Kiat rips into his fellow countryman and good friend, Wai Kin Yong.
Show him. 12.
Playing down to a champion today, Randy. Said champion going to be going home with 4.5 million plus the coveted Triton trophy. Everyone watching over on YouTube, Twitch, and the Triton Poker Plus app. Appreciate you keeping myself and Randy company for this final table. If you haven't already, click that follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube, and take a couple of seconds to give us a thumbs up, those of you watching over on YouTube. As we continue to bring you guys the highest stakes tournaments in the world, completely free of charge. Really does help us grow the game, grow the channel, and reach a wider audience as Heath now looks down at a couple of red 10s from under the gun.
10s were good for him earlier.
Don't jinx it, Randy.
Never know.
110 busy in Hajiev's hand. Rags behind. Randy, this is insane. I mean, coming into today, we had our overwhelming chip leaders at the top, Sean Winter and Ramin Hajiev. There were 5
Who did you play with?
sub-average stacks. Now that the average stack has dropped down to 29 bigs, there are 6 players with more than average. And there's just a 3 big blind gap between 2nd and 6th.
Yeah, there's no like clear, you know, like separation, I suppose, right? It's Sean Winter at the top with a 14 big blind lead on 2nd place, but everyone is very close from 2 all the way down to 7th place. Not too many big blind separation. Short stack is Duffweiler, but everyone is just kind of playing aggressive but controlled, you know, like they're not just splashing in, and you know, we haven't had an elimination yet so far in this start of play.
Yeah, I mean, given the way the chips are distributed around the table, this could be a very long final table.
The way the plays are playing out right now, I do foresee kind of a long final table. But of course, as more time goes on, blinds going up, they really just can't wait around anymore.
A long day ahead for these players. Long day ahead for us in the booth. Did you get much sleep last night, Randy? Got out of here at what, 3 a.m. local time, thereabouts?
Not as much as usual, given that, you know, we did play down to a final table last night, but it's okay. I'm excited. Really just taking notes of how these professionals navigate the situation. Certainly, like, the VIPs, I feel like we call them VIPs, but the skill gap between the pros and the VIPs has closed considerably from series to series. And these guys at our final table right now just have been unafraid, but playing really solid poker at the same time.
Are you surprised at the kind of chattiness at the table, given, you know...
It's pretty friendly out there, isn't it?
Right? Exactly what I'm thinking. Normally you see everyone kind of quiet until there's, you know, one elimination. They get that guaranteed first ladder, but not this table. Everyone getting involved in the conversation. Maybe bar Ramin Hajiev.
Has there ever been a chip leader that folded 100%?
It's you, Sean Winter.
I need to start studying, man.
To be fair, he's been getting some weak
strategy.
holdings.
He has obviously been dealt bottom of range a bunch.
You've only had like 30 hands or something, right? You just get 3 off a lot.
You do?
Don't you? I do.
Pair of 10s here. Duffweiler.
I do, yeah. That's how I like it. A3 off, aces, kings.
11 blinds, key spot for him.
Like those, yeah, played a game the other night which had 7 deuce and 8-3.
Oh, perfect.
I had a lot of them, yeah.
Tobias
Actually,
going to announce himself, of course, with the 10s on the button.
Were bonuses?
3 bang to 900k.
Just those 2?
Just those 2.
Action going to be folded back round to Kia.
That's a lot.
King Jack suited for 10.5 bigs. Does he want to spin the wheel here?
A tough one.
Your viral game?
Start with 1.1,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
1.1?
I just joined right at the end.
Chip EV, this
I
would
got
be a
7
snap.
and I've
This
just
tense
accidentally
situation,
done
final table. Big pay jumps. A tricky spot. Kiat's been splashing a bit, willing to get in there. Does he want to take out the short stack right now? That's the key question. He's out.
Started 1.05.
I thought it's one. Yeah, it's one.
Sizable pickup there for Tobias. Randy, update on that 25k pot limit Omaha event number 10. Heads up between Chris Brewer and Jason Kuhn. Both players guaranteed 217,000. Jason in the hunt for his 7th title. Brewer looking for his 2nd. It is Brewer with a 2.5 to 1 chip lead. Again, you can sweat that one over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
I'm very ready now.
If Jason can close that out, we'll narrow the gap on Stephen Chidwick going into the final 6 events by about 200 points. That 200k prize going to the Ivan Liao Player of the Year winner. Jason did say coming in, needs a couple of titles and a deep run to overtake Stevie.
Some things he just knew already.
Just changing gear. Gear 4 now. No more gear 1.
That would be insane if Jason
What
does
did you
that.
say? I did what?
You studied 5
I think
seconds and you
he might get a
realized
third
you tried
title.
raising.
Also possible.
Yeah.
But for now,
Say like,
does have a tough opponent here. Heads
I
up.
wanted to see how many chips.
Out-chipped.
Up to 32
Hard to see with
entries
the,
in the
on
100k
the
main.
side. His big chips inside.
Right. You mean Patrick? You got less than you.
No, I know. I didn't know if you wanted.
Yeah, so with that last pickup from Duffweiler, 15 big blind short stack,
Are you gonna be there the whole time?
we'll send a message to the
Do you know where you're staying?
players
I
above
played
him that they
3
can't
hours
really
for the first
just
2 weeks and
wait
then you
around
get
hoping for him to
to an
boss.
area, I think. Or the win.
Solid. Nice week.
Because Caesar, they don't let me book along like. throughout the
Aria
day.
is like a good location if you're like.
But the thing is, bro, like,
Dash, but
I like to walk, but I don't think we can walk anyway. It's too hot. It's too hot, right?
I don't know. It was.
It's
I don't know how
it's like
it was freezing like way longer than it usually is in
Okay,
Vegas.
that's good.
But I think it's because the wind was coming off like the mountains, and I think it's just going to be blowing heat this summer. So I think it's going to feel even
There's a cabin.
something extreme. It's going to be like a heat wave.
So either area or the wind, and cold.
Another blind v blind confrontation with Zhang and Antonius. Both with a suited 5. Zhang with the better kicker.
There might be days it feels like 52 Celsius.
There are certainly days that feel like 52 Celsius in Vegas during the summer.
They exist.
It's like getting hit in the face with a brick. You walk out those air-conditioned hotels and casinos.
Is that the right metaphor you can come up with?
Let me ask you something, Randy. Have you ever been hit in the face with a brick?
I have not.
Right.
Have you?
Yes.
Concrete, I guess.
Are you asking whether the brick was concrete or
Yes.
not? I assume so. 4 spades on the turn does give Patrick a turn flush draw. He wants to take a little stab here as he is reaching for what looks like 125k. Gonna take this one down. See, uninterested in keeping him honest. Just queen high.
Yeah, much needed one. Is this the first pot that Patrick has won at this final table? It feels like it.
Obviously doubling up Ben Heath early on. So see Zhang coming into the FT. 6th in chips, has moved up to 3rd. Needs 3rd or better for the largest ever cash in a live tournament for a female poker player. And needs 7th or better to become #1 on New Zealand's all-time money list. 9s for the chip leader now. It's been relatively quiet so far.
Very interesting spot here for Tobias Duffweiler. King Queen suited, very rejammable spot. It feels like he's too shallow to kind of flat call in this spot, so it's kind of like a jam or fold. Occasionally, maybe even a small 3-bet to like 450. Looks like he will jam, just understanding that Winter should be attacking pre-flop, just given he's the chip leader.
Yeah, but the counter to that is Sean has been incredibly quiet
I
so
agree.
far as the chip leader. This is an under the gun open. Tobias still happy to spin the wheel. So he is shortest. 15 bigs. See a king busy. And a snap fold from Winter, just looking to preserve that chip lead, Randy.
That's a big, big win for Tobias. You know, you see that Sean Winter had a game plan with the 2-9s against who he's going to put action against. And he's aware that even though Tobias is the shortest stack, he is jamming 15 big blinds. And from a middle position, right? So that's also perceived to be stronger.
Well, things have really evened out. Tobias no longer the shortest stack. That now belongs to Wai Kin Yong, who has 17 bigs. It's looking like we're going to see some cagey play at the start as expected until the shorter stacks either double up or get eliminated. And with the Ben Heath double, with Tobias getting a few rejams through, this is just insanely ICM heavy now.
These suited aces do like to get involved. You know, bit of a semi-bluff, of course. You block the aces that want to continue. Wheel action is helpful post-flop. You know, if you just wait for top of range, your frequency will be just way too low. So ace-4 suited, good candidate.
Definitely been dealt a lot of racks so far at this FT. And 3 of 6s in the small, facing +2 open.
It feels like a lot of folding in this spot of 2 6s, but he will come along. It's a tough one to play out of position against a 20 big blind stack, especially against early position.
See what the chip leader wants to do in the big. Jack 7-0. Winter's been so disciplined as chip leader so far this final table.
Yeah, let's see if he comes along here. Maybe a bit confused on what kind of range. Wow, squeezing Jack 7. It's gangsta.
Well, this Punt-3 flat has really opened the door for Winter to just lean into these 2 chip stacks.
Yeah, do you notice that Winter kind of looked at Punt-3, was like, this range can't be strong, right? Just flat calling a small blind against early position 20 big blind stack. And he doesn't even need to raise that big to get some hands to fold here.
Yeah, just the 3x almost, just north. Enough to get rid of the initial raiser. And enough to get rid of the 6s of Punt-3. And this is what we were kind of talking about. Sean Winter clearly has a game plan coming in, passing up the 9s when he faced the aggression, but just taking the aggressive line here, knowing that he can abuse that ICM situation.
Yeah, that was the 6th spot. Just really didn't matter which cards he was holding, which is playing the situation. Also felt that Tobias's frequency has been rather high as of late.
Sean's done a fantastic job of separating himself from the rest of the field, comfortably in first with the 20 big blind buffer between himself and second in chips.
That's a chip leader play. Nicely done.
Just for context, if Wai Kin Yong doubles up, he's currently 9 of 9, he would move up to second in chips. If he doubled through the chip leader, he would be first in chips. The difference between going home now and taking this down is over 4 million USD. Really is anyone's game. 4 VIPs, 5 pros, 200k LUXON Invitational. Couple of kings for Winter now, rewarded maybe by the poker gods. That Jack 7
They're
squeeze.
Like, nice play, here you go, 2 kings.
What cowboys for our very own cowboy.
Dreamy spot, should be coming for raise just because it's unexpected for Kiatli to, just pounce on a chip leader who's limping. They're going to take the free flops more often than not, even with the dusty hands. Try to make it look like he was steal, came in with 4.25x raise. Winter in the zone right now.
Tell you who else is in the zone. Jason Kuhn. to reduce that
How's the
2.5
chip
chip
going?
deficit. CRISPR is still the chip leader with 35 bigs. Jason Kood on 24. Heads up in the 25K PLO event number 10. Jason looking for his 7th title and his 2nd of the series.
It's funny that you mentioned, you know, Jason Koon versus CRISPR heads up, and I'm thinking which no limit event they're playing, but no, they've gotten 4 cards apiece. Good to know that they're mixing it up.
Man, I feel like now all we can expect is just 2 hours, 2.5 hours of the Sean Winter show.
Right now, it's the player who's willing to step out, being a little bit more aggressive, that's taken advantage. Right, like these players have been rewarded with aggressive play so far. You know, Winter's 3-bet. Of course, Sosia Jang willing to take a shot at it, chipping up. Kiat Lee's been getting in there. He's chipped up. See what he does with Ace-10 against Punat Punsuri. If he can attack here, we'll most certainly take it down. But, you know, he's not shy of taking flops out of position as well, as we've seen. Queen 10 offsuit against Sean Winter. And he's going to attack it. This is a tough final table. They just are relentless.
Well, would you believe, Randy, if Kiat takes this down, it's going to move up to 2nd in chips. One of the shortest stacks coming into the day. Action back on Punsuri, lets it go. He now finds himself dropped down to 5th in chips. Just ridiculous ICM. 6-7 figure payouts here
Keep taking White King's big blind.
in North
He's gonna
Cyprus.
notice at some point.
Punat?
No, he keep taking his big blind.
I didn't. It's Punat tried to take him. I defend him.
Oh, okay.
What a
There we
good
go.
friend you are.
Nice friend.
No one can bully him. I'm standing out.
Yeah, only you. I'm very scared now, fuck.
Why are you scared? You shipped them in last time. You have the most experience in here.
3 Triton titles.
Not in Cyprus.
Jack 10 of spades hitting the muck for Heath. Patrick,
Advantage, you know?
big slick, starting the hand, 4th in chips.
For sure.
He's going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante. Feels like every time we have a big hand, just rags behind for everyone else. No collisions so far, bar the ace queen, the ace jack.
Second in the 1979 Hall of Fame bounty or something. Well, like if you knock out like Phil Hellmuth, you get like the year they got inducted as a bounty. Oh.
What's your business again?
What? Me? His business? What's your business?
Off stream, like
too many things. We can talk.
Like,
We'll talk business off stream, Randy.
Poker business right now. Who's going to take 4.6 milli or just shy? This is a business hand, 9-7 suited for Winter. It is.
Chip leader, late position. Covering everyone else behind. And again, I'm going to just pick up the blinds and antes, and it really does feel like this is now a spot where
I'm changing cards too.
Sean Winter can kind of not necessarily run away with it, but it's currently the Sean Winter show. Overwhelming chip leader.
Is to play it. Oldest trick in the book.
Given how tight it is between 2nd and 6th.
He's more of a Queen 4 guy.
Well, yeah, what did he do? Like 3-bet called off or something?
Okay.
You're talking about that Helmuth hand.
Right.
He 3-bet called off with Queen 4 against, I believe, Foxon's pocket 9s.
Look, it's often the 4 is live, you know? Balance.
High card, low card.
Yeah. Cover both end of the 4 card straights, I suppose.
That old chestnut.
Little bit of a run of pre-flop raising potentials for Winter. Ace-2 suited.
A lot of spades busy in the hands behind. Ajiev in the big, finally waking up with the goods. Big Slick came into this FT 2nd in chips, currently finds himself kind of middle of the pack in 4th.
Yeah, he's been struggling. Finally an opportunity to take down a pot.
All in.
I do like this jam here.
Big one.
For 30 blinds, it's just kind of just take it down. Avoid Sean Winter from, you know, getting a coin flip confrontation.
Yeah, doesn't want to be inducing, of course, when he's in the middle of the pack. Ace, King, O, 481 guaranteed. Just a couple of ladders and you find yourself in the 7-figure club.
Yeah, slides him up to 2nd place, so you know, it's always nice to be back in that 2nd place spot. Really like just a tight cluster we've mentioned over and over again. 2nd through 6th, roughly the same stack, 28 to 33 big blinds. Small drop off then. Hard to determine who's going out first.
Really does feel like anyone's game at the moment.
An attractive hand here, 10-9 suited.
Yeah, I mean, Heath had a similar spot with Jack-10 of spades from under the gun. He opted to pass up on that spot. Punsri, however, looking to get involved in the form of a min.
Yeah, it does feel like every time he's been involved, he's kind of been having to fold to some resistance. Might this one get through for him?
It's looking likely. Randy is Patrick. Not even interested in defending his big, understandably so. Punsri with nice little pick up there. Back up to 4th in chips. You surprised that we haven't had any eliminations so far, Randy?
I mean, of course, a little bit, given that we had like Ben Heath and Duff Weiler at the bottom, you know, sitting on 10 blinds at some point. The pace of play right now, from what I've seen, is as expected, though, is people just tightening up their ranges a bit. Winter choosing his spots. I do like the approach he's taking this final table. He's not just recklessly raising every single hand. You know, sometimes when you do that, you just kind of bleed down to like a 2nd place stack and feel a bit handcuffed. Very selective, but really good timing so far from him. He's really just zoned in on how his opponents are playing and, you know, that key Jack-7 offsuit squeeze. It looked reckless, but it's very well timed. And was given a good price with the flat call from Punsri in the small blind to just fold out.
Yeah, well, certainly the most experienced player at the table with 24 million in total live earnings. Career best cash of 2.4 million.
Sosia hasn't been shy of playing pots. Expecting her to come along here with Queen 8 suited in the big blind, even against the short stack. Really has been showing signs of trying to play for a top spot.
Yeah, certainly not afraid to tango, as we saw in that hand against Punsri blind v blind. She's going to defend here with the suited queen. Heads up to a flop, 550 in the middle. Tobias, the effective stack. As she flops the queen high straight on the Jack 10-9, and Jiang now with a 94% lock on the hand. Now Tobias proceeds with this one. Ace high, backdoor spades.
Yeah, surely the nut flush draw backdoor is a high frequency hand, c-bet, but not in this spot, right? You got very little equity, a big blind defense, Jack 10-9. So many hands that just check call you. I'd imagine it becomes a lot lower frequency. But still gonna fire though. A very small bet. It's kind of like, I know there's turns I can fire. It's tough though. These are much needed chips.
I guess this one, just a byproduct in the sense that, as you mentioned, he has such a little amount of equity that he doesn't mind if he, obviously he doesn't love the fact that if he has to bet then fold, but rather allows him to take down the pot here.
It's a bit surprising for me, just given where we are in the tournament.
Snap fold from the German, of course, facing the check raise. Fantastic start to this FT for Jiang. Moves up to second in chips now. Came into this FT sixth. It's of course the Sean Winter show as things stand. Why Kin Yong just letting go of the suited ace from early position. Understandable. Tobias with the king jack as well, so hitting the muck. Round to Patrick Antonius on the button. 6-5 of hearts. Certainly a playable hand. Is covered by both blinds.
Yeah, he's been a bit quiet.
Comes with the 2-2-5. Just north of min. Punsri with the defendable Jack 9 of hearts. It does have Antonius dominated in the flush form.
Yeah, they got the same type of stack right now, just under 3 million chips to start the hand.
So it is going to defend. 600k in the middle. Big flop incoming for both these players as it comes. Ace, Queen, Tray. Complete whiff of both Punsri and Antonius. Is with the betting lead.
Good spot here for a continuation bet for Patrick. Ace high board, backdoor hearts, blocking some of those continued backdoor floats. 150.
Yeah, nothing Punsri can do with just Jack high. That 100k main you hear in the background to 34 entries. Update on the 25k. Still heads up between Brewer and Jason Kuhn. And how about this?
Thank you.
Poker Stake. Today's event brought to you by Poker Stake, the official staking partner of Triton, is the ultimate platform for staking professional poker players around the globe. With no fees on any purchases, Poker Stake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check out pokerstake.com now and stake your champion. Get on the journey of your favorite player in all poker tournaments worldwide. All purchases are free, no rake or transaction fees, and all winnings are guaranteed by PokerStake. And of course, shout out to everyone that had a piece of Michael Soiser.
Who gives him the 30?
And that's 75k.
Then he has a double stack. It's
It
good.
doesn't mean that we're going to call, right? I mean,
Someone's got to
we're going to call King 5?
if he wins.
I don't actually think it's something.
We're going to call King 5?
I forgot to count for the first prize money.
So still no elimination thus far here. The Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino in North Cyprus, the 200k LUXON Pay Invitational. Things have really evened out in the middle of the field. Ben Heath with the early double, Kiat Lee chipping up, Jiang chipping up, Ace King for Punsri, blind v blind against the chip leader Sean Winter. It's going to limp, and Randy, you were alluding to this earlier on, difference being that Punsri is obviously the shorter stack and expecting Winter to pounce a lot more given that he covers in the big.
Yeah, so the main decision on whether to limp or not, or raise from the small blind BVB, is who's in the big blind, what stack they've got. Since it's a bigger stack, that's the type to attack. And King Deuce offsuit is actually a good candidate to pounce normally. You got the King blocker. The Deuce just doesn't play that well post flop in position. Just trying to take it down, and really a mandatory limp jam at this point with 27 blinds.
Well, the 4.5x from the chip leader. And as Randy mentioned, Punsri currently middle of the pack with 27 bigs. We'll throw out a time extension here. Punsri, of course, the main event champion, this very card room. Back in September of last year, as he does come with the check. Oh, sorry, the limp jam, rather.
Yeah.
It did not matter.
Making him sweat there.
Gamble on the 7s, huh? Huh? Gamble on the 7s?
That's what I love about Sean, man. Even in spots like that where you could maybe be a bit frustrated,
Cool blind.
Oh, we're racing.
doesn't really care. Knows that he's just playing the game. So with that, Randy, no elimination thus far at this final table. Sean Winter still leading the pack. Patrick Antonius has moved up to second in chips, put out Punsri, and remain kind of tied. I mean, look how close it is. Difference between second and sixth is just 2 big blinds. When we come back, the blinds will be going up to 50,000, 125,000. And with that, Tobias Duthweiler, sub 10. Are you surprised at all, Randy, that we are still 9-handed, no elimination so far?
You know, it is surprising. We've seen from our previous final tables that there are typically elimination in the first frame of play. But here, big prizes up top. People are going to be conservative with their ranges, trying to hang in there. And right now, it's been the Sean Winter show in the sense that he's been controlled on when to attack, but whenever he has, it usually has worked out besides that last pot that just happened.
Yeah, very controlled, and also just avoiding people that have been fighting back against him. So happy to just, you know, get out of the way when they do face, or when he does face some resistance rather. But still the chip lead, heading to a scheduled break, quick 15-minute break, but still 9 players left, 481,000 locked up as we throw it to a GTO Wizard quiz. And we'll see you guys on the flip side of this break.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're sitting on a 5 big blind short stack under the gun in a tournament. What is your M ratio? The ante is 12.5%. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Okay.
Drop it up, gentlemen.
The important part of this hand is let's not waste the time bank.
All in.
Just in
I actually had a
case.
straight before.
Just in case Lee didn't spot the straight on board.
7 cards straight. Rare.
Short deck.
We are going to be kicking things off, of course, with the short deck after the 100k main.
PLO.
Back in Kiat Lee with
Pretty much
10-9 offsuit.
It's just like you're playing this tournament and then giving a VIP.
6, 7-figure payouts in this one. We're on guaranteed 481,000. As things stand. It's the US's Sean Winter leading the field. Round 2, Heath, who does find himself 9 of 9. Ace Queen on the button.
And the main consideration is, do we min-raise and deuce, or do we just open jam ourselves? Just understanding that you don't really even want to run it against like Jack 10, for example.
815.
And Ben Heath is just one of those guys that understands your tournament life is so important at final tables.
Well, hold up.
Oh, ace-jack.
Randy, ace-jack in the big for Antonius does move all in. Ben Heath going to click the call button, in great shape to get an early double here. 71% equity for the Brit. Out-pipping Antonius by 1. This all-in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. 1.9 million in the middle.
With the all-in button.
If Heath can hold here, move up to 6th in chips.
I don't know. They said Ben Heath
Practically
with
tied
X
with
stack,
Cat Lee.
never count him out. That's all
Comes
I heard.
ace 8 tray, couple of diamonds. Antonius,
Okay.
some running cards, but for now,
It's a deck ritual.
Heath a massive favourite. The 6 of hearts removes those running diamonds, and now Antonius looking for 3 outs once to eliminate Heath. Doesn't come. Ben Heath with the early double.
Should be 895.
Nice
To
answer.
1.9 million, practically tied with Cat Lee in 5th now. That's how tight it is down there at the bottom of the chip counts.
Yeah, this double up definitely changes the dynamic of things, as there's clearly one short stack, Tobias Duffweiler, at this moment, sitting on 13 blinds.
With 5-3 suited. If I made a loose open, I would have made a straight flush and he'd flop the set.
Okay.
And there was no way the money wasn't getting in.
Talking about Richard, one of our founding fathers, if you will, of the Triton Super High Roller Series, is the 3-time champ. It gets busy again. So from +1.
I mean,
Couple of 10s for Heath.
It feels like an interesting spot, right? You're both sitting on 25 blinds, early position raise. You're also in middle position. Like, does he come in with a small raise? Does he call? Does he just 3-bet jam?
400.
So he's going to come in with a 3-bet small. And this also allows, like, since there's so many players act behind him, if they wake up a hand, he can get away from 2 10s.
Heath with the 2.5x. Queen Jack suited from Punsri. Likely to hit the mark, blocking some of Wai Kin Yong's outs. Currently 7th on Malaysia's all-time money list. As mentioned, a win here today would tie him with his father, 2nd on Malaysia's all-time money list. The Queen Jack suited. Looks like he's going to peel, Randy.
Yeah.
Out of position. We have a sizable pot brewing. 3-bet pot, 10s against Queen Jack with $1 million in the middle. It comes 5-3 deuce, couple of clubs, 1 heart. So Heath way out in front in terms of equity.
Yeah, I feel like Ben Heath felt it was one of those spots where he wouldn't get flatted too much, just given the stack size situation between these two players in positions. As played, obviously there's the wheel showing up. Feels like you need to just protect your hand against the ace X, you know, the ace jacks, the ace 10 suited.
375.
Well, does continue for around 1/3. Like him with just queen high.
Yeah, no stack to play for behind. Out of position, really just one of those. Not my flop. Let's end it.
Yeah, it gets way too awkward. If he did have any sneaky plans of floating. Fantastic start to this final table. Of course, moving up to 6th in chips with 2.3 million.
Yeah, and for me, I do expect more of the VIPs remaining in this field to kind of take this stance of attacking, you know, putting their chips at risk a bit more. Whereas probably a conservative approach from the pros at the table. And if you don't kind of make the right adjustments to it, you know, you really could be leaking some value.
All eyes on Tobias, of course. Shortest stack with 13 bigs. Blind's going to be going up shortly to 50k, 100k. Once bitten, twice as shy for #1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list. Folding the ace-8. Antonius with king-queen. Discipline.
Very, very noteworthy fold there of king-queen.
And it makes sense, right? I mean, there's been a couple of multi-way pots already. There's been a few all-in. So Patrick maybe just realizing that, hey, these guys are showing very early on that they don't mind playing pots. They don't mind getting all the money in. I'm going to tighten up a little bit, preserve my 3 million chip stack, and really try and pick and choose my spots as best as possible.
Yeah, well said. You know, the thing is, he's got that stack size where the big stacks can really just attack him, and he knows that he needs to fold a high range amount of his hands, of course.
First orbit of play, no eliminations thus far. Ben Heath with an early double as it comes. 9-6-4. Both players connecting with bottom pair. Catley with the better kicker. 240 in the middle. Checked over to Wykin Yong. Going to come with 40%, Randy, thereabouts.
Yeah, Wykin just trying to protect his hand. Knows this pot is pretty important. Didn't really want to let 2 random cards get a free turn card. But once he gets called, he's a bit worried.
Overcard to the board on the turn, completing the rainbow. No backdoor straight for Wykin, no backdoor spades for Kiat. Would be difficult for Lee to continue here should Yong barrel a second time, of course.
4-3 does have showdown value still against the ace-high type hands that are limping the trap.
8 of clubs on the river, completing some of those straight draws, Randy. 7-5, 10-7 getting there. 8-7 now improving to a pair of 8s, of course.
Yeah, in the end, he still has a pair of 4s in a BVB spot with large ranges. They have showdown value. 10 will play. You just got to stare at the board and nope. 3 kicker, no good.
Wykin down to 1.4 million now.
You have aces. You can't just like change someone else's cards and not yours.
So no eliminations thus far. First level completed.
It's fun, you know. It's always nice to see aces. It's a free roll.
Now Ben's saying the opposite, Randy. That you should look. So we've got 2 elite players with polar opposite views on whether you should sweat the big blind when it's walked.
But whose opinion would you trust more? I would take the one who's been around for a long time, Patrick. I'll change my ways. I'll never look again. Probably not, but I'll try to.
Cool. Call you on that bluff, Randy.
Queen 9 here. Interesting because, you know, Punat, ace-8 suited in position. A little bit awkward stack sizing, 23 big blinds. Imagine those associates want to try to take a free flop. Would be a big statement to do.
300?
A raise. Wow. Really just pouncing, trying to pounce on, even though she's at a
middle of the pack.
Stack deficit, yeah.
Action on the North Cyprus main event champion. Punat Punsri. 6.5 million in career earnings. Career best score of 2.6, obviously coming back in that main as he throws out a time bank.
Yeah, a much needed.
And welcome back to continuing coverage from here in North Cyprus of this $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational Final Table, where 9 began the day, and we still have 9. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Ice Mocha's in tow. As you know, these things, grindy, can go deep into the evening, Randy. I figured we'd do our caffeinating early. Little tiny straw action as we look at the payouts, $4.56 million up top, of course. Right now, we're still waiting for a home for $481,000. $150K is the pay jump, and we really haven't seen too much shifting. Patrick had $4 million coming in, managed to work his way into second place, but off of that $4 million with just 3.3 as it stands.
Yeah, you know, it's been very grindy and understandable given how big the pay jumps are. And, you know, right now it is Duffweiler at the bottom, 12 big blinds. It's going to contain these middling stacks. And there's no separation as I look at the chip counts, right? 2 through 6 have pretty much the same stack size of 32 to 33 big blinds. It is grindy out there.
Duffweiler was the short stack coming in. Currently, Waikin Yang in 8th, just a nose in front of him, Randy. Average stack, 2.9 million, 23 big blinds. What is it going to take to really shake things out? We did have 5 pros beginning with 4 VIPs, something that I definitely didn't want to overlook in terms of the VIP's performance, right? I think oftentimes it just whittles down into an only pro affair, but they're out there grinding and looking pretty professional in the process.
Yeah, I feel that the gap between the VIPs and the pros have, you know, shrunk considerably from series to series. There's not a big advantage for them. Right now, it's who's willing to take a step away and try to pounce on the people trying to just get those big pay jumps.
Yeah, 50, 125,000 with 125K big blind ante will be the blinds as we strap in for yet another frame. Cheers, my friend. Let's go. Back to the arena. A little sip of the mocha, shall we? Indeed. Brought to you by Merit Poker. There is a look at the official chip counts, top to bottom. The American Sean Winter, Stars and Stripes, up at the top in a very multinational affair. 2 Malaysian delegates in Kiat Lee and Waikin Yang. Of course, Waikin, son of Triton co-founder Richard Yang. Sub 10 bigs for Duffweiler on the pro side. There's a look at the payouts brought to you by GG Poker. A whopping $17.2 million collected in this one.
I must say, Ali, when you were asking me the question earlier, like, there was the photographer on the side just looking at me as I'm holding this mocha in my hand. I was like trying to think of a very thoughtful answer, but it was a little difficult.
Because of the mocha or the photographer?
The photographer was distracting to me. You know, we've got 2 men with colorful straws, short ones, mochas.
Yeah, we did both get the short straw. That's for sure. That's the short stack, Duffweiler. 10-3 suited. Not enough. Queen Jack for Ben Heath. Love the hoodie. Animal equality.
Yes.
Can get behind that. Patrick Antonius with the toothpick.
He did rock this before, I feel, earlier this week. Oh, you weren't here for the first frame, but he just chowed down like 6 lamb chops.
Of course,
or something
you
like
didn't have
that.
to tell me that. You know what's funny? I saw those lamb chops on their way in, and I didn't have to ask at all where they were going. I simply knew who the recipient would be. 2 full plates of lamb chops.
Yeah, it was a ton. And Socio was like, might be able to make a business of just delivering New Zealand lamb chops to Patrick Antonius' house.
You can probably get a few buy-ins together just from selling mutton to Patrick. Lamb considerably tastier than
Show
mutton.
the aces, baby.
Strange conversation to have on the back end of the animal equality
I didn't fold any.
discussion, of course.
Yeah, let's talk about them broccoli.
Not even
There's
as
a
good
lot
as
of broccoli
they
available in this prize pool.
Not even as good as they juice.
Thanks for waiting for me, guys.
What?
I'm starting to like you now.
The other day when you busted 9s versus 10s, you remember?
Nope. 50K?
I don't know, some tournament.
Okay.
Some kind of card. I thought you actually chopped. I wasn't trolling you when you were leaving.
Oh, I didn't.
I wasn't. Okay.
Sorry.
I didn't want you to think I was needling you. Yeah.
It's fine. I take trolling.
Okay.
Careful what you wish for, Kiat. Sean's the best in the business when it comes to that. Folded around to Punat Punsri, reigning main event champion from here in North Cyprus. You think he raided Linus's closet for this one?
You think so?
Feels like a Linus caliber button down there. Min raise open here, getting after Wykin Yang. Wykin, ace 3 offsuit. Knows a thing or two about getting to the mountaintop, does Wykin. 3-time title holder with over $10 million in career Triton earnings across
50K.
12 caches. Yet to notch a cash here in North Cyprus. 0 for 4.
That was a big
He
lay down there.
releases, yeah.
Ace 3, 10 big blinds. And against the cutoff open too. You tend to see that more against the earlier raises.
I have pocket 3. You have 10s. Yeah.
Oh, you had 3s? 9s came on the board or something?
Yeah, something like that.
9s and 8s. Or kings and 9s?
Yeah.
Kings and 9s.
I don't know how to tell you this, Randy, but
Tell me.
you know these ice mochas that we're having using these straws? That's not good for the animals. Because these end up in turtle snouts. These little straws apparently go in the ocean, and then for some reason turtles end up with them in their noses. Not the brightest animal in the sea, apparently. But they've been surviving for a long time. Doing a few things right is my guess. But apologies in advance to all marine life being severely impacted by our beverage habits here in the booth.
Am I still allowed to finish the beverage? I feel a little bad now.
Yeah, I mean, might as well use a straw now that we've got it.
Otherwise it's wasting.
Right.
Okay.
I don't want to kill a turtle for no reason. Why can in the small blind? Folds the 10-6 suited.
A bit snug right there. Especially because he would be attacking the shortest stack who should have a narrow range.
And it's also the one guy that he has covered, so in case
You're not excited to get a walk?
they get it all in.
Yeah.
He can't go bust, though.
In the first frame of play, Wykin was pretty active, but now sitting at the bottom, maybe things becoming very real that he may be the first elimination potentially.
Across that first frame of play that you and Henry covered, Randy, was there one of our 4 VIPs that seemed to you like the one performing best?
For me, it was Socia Jang. She was willing to kind of attack the stack size that really should be expected to just play snug and maybe blind down a little bit. She's held her own, currently sitting very comfy in the middle of the pack, and sure, she's in 5th, but she could easily be 2nd in just one pre-flop raise. So I think she's playing phenomenal and just really making the stance that I'm going to shoot for a top prize. And if I happen to bust out first, so be it. For now, though, 2 kings, Punsri.
Mulls it over. Low jack open. Queen jack on the button, and you can see there's some reluctance on Wykin. He's aware that he's got hands that could be playable under different circumstances and understands the need to try to stave off these escalating blinds.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, just incentivized to keep it clean for the time being. If he can outlast Tobias, that's 150K extra in his back pocket, 3/4 of a bullet.
Yeah, he's certainly thinking about that. And notice this fold 2 ace-3 offsuit in the big blind. These short stacks are just come to realize that we just got to outlast the shortest of all stacks right now if we can.
Well, if this sort of climate begins to establish itself as a very real theme, one would imagine that somebody could stick their neck out there and start to raise a little wider. Maybe try to take advantage of the ultra passive
I agree.
blinds.
100%, and I think that's what we're starting to see, and probably Sean Winter will be ramping up their aggression as he was a little bit calmer in the first frame of play.
Well, he and Punsri resting at the top of the leaderboard here in this 200K LUXON Pay Invitational. Dead heat down at the bottom as Waikin has slipped to level with Tobias. King's popping up again, this time for your pick is best performing VIP, Sosia Jang. Doubt it comes as any surprise to those who have played with her. Would you agree that it seems that Sosia has improved every series that we've seen her as well?
Yes, I certainly agree with that, and I know that she's, you know, does mingle with the strong pros out there, and fine-tuning her play from series to series. And of course, I'm sure she's reviewing the tapes and a strong competitor at heart.
Certainly benefits one's prospects to be able to bounce ideas off of the best poker minds on Earth, as we see her getting no action. Pulling that one in. Feels like the ice is waiting to be broken out here at present.
You okay there, buddy?
As long as this is flying insect.
It's closer to my side of the booth.
The mosquito situation has been really quite real
Through here
on this trip.
Definitely.
As Sean, ace king suited,
Why you try to pick on Ramin?
opens.
Pick on me.
Why rummy?
2 for the price of 1.
No, I thought you were
He's
looking
asking
at
why
these
you're
three stacks.
trying to pick up. I think he was looking at the both, mine and yours, and Sosia's is on the way. That's why he went like this.
Sorry.
Yeah, but he can ask, no problem. There is this app that says every chip.
One's old school, but we'll help
Next
him.
time.
Yeah. Why not this time?
Yeah, we know what you're doing. We know what's going on.
We know you've studied. We know you're folding the 8 deuce and raising the ace king suited.
You could just do this time.
Allegations that Sean was picking on Ramin's small blind there out of Patrick, who was in the
Sorry
big.
for throwing my cards at you.
That's rude.
Winter.
They didn't do that back in the day.
That was a
Gave him a
worse
look.
throw than the last one when you had.
What do you mean? That
you
couldn't have been.
sixes. That was a perfect throw.
That was perfect.
It was pretty good, yeah. You're good at that.
How could I have placed it in a better spot?
In the middle.
There's a confrontation.
The passionate nature in which Sean wants to defend it. He threw the ace-king face up in the exact perfect spot.
No more
So
showing.
emblematic
No more
of his
showing.
hijinks. Now he's threatening not to show anymore. So endlessly entertaining is
You
Sean
guys
Winter.
learn too much when I have ace king. What did you shove on me with?
Big
Wow.
fold there from Queen Jack suited.
All the other times in which we saw
Good
what
hand, very
seemed
good
like
hand.
they might have been playable hands under other circumstances hit the muck out of Wykin. It was
What's a good
in the
hand?
face of a raise. That time he could have opened the pot,
What's a good
yet
hand for you?
still
Like 2 red cards?
mucks it.
Yeah, really changed his gears at that break.
I had 2
You know,
black.
seems to have a Justin strategy as a short stack. Regardless, we got a BVB spot, King 4.
Patrick limping. Jing taking a beat before checking back the 8-6.
Coon on 7 tiles. Sick.
Super sick.
Yeah, sick.
Got a lot of work to do, Wykin.
Open ender.
On that long time ago.
On what?
Cashing Coon for most Triton tiles.
Catching target?
Catching Coon.
Okay.
Heads up for 7.
Oh. Yeah, but he's a machine.
He could win the POI. If he win this, could he win the POI?
Yeah, but
He still needs to cash.
He's
He still needs to do something in the main, I think. It's not enough. He's like
Not
four,
enough?
he's like 400 points behind.
London doesn't count also? London.
That's like 100
Or it
points
finishes
extra
up
if you win the
last one.
The festival as well.
London is
Sorry?
That's 100 points
So, yeah.
extra if you win the festival.
Fires the open
Cyprus
ender.
Festival.
Yeah, okay. And then there's all the short deck stuff. So I think he's still,
Yeah.
but I think
Yeah,
it-
he will play a shot deck as well.
yeah.
I think it all depends on how cheap it won.
Hasn't relinquished the King 4 offsuit yet, but we'll do it.
I think he still needs more. Like if he wins the PLO and wins the festival, I think he still doesn't catch him. I think he still needs another cash or something.
Right.
It's an extra 100K book play of the year.
Extra 200k.
Nothing sneezer.
No.
But so Steve's got it locked up. Is this the last stop?
Stevie had it pretty locked up. Now Jason has like a long. Jason has a shot. I think this is the last stop, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so Jason, you're saying Jason needs to ship the PLO and do well in the main or something?
Those things are never...
If he like shipped the PLO, did well in the main and won the festival, there's bonus for like doing the best at the
What does that mean,
festival.
win the festival?
Like Cyprus, like the stop. If you're the player who does the best at this.
In terms of the amount of cash, how
In
is
terms
that
of the
measured?
points.
Oh, right,
Like
right.
then you get a bonus 100 points.
How much is it worth, this player of the
100,000.
200k.
200? First one, 200?
Yeah. Second one.
Of the whole year?
Yeah.
Second one 0.
It's alright.
Second one,
Sean Winter opens with this ace-queen as conversation at the table centering upon what's happening just off stage, where Jason Kuhn and Chris Brewer are battling it out in the 25K PLO event. Stacks dead level at 26 blinds. 24 blinds they were, rather, just a moment ago. Now Jason with a slight chip lead. He was out-chipped considerably at last check. And of course, having won a title already here in Cyprus, and having called his shot in terms of saying that he was going to win not one but two here, he is right there threatening to make good on his promise and threatening the overall Ivan Layout Player of the Year award lead and $200,000 prize that comes with it. It is currently being held by Stephen Chidwick as a disaster flop here for Punat Punsri. Top 2 against just ace-10, defending from the big blind. Checking over to Sean, 675 in the middle.
Yeah, clearly a trouble spot here with top pair strong kicker, and mainly because he's up against a chip leader who's perceived to just fire multiple barrels as bluffs, of course.
Maybe you gotta be a bit better at flipping. Maybe not.
Neighborhood of 2/3.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sizable bet on the flop. It's crossing his mind, may affect how the turn and river play out.
Well, now some respite in Punat's mind in the form of a spade. As we know, Winter has the spades covered.
Yeah, and Punat will expect the spade to be good on average if he does happen to hit it.
He is drawing dead, however.
Yes, he's yeah, bad shape, of course. Sean, a little bit of an interesting spot, right? He's got top 2 pair. He's got queen of spades. Really only worried about the king of spades. Takes one off.
So the check back from Winter. Perhaps a welcome sight for Punsri, but unclear whether or not he's going to want to pursue value on the end here, as we've seen very conservative adjustments.
Yeah, unclear for sure. I mean, for him, the best scenario would be if he had bet out and he could set the price in a blocking manner, because I feel like if he checks, he will be put to the test for a lot of chips. He's going to check, so with the check, he's probably more likely on average to lose more chips right now.
Versus had he come with a lead.
Yeah. Winter of top 2 pair, of course, blocking the hands that he was trying to get value from, but he probably never expects a 9x to continue, so we'll target in a way to get paid off by ace-x.
I'll remember the
Meaty.
check back on the turn does retain the 9x, but obviously he doesn't expect to be called by it. As you mentioned, a 1,000,000 chip riverbed.
It's confusing to Punsri just given the turn check here. His hand is very strong, near the top of his range, I'd imagine. You know, if he had 2 pair plus, probably would be betting out on the river card.
Time extended.
Yeah, definitely a time bank worthy hand here. It's tricky. He's up against a very aggressive opponent. His hand looks weak, given the line Punsri has taken.
And Sean does get paid, as he will extend his chip lead and put runway between himself and Punsri. He's going to slip all the way down into 6th place.
Yeah, that was a very key pot for our chip leader in the sense that there wasn't that big of a separation from him and the 2nd and 3rd player, but now everyone's really going to fear him as he can just apply pressure. Not too much downside for him.
Not white rich, but pretty rich.
Can never be white king rich.
Why?
Sure, and the blinds are up.
It's rich.
True.
It's wealthy. And wealthy is one way to describe Sean Winter with this almost 7,000,000 chip strong stack right now. 2nd place, Sophia Jang. Almost 2-to-1 lead over her 3.5 million. Yes. Azerbaijan's Ramin Hajiev, who is still hunting his first ever Triton cash, managed to do it
burger last night.
in the most significant of ways here in this Invitational.
American style.
Opens and has Sean Winter's diamond smothered as the big blind looks down at a very playable suited connector.
Yeah, attractive holding here. Take a flop out of position.
Flops a pair of 9s, does Winter here to get out in front of Hajiev's 2 overs and a gutter.
Yeah, both with a decent piece here. Certainly will be willing to put in chips on flop, possibly turns. Hunting the same backdoor diamonds.
Máy mất thì nâng chuột ở quê.
Không mà tôi có.
Có sân tại luôn.
325K C-bet does get called as Hajiev pulls his shirt up and binks a 10 to make the nuts. How about that? Winter, bad side of an open-ender. Checks once more.
Yeah, definitely the feel-good card for Hajiev here is, you know, making nuts straight, but also the type of card that improves the big blind check calling range, whether it could be in the form of like 2 pairs now, pair straight draws that want to continue. Can extract a lot of value here.
That's not just the feel-good card. That's the feel euphoric card.
Yes.
Especially when you're up against a chip leader who can give you the maximum. As for now, Hajiev hunts 825,000.
I like the sizing he opts to go for. You know, he's got 1.6 million back. You got the nuts. You want to entice your opponent out to make some hero folds with some 1-pair type hands. A little bit of problem with Winter's hand is that he's got the bad end of the straight draw. Looks like he's out.
Wow.
Nice.
Sean sniffs out the draw dead, perhaps. And you can kind of read his facial expressions from time to time,
fair.
not often.
I'm here to play, no?
I mean, not on these boards. That's scary.
Not for him.
I would never come to play the Jack 9, 6, 10. I don't know how to play that board.
Me neither. That's why I barrel.
Also because you had the nuts, Ramin.
I barreled twice, he jammed, his pair and flush draw won.
I don't know what you do to.
Well, you had a great hand to jam.
I say that if you snap, I'm not happy.
Yeah, I didn't have much of a hand to snap you. I think you know already, probably, because this hand was out already. Gave
Yeah,
you
referencing the
600K
hand from the first
sure.
frame of play. Between
fold.
Hajiev and Kiatli.
Yeah, not that hand.
Kiat jamming pair and flush draw and getting
Top pair, and then Hajiev was just barreling off ace-10 high. Was hoping for the same thing on that last hand with Winter.
Well, my guess is during the break, any questions that the players might have had that hadn't already been answered in the Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah, it's important to consult with the app to try to gather information. I think it's noteworthy here that Duffweiler's actually opted to open with a min raise rather than open jamming the stack with ace-jack. I believe that's also probably because King Yong has got the same exact stack as him, and potentially King jams, some other one player calls, and he can just lay this down.
Right.
Actually, very interesting here now, ace-10 offsuit. Just trying to figure out what does this min raise mean. It's perceived to be pretty strong off of this stack size. Of course, if ace-10 does block the pocket aces a bit.
150? 250?
Call and see what develops, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. King 5-3, the development on the back end of Kiat Lee's flat call defend from the big. Ace of spades working in Duttweiler's favor, along with that jack kicker.
It does feel like a spot that Duffweiler will often just come in with like min bet or quarter pot. King high board, early position. If he doesn't bet now, it just looks extremely weak.
Conversely, Randy, when he does bet, let alone min raise open, off of that sub-10 big stack,
wow,
it looks so strong. And nevertheless, Kiat Lee is peeling, much to your surprise, as the jack of spades is a lovely one for Duttweiler, giving him the nut flush draw, second pair, top kicker, giving Kiat a Broadway gut shot, but a lack of a spade in his hand will be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, very interesting card. I think there's a lot of checks for Duffweiler. Of course, a great card as he pairs up and has a nut flush draw now. There's probably a lot of King X's in the big blind check calling range. And he may fear risking his stack right now with the 8th place stack of Whitekin being quite shallow.
How much of those King X's would be looking to check jam against a follow-through barrel here?
Good point. Probably a reasonable amount, just given how shallow they were.
Well, if you have one of those King X's, you're looking to say, okay, I've got fold equity if I jam here, whereas if I just flat, then we get to the river, I'm going to call anyway. Put the chips to work all at once.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. And it seems like with this bet, he's thinking that King X is probably check raising at a reasonable frequency in the flop. Nicely done.
Interesting one there.
Yeah, I don't think it was like a clear-cut situation. How often do you see like 10 big blind stacks battling post-flop at a final table like this?
Well, it is precisely in these environments, Randy, that generally speaking, the just experience and disparity between even the best of our VIP players and our absolute world-class pros begins to reveal itself. I think you would agree.
Yeah, 100%. Well said.
Just a function of how much time and effort is required to get familiarized with the specificity and the hyper-technical, tactical nature of this environment that they find themselves in here with massive pay jumps, the ICM.
A lot of pros, they study very common spots, right? Try to get those to the tee. Sometimes it comes to who has studied those fringe situations and who can maximize on those. And it just depends on how you want to spend your time studying off the table.
There's just an infinite knowledge pool there to be mining those fringe spots.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are great players, of course. We know that. But no one is the perfect player, I would imagine.
Right. Another ace-king of diamonds here for Winter.
I feel like he was going to show this
Here it
one.
is.
Did I put it in the right spot?
Friendly show.
I like it when he has to whip it all the way across. I asked him last time I ran into him on property to give us a Florida high muck, which is, of course, the big helicopter fold or toss up into the air. Then it lands just flat onto the felt. He said, no, Ali, that's a PLO move. You do that with 4 cards. To me, it would seem more difficult to do it with 4 cards, but maybe that's why.
He likes to increase difficulty.
Right. Degree of difficulty earns you more points from the judges. Well, not points, but payouts that all these 9 are looking to earn more of. Such big gaps available. $150K pay jump at present.
That's a bad one.
Yeah. Duttweiler was ready for him with ace-deuce suited, I would imagine.
2 walks in like, yeah, that'd be 105%.
Yeah, never seen.
And a 9
Never seen it in my
under
life.
the gun raise for the 6th time.
3-2 chip lead in the 25K PLO.
Jack 7 off, huh, Shawnee? Shawnee boy?
For Jason Kuhn against Chris Brewer.
Jack 7 off.
Jack 7 off.
I said super pro.
No,
Follow
Jack 7
along.
off.
Super pro.
As to the
Raise call,
developments
punat calls. He opens punat calls. Jackson off from the big blind. Oh, he
at
doesn't
that
remember.
FT
Who did you say have the lead?
on the Triton Poker Plus app. Jason Kuhn presently 3-2.
With Jacks, right?
No, I had 2 queens. Maybe they picked up his hand?
Yeah, I have to Jack 7.
Yeah.
I got you, bro.
Mood lightening up in between hands there, courtesy of Sean and Ramin.
There's a big gap right now. Wykin currently in 9th, 7 big blinds in 8th place. Tobias. Earlier they were neck to neck. So that's actually going to create a situation where Winter is just going to try to attack even a wider range, King 8 offsuit. But Wykin, King Jack suited. He's gotten to that stack depth where when he jams, he's just going to get called, just given how short he is. Will still run King Jack suited. Perfect opponent to do so against the chip leader.
And perfect situation to have on his hands in terms of a dominant king.
It might be just a little bit too much for King 8. Winter might want to keep Wykin Yong around a little bit longer. It's clearly very close, possibly by 1 big blind. He's consulting the table.
I don't think we have the phone a friend option available.
Me?
Yeah.
Or what did he have? 8s?
King Queen. Yeah.
I'm afraid. He was gonna. I knew he was gonna win that hand.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Then.
Oh, he said, you know, visionary.
It didn't matter what he had.
Okay. Would you have folded jacks?
If he opened
I mean, if I had that feeling, yeah.
he 3-bet jam, 15 bigs, and he folded
You're gonna
9s.
fold. Then he always wins the hand.
Really?
Yeah, he had King Queen of hearts.
I play my own game. It's fine. I'm cool with it.
So don't ask what we,
Well, you
what we want you to do.
asked,
Just do what you want.
I didn't ask anything.
You asked, what do you guys want me to do? And nobody answered. Now, just now.
Oh, I thought you guys were talking about his.
It's a little bit awkward to respond,
no.
bust that dude.
No, when Wykin was all in, I thought you asked us what we
You
want.
can't win every flip in poker.
I know that.
Sometimes you will lose the flip, and you have to.
Sometimes you get aces.
You have to deal with it.
Do you think maybe you lose the flip around 50% of the time?
I was gonna lose that 100%.
Wow. Okay.
Sean just knows he doesn't get involved in the losing ones.
Losing flips 100% of the time is
That time.
Well, he doesn't because he doesn't get in them.
fair enough.
You can't win them all. I mean, I don't.
You're much more experienced than almost all of us except Patrick and me.
No.
You might have missed it, Ollie. The reference in the hand where Sean went to raise under the gun of 2 9s and Duffweiler jammed 15 big blinds of King Queen suited and he snap folded.
Much to everyone's surprise.
I was hoping he had 8.
I suppose.
Because he was gonna hit an 8.
But he's saying that
If he showed you 8, you would still fold?
I would have folded, yeah.
would have lost 100%.
He's saying that if he got shown 8s, he would have still folded. Oh, Sean Winter, the one, the only. Well, the one, the only people responsible for our seating comfort here in the booth. None other than the good folks over at Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series. Over 2 million users today have a Secret Lab chair in their own homes, but their latest Titan Evo 2023 is the preferred chair choice of many leading brands around the world. Preferred choice of our champs as well, as they go all in on comfort as they are being supported here at this final table. It's nice to take the edge off. A little cushy seating.
Calm your nerves in this tense situation.
Not sure that the chairs that the players are in here at
not-
the FT or Secret
those are
Lab.
not
The
Secret
dealer's
Lab.
rocking the Secret
Yeah.
Lab, though.
So
We're
dealer's
rocking
good.
the Secret Lab in the booth.
You think it should be reversed? We've got all Secret
No,
Labs and we
come on.
get the
Whatever the
not so
best
good
chairs are, we get them.
Okay.
If there's any left over for the other people.
The dealer got one. A little suited
Dealer's
ace
working
here.
hard out there, Brandon. You know.
I agree. So are we. These guys, not so much. Just putting 200K out there. Exposing their play.
2 million.
Huh?
2 million.
2 million. Thank you.
Hajiev has got himself a problem for Punsri.
Yeah, Punsri's timing has been off. at this final table. It just seems to be getting played back every single time he gets involved. Has blinded down considerably. Big slick here suited, mandatory jam.
All in.
Small blind jam. Punsri wastes no time putting ace-4 suited into the muck. Punsri came into this final table with 4.1 million in chips. Randy now has just about half that.
Yeah. He's been kind of raise folding decent frequency, and then of course that key pot with the ace-10 versus ace-queen where he lost like 1.5 million in chips. Just been not a good last few hours for him.
Doesn't strike me though as the type whose temperament would be susceptible toward letting frustration take root and getting impatient in any way.
No, he's a very composed player, and you know, like he shipped the 100K main back in Cyprus, right? Like in
late last year.
He understands the
Luckiest guy in
swings
poker versus the most
to get that done.
unlucky guy in poker. Heads up, who wins? They are playing a different game, though.
Is Sean referring to Kuhn versus Brewer?
Yes. You know how they run at Hold'em.
I don't know how Omaha will work.
It is interesting because I don't think anyone assigns Jason Kuhn's results,
Sean, you play
six-time
Omaha.
Triton title winner, one of the winningest tournament players of all time, as the product of simply luck. He works harder than, or as hard as anybody out there, let's say.
But Brewer is recognized as one of the unluckiest players, right? He
really-
loves to bubble. Like stone cold
he
bubble.
hates to bubble.
No, I know he
And
hates
yet
it, but
somehow.
he always gets it.
Such a painful experience, of course,
You were playing the other day, right?
at our last invitational
No.
I saw someone.
here in North Cyprus.
Yeah,
Did
he-
not have one in Vietnam.
He was a stone cold bubble, right?
Coin rivet.
Ace king.
Stone cold. And it was a bit of a misclick situation in terms of awareness.
yeah.
Not to pile on, obviously, Chris has probably had a tough time living that moment down every day since, but turning it around, has had some results since that have kind of helped put the wind at his back a bit.
E-cigarette is allowed though.
Hmm?
E-cigarette is allowed.
Really?
Yeah, really. There's a sign over there.
It says allowed?
Yeah, you cannot smoke cigarettes, but you can smoke e-cigarettes on the sign.
But probably not on the live stream.
Heads up now between Patrick and Socia.
The old day poker.
Yeah.
Blind versus blind as Antonius Binks the king.
Well, he
Yeah, nice spot. I wonder if he opts to actually check and try to induce the bet against the player with more chips. They might make
Oh,
a
yeah.
stance.
He'll just-
Or does he
he'll
maybe
just
just throw in a little bet, sprinkle, trying to get value from a random pair? Looks like he is going to reach for some chips.
Limp pot pre. Round of checks on the flop, and this 150K sprinkling will finish off this dish. News from the PLO streets. The 25K has concluded, Randy.
And?
Hazard a guess. Last time we checked in, Jason Kuhn, 3-2 chip lead over Chris Brewer. It's all over.
So
Who's
it
your
was
winner?
the luckiest man who took it down, is that right?
I don't know how to tell you this, but the Chris Brewer turnaround is beginning to become a theme as he took down the 25K PLO championship, Randy, earning himself $292,000 and thwarting Jason Kuhn's bid for a 7th Triton title as Kuhn left with $239,551.
Well, of course, a huge congrats to Chris Brewer on his title, but I know a huge disappointment for Jason Kuhn, as expected.
Looking at the payouts, third place 138.7. Feels like maybe they made a deal and played for some. I don't know. Looks that way to me. Could I be wrong?
I think you're right. I believe it was at least 300, if I recall correctly, but regardless, a lot to play for.
Especially those points as they relate to Jason Kuhn's desire to be the Ivan Liao Player of the Year. Leapfrog Stephen Chidwick and snatch that $200,000.
You see those 2 6s hitting the muck there?
Sure did. An example of the snug environment we find ourselves in here at this $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational final table.
Try to get some tips.
The average stack is rather shallow right now, 23 big blinds, multiple short stacks. It makes sense that players will just stay away from Sean Winter.
20 big blinds at an FT, Randy, as we talked about kind of the fringe spots and the ones that everybody puts work into.
Randomly.
I think we played once at Bellagio.
No, pre-flop, no. I don't think so.
You don't think pre-flop?
We actually played a big pot where you run really good.
Depends situations, like some ICM flop.
Strikes me as the type of specific situation that all pros have put a lot of work into, right? It's kind of the depth that we can expect ourselves to be sitting on with high frequency.
Yeah, it's one of the most common spots, especially at final tables, and even just throughout the tournament in general. You need to know how to make adjustments when you're at the final table versus, day 1 and day 2. And with 20 blinds, there's also a reasonable amount of post flop still happening, just defending the big blind with, some strongish hands, how to maneuver.
Ramin adjusting the pre-flop continue costs from 125 to 300 with this open raise from the hijack.
It makes sense because of who's in the big blind. It's the player who's most likely to be able to take a flop. You want to dissuade him from, putting you to the test post flop. Hand is out.
The cards you folded.
They're not going to let Winter get away with that.
Oh, you saw the future.
Yeah.
Wow.
You didn't want to, but you were going to. You were going to man up.
Where's your hat?
Nice.
It's amazing how we can remember so many hands we play.
I don't remember
Hundreds
that.
of thousands of hands. I remember it somehow because of your comments and what you said on the hand. I think you raised, there was call, and we were very deep. I had 9, 9, 10, 10. I raised the pot from the big blind. You called. And I flopped the middle set, game queen 10 small. I bet you called. Comes a blank. I check raise all in on a turn. You had top 2 queens and 10s with a flush draw. We run it twice and you hit the other one for flush.
I chopped.
And then you said you didn't. I didn't think about that because your comment was like, I didn't think you could. I didn't think about that hand, like what I would have. Your typical comment, you know.
I don't remember this hand.
Good nemesis.
That's because for Sean, that sort of exchange is normal and every day, whereas for Patrick, it isn't.
That's why it stood out.
Right.
Oynayamıram, başım qarışırdı. Özdə göndərirlər, vaxtımı göndərməlisən, zad eləməsən. Mən dedim ki, mən bugün vurmayayım. Sabahdan başlayarıq da.
Ace-King suited has been a frequent sight here in this frame. On this occasion, in hearts in front
1.3 minutes
of Punsri, who's going to put a majority of his stack out there. Leaves 200K back. Sean, King-Queen offsuit.
A big decision here because King-Queen runs pretty well against a 10 big blind button jamming range. Maybe thinking, do I really want to potentially double up this opponent? Big chip advantage he's got right now.
Fold.
Nice fold. I think the thing is also that 3 players neck to neck, Punsri's jamming range should be tighter than normal.
But it was a long time ago, I think. Maybe.
I thought it's all in and 19 max the cards.
Could have been even 10 years ago. 8 years ago, maybe. 9.
I don't know why Sean's facial expressions entertain me to no end.
9 and 10 suited, huh? Gambala, gambala, gambala. Ace 5 off.
Who says that?
I had a bad feeling.
The way he
Tell us what it
pronounced it.
Oh.
Looks like Kiat to me.
I would have. Yeah, I think I would have won. I think I would have.
Checking the stacks.
Instead
of
A look there at the
Checking my chart.
Triton Trophy
Checking my
XL
chart.
edition
I don't know how to play.
I don't know anymore.
gets delivered to this invitational champ.
Gonna go with Sean feeling.
XL trophies to the main event winners as well.
Yes, correct.
100K main event underway as we speak here in the room.
You get extra hardware too for winning the main events, I believe, right? The watch.
Oh yeah, I can't forget that. Jacob & Co. collab. I always see Henrik and Stevie wearing theirs, but Punat got one too, right?
That's some naked wrists right now, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. Where's the Shambhala?
Left you, bro.
Where's the Jacob & Co.?
Why do you think he's down in chips right now, Ali? Disrespecting the poker gods.
Should I go to eBay and find out whether or not there's a a Bangkok
Sean's
listing?
just a laid back chip with it. He just
Some value.
laid back chip with it.
Bad man. Bad man.
Do you think Animal Equality is an actual clothing brand? Or just kind of a...
That is, the way it's kind of like printed on kind of seems like a brand, doesn't it?
Efforting.
Because there's no patch that long on the sleeve.
I mean, if I just type in Animal Equality into Google, the problem is I don't think I'm going to come up with a clothing designer.
I hope not.
God, this is going to make the algo weird. Animal Equality clothing brand?
Result?
Stand by. I'm on dial-up. I'm on Wi-Fi. Don't worry.
Yeah, I was going to say. We're not running this stream on dial-up. AOL.
Okay, here we go. Animalequality.org.
I don't feel a .org is a clothing shop, by the way.
No. It's an organization.
Oh, it's their merch.
Their mission is... They're an international organization working with society, governments, and companies to end cruelty to farmed animals. So I guess they recognize that there will be farming. However, let's give that chicken breast a good life before it ends up on my plate, is the idea. I can get behind it, Randy. I'm not sure that's the way that they would characterize their mission, but I think Happy Meat tastes better.
I really wouldn't mind moving back to the poker if possible. I just don't want to get involved in this conversation.
Listen,
I like my job, you know, like...
I'm a well-established animal lover, but I'm also a lover of irreverent comedy, so I'm torn on this one. But definitely can get behind the good folks at Animal Equality, and good on Ben Heath for supporting their cause. And Patrick Antonius being supported by a couple of queens here. Shoots it up to 250. Standard stuff. Queen Jack suited for Puntry. Now we've seen Wykin decline to open with Queen Jack suited. We've seen him fold Queen Jack O to a raise. How will Puntry behave?
Hopefully he can maintain his composure and not force this situation where Queen Jack suited. Is a hand worthy of rejamming, but there's 3 short stacks neck to neck below him right now. 10 big blinds apiece.
Is it weird that I'm just watching Sean even though the action's on Punat?
Why?
Because
he's not involved in the hand.
He doesn't ever have to be involved.
Do you
in
just
the
want a
hand.
webcam in the corner? Just
I told
a
you,
face cam.
premium content, Sean Cam. People would pay.
No, you would pay.
Okay, I'm people. Jack 10 suited for Ben Heath here. Far from equal equity.
Actually pretty interesting here of Jack 10 of clubs. Clearly a candidate that can take a flop. But we do have that situation I pointed out already, is that he shares the same exact stack size with Duffweiler, Wai-Kin Yong. Does he peel and just separate himself? Potentially if he does miss, that will take a flop. In big, big trouble.
Little does he know it for the time being, as his call brings the pot to 675 and delivers the 8 of clubs as the only welcome sight for his purposes.
Yeah, fortunate for him as he won't be losing more chips against 2 queens, and Patrick has got a lot of incentive to throw a little c-bet out there. Still a vulnerable hand. And you mentioned earlier, 8 of clubs is nice, but no time to mess around with this stack size.
Hunting backdoor equity, which requires some stack depth to get creative. Maybe try to take some pots away, is a bit higher variance than Ben Heath wants to get involved with.
Yeah, I would say that's more of a play for non-final tables.
Right.
Try to make a stance.
Earlier stages. Bad news for the shorties is the blinds have gone up. 75, 150, 375K in orbit. Get shaved right off you if you can't keep pace.
Still, for me, I'm very surprised. No eliminations just yet, but with this blind increase, big trouble. Ben Heath down to 7 blinds. No one's safe. We got an average stack below 20 big blinds. Just 19 now.
Heath, by the way, just 7 big blinds after defending and losing that one. Pocket fours for Sean Winter. Upstairs we go at this new level. And a playable one in the big blind for Ramin Hajiev.
Yeah, very playable one. We'll have to tangle with the chip leader, but it is Queen Jack suited in the end.
He is second in chips and the biggest threat to Sean's chip lead. And on the King Jack 10 board, Ramin has himself the open ender in second pair, but Winter has the only flush draw.
Yeah, very uncomfortable spot here for Queen Jack, of course, pairing up straight draws. And Winter, the club's important for him. May come in with a c-bet, but is the type of texture where someone's got a piece and can continue. Maybe he delays. Hard to say, really. A probe of sorts.
4 1/4. Hajiev obviously with too much to go away, but certainly the kind of hand that could end up in the mug facing added pressure without improvement.
Yeah, certainly agree with that, and call is what's incoming.
Seeing the 2 big chip stacks collide and take multiple streets is obviously something that delights the shorter stacks. 8 of hearts on the turn. No change.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Hajiev is probably going to keep things slow. It's actually quite difficult for Sean Winter, as he's not really sure what he could be up against. It could be like a 2-pair hand that's just playing cautious on a very scary board. It could be one of those 1-pair check full turn situations. A bit of a guessing game, I'd imagine, for him. But does, with that flop bet, had intention to put in multiple barrels, and one more we come. Just 4 of clubs. It's a big bet, Ollie, 1.2 milli. It's a statement that I'm willing to potentially put your chips at risk on the river. Do you want to commit now? It feels like Queen Jack is just too weak here. Sure, you got to draw to a straight, but you could potentially already be drawing dead to 2 clubs. Some of the outs you have bring out a 4th club. And that's dangerous. Nicely played.
You see him concede despite holding the better hand, as Sean correctly identifies his ability to barrel once more.
Bigger than me on the turn, man. 1.2. I like 800.
Take that down.
Bigger blinds though. A bit different board texture too.
The way in which Hajiev is talking about hands in that post-mortem exchange, if I can call it that, given Sean's unwillingness to respond, definitely more emblematic of a pro-type discourse.
Yes.
Than VIP. Get the sense that he is well-versed in these streets.
I've said it over and over again, is that the gap between the pros and VIPs is closing every series.
Ben, you got 1.1?
1025.
Tricky spot here for Punat Ponsri, King Jack suited. Of course, an attractive hand, but 1.8 milli. We got a million chip stack out there. And you notice that he asked Ben Heath, how many chips are you playing? Even though he's across the table. Still gonna jam. Just please fold, please fold, please fold.
$225K left behind, just in case. Very standard and commonplace, as opposed to simply open jamming off of that depth. As all the troops come home.
Feels good. A little bit of interest.
No battle scars. New friends.
Converted some of the enemy.
Right.
Defected.
They got some POWs. Action on Sosia Jiang, who has got plenty of jewelry already, but I'm sure she would be very open to little Shambhala.
Yeah, accompany that jade bracelet.
There you go. Winter's Jack 8 suited. Friskiness is going to run into the Jack-Jack of Hajiev, as these two guys are going to end up with a confrontation once more. Not certain that it will extend beyond pre-flop.
Yeah, Jax is just way too strong not to just push all the chips in there. If your opponent has it, he's got it. But his raise frequency has been quite high given the chip distribution. Large chip leader. Nice pickup. Slides him back up to second place. 4.1 million.
One of those water mining things? Or maybe they can send some?
No problem. I have one. You have one. We're good.
Randy, I'm diving kind of deeper into this animal equality side.
I noticed. Go on, please. You like what you're reading?
Might end up a vegetarian by the end of this.
Oh, okay. There's nothing wrong
I
with
mean,
that.
I'm a dog, but just, yeah.
I want to see your next plate of food at the buffet.
It's not going to have any horse on it. That's
Wasn't an option here, by the way. It just really wasn't.
They don't serve horse here.
No.
That's right. Which is a good thing. You know there are parts of the world where they do eat horse.
I know. I know where.
Are you a dirty horse eater? That's a nervous laugh, Lou. Just go ahead and say no.
No.
Okay, all right.
No.
Sounds like a man who's had a little equine appetizer somewhere along the line. Maybe involuntary, but
You never know.
so be it. Just tell everyone it was disgusting. That way no one has to be curious about it. Was it carpaccio?
Sorry.
It's a tough one, my man.
Oh,
It's a tough one. Usually it's you're the one with this kind of
Yeah.
information.
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
just
sorry.
Brunette's calling.
losing respect here. It's a tough one.
It's okay. You're reformed.
Yeah.
You know, I dated a vegan for a while.
Okay. And how'd that go?
One of the unfortunate things about being a vegan is that get a little gassy. That was not great.
Intimacy was tough, I suppose.
No, it was quite all right, actually. Shout out Alexis.
Yeah, I'm sure she's watching
Look,
this
the
stream.
point that I'm trying to make is that I love to cook, and I was forced to cook without animal proteins. I enjoyed the challenge, and actually the food was pretty good, so maybe I go plant-based. Maybe by the time we're at our next Triton Super High Roller Series, me and Ben Heath are going to be doing every meal together plant-based.
Do you want to bet on it? Don't think you do, buddy.
No. But I'm saying there's a chance.
There is a chance.
I will say this, as Ben takes advantage of this platform here, obviously to support something that he's passionate about, is that these players, many of whom, whether they are from the VIP side or the pro side, have amassed great fortunes without drawing any attention to themselves in the process, are involved in quite a bit of humanitarianism and philanthropy.
Yeah, you're right.
Justin Bonomo, notably, who came into the booth yesterday, not here at this final table, of course, but a guy who started an entire organization that basically helped to facilitate opportunities for poker players to kind of be conscientious.
Yeah.
I think it's a nice way to hedge what might be often a perception that this is just a bunch of greedy gamblers getting together that are focused on nothing more than money, when it could not be further from the truth, in particular at these echelons.
I totally agree with that. And just one more point is Adamo, I believe he turned vegan too as of recent. So
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, first I think he said it was for health reasons, and then slowly into more of a,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, it's good to hear. Haven't converted me yet though, but I'm willing to listen.
Kings converting into a pickup of the blinds and the ante from the button for Punsri, who certainly qualifies as one of those types, as he is passionate about community revitalization and environmental preservation, part of his field of study, won a UNESCO award for heritage conservation, actually, courtesy of his Ban Luang Raja Maitri Historic Inn project. Something that he wanted people to know about him. Nothing of interest all the way around. To Sean Winters' button. K9. sparking it up to 300,000. And Wykin left shaking his head.
Seen that a couple times.
That's my reach. I don't know. They're both like.
He's
kind of
truly been a spectator.
They're both.
No, it's Chris.
Or maybe Chris.
Chris doesn't look very sad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his body language is.
Chris one.
Chris one.
It's good.
He's smiling.
Oh, okay.
Look at the chip counts now. Brought to you by GG Poker as players taking note of that Chris Brewer victory in the 25K PLO. Sean Winter, chip leader, coming in. That fact remains. As Wykin and Ben continue to grind with those sub 10 big blind stacks, which are assured 481,000, but can be assured a nice pay jump of 150K plus. They can just outlast each other.
Santos is used to play with big stacks.
It's like a 150K last longer bet between Heath and Wykin right now.
It is.
In ways.
But there's a little bit more value in the sense that you can get another last longer with the next opponent and so on. Maybe just take the whole tournament, 4.56.
Last longer with a parlay.
Heath is all but one. Ace-Jack suited. Attractive hand, of course. Ace-King, and finally, a collision course incoming.
Heath practically all in, and the rest of that 25K promptly put on request by Punat Punsri, who puts himself practically all in the form of a 3-bet, and Kiatli waking up on the button with a couple of jacks, Randy. Implications, however, in terms of how he will perceive basically an all-in open up front and then an all-in effective jam over the top of it.
This is really interesting. Also because Kiatli's got less than 2 million chips, I believe, so he'll be all in. Ben Heath, he's got 25K back. I mean, depending on how you perceive the ranges. Jax, of course, is in a tough spot given that Punsri really isn't rejamming against Heath's jam unless it's quite strong.
And then 25 in certain spots.
Blind?
25.
Yeah, I mean, what if another guy goes all in and all in? Now you can afford for 25.
2 jacks is down, Ollie. What
you know,
a fold.
it's weird. I think both of us kind of suspected, I should say, that that was within the realm of possibility. And the jacks were in such a great way, given the interference between Ace-King and Ace-Jack.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it with
But
Jack.
Kiat
You're only allowed to do it when you're behind.
Or the soul kill.
deciding,
They're not gonna
I don't want to take this chance.
get him with the.
Yeah, big laydown, of course.
And it would have been a big opportunity on a queen-deuce-deuce board for Kiat, who could be tripling as it stands. But instead, Ben Heath at risk. Ace on the turn. Seems like it would be a good one for him, but the Ace-King still plays the kicker. Ace or a deuce were needed on the end, and instead it's a 9. So Ben Heath will be the first casualty here at this final table, Randy.
Big laydown with 2 jacks, and it would have been out.
You knew Ace was coming, right?
GG, Ben.
Another life here for Kiatli.
That's good.
Much needed to pot, of course, for Punat Punsri. Well done, Ace King.
$481,000. Heading home with Ben Heath, who did all he could, but in the end, could not muster more than the 9th place finish, as his career Triton earnings will surpass $4 million, courtesy of this 11th cash, his second so far here in North Cyprus.
That was long 9-handed.
So we march on with 8 players left.
I was big blind before, yeah.
Oh, you were the gun.
He was on the gun, I was big blind.
So it's
okay.
Raheem took big blind, right?
Right, okay.
Remember that moment.
Guys, I'm putting. Just 1 minute. I'm not gonna run with my big blind.
It's gotten lively.
Kiat Lee
150.
Ben.
basically saved his own hide.
Yes.
Had the best hand pre-flop, but of course the turn would have left him showered along with Ben Heath. King Queen suited meanwhile. First hand on the back end of our first casualty. 300K open and Hajiev rates to be a customer.
Yeah, he's got to respect this undergun open here, especially off of these stacks. So flat call is the standard play here of ace 10. 675 in the middle. 20 big blind effective as we go into post flop. Very dry 8-4 deuce rainbow. And let's see if Patrick comes in for continuation bet just king queen high, but also the type of board that just misses the big blind quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't think Patrick is anticipating that Hajiev would be entering pots with any of this stuff as a veritable Kalahari desert in terms of dryness of texture here.
Ace 10.
Yeah, ace 10 is actually in a tricky spot, just given its under the gun opening. Probably leans towards high frequency fold, unless he feels that he can outmaneuver Patrick post flop. Out of position, it's tough. No backdoor flush draw in hand. Okay, this was an unexpected play for me, Ollie. Check raise.
Very unexpected, and if you think we didn't foresee it, how do you suppose Patrick feels here?
Yeah, I don't think he expected to see a lot of check raising on this board.
This is a total airball for Patrick, and follow through promptly punished.
The thing is, a lot of times you see these situations and you are suspicious. Then you look at the grand scheme of things is that if I make a stance here and I'm wrong, I could really be putting myself in a bad situation.
Sure.
Blinding down, become one of the bottom stacks. It's just not worth it. Aggression does really pay off at these final tables, as you can get away with some stuff you normally wouldn't be able to.
Conversely, though, Randy, as Kiat Lee exemplified moments ago, conservatism also can pay off.
Of course.
He would have been showered.
Yeah, pros and cons. You know, there's no perfect best solution, you know, to most hands in poker. Good stuff. I respect the check raise there from ace 10.
Courageous.
It is courageous.
Hajiev, who basically is saying, if you don't have an overpair, I'm pretty sure you're going to have to go away.
If he strongly feels, yeah, even like ace king high is just going to fold to a check raise, a very profitable check raise there. You know, king queen finding the muck.
It's when Punat does what Punat does best, knocking people out, stemming it up.
Pair 4 is going to take a stance here for Kiat Lee. You notice he wants to rather be the aggressor rather than forcing all in like those two jacks last hand.
Looks so exciting.
I have 250 behind.
And we got the draw again, you know, so the person
Make it
can draw
easier
again.
for me.
And then I do a goal, so like, so I do 115 rooms. Nice, right?
Wow. Oh, so you drew up before
For him.
Danny?
Yeah, because
oh,
he's got 3.
That's great.
He's got 3, yeah. So.
I mean, the draw again is literally a free roll, right? Because you
Yeah.
keep it. Wow, that's amazing. That's a good one.
The best one, I think.
Yeah.
Well, besides the one.
Besides the actual. Yeah.
345. Yeah.
Reliving the mystery bounty.
Mm-hmm. Did I just hear and continue to hear the humming of Cantonese music? Is that what that was? Someone singing at the FT?
Someone was humming, for sure. I wouldn't be able to
Do you think it was Sean?
guess which song. Do you think it was Sean? But definitely wasn't Chinese then.
You never know, Randy.
I
You just could
mean,
secretly be fluent.
That's true.
non-zero chance. Just one day he just breaks out fluent Cantonese at one of our FTs, and everyone just looks up like, what? He's just like, yeah. A couple of years now I've been practicing.
He's been waiting
What's
for
the
his
big
moment.
deal, guys? Pause button on Patrick 7-4 suited. Wants to limp in.
8-5 of hearts, definitely a hand that has a high frequency check, lots of playability. Probably expecting some limp jams against from Patrick with this stack depth. Let's see if she tend to agree or not. Check it is. 3 blinds in the middle.
So similar hand composition, but dissimilar value on this ace-ace-king flop where Socia's got the flush draw.
Patrick's is just thinking, well, I should be perceived to have more ace-x in my range. I'll attack here. We're not really at the stack depth where you can just float me without having some piece. Couple hearts, of course, nice for Socio, allow her to continue.
Once she does continue on this particular board, though, Patrick is going to be wary.
Yeah, it should be like one of those, I shot the flop, and if I don't get some added equity in the form of a diamond or pair, I'm pretty much done with it. That's a pair.
4 of clubs. Is it going to be enough to embolden Patrick to fire once more?
He shouldn't be firing once more. I'd imagine he's going to want to try and pot control this and do some bluffs a little bit with the pair. He can never get a better hand to fold. Ace-X and King-X is still a reasonable part of Socia Jing's flop calling range as well as the flush draws. Well, he actually is betting. I suppose he kind of just wants to define his hand now. Interesting.
Well, consider the fact that he is barreling again now does start to create some concerns about being up against the aforementioned ace-x, maybe even a little bit of king-x combos, Randy?
Yeah, so I would say that the double barrel here, especially holding 2 hearts yourself, it's hard for your opponent to hold the 2 hearts. She probably doesn't think the hitting a pair is clean, but maybe sometimes your opponent is just barreling off some kind of straight draw, and then it checks to you fire. Hits to 8.
Yeah, this isn't the way that Socia anticipated this hand being best, which of course she's unaware it is. But that is the development nevertheless. In this 1.25 million chip pot where Patrick shuts it down.
I don't think there's value to be had here if the 8 check through makes sense.
This is going to be disappointing for Patrick as he ended up turning the best hand and Socia ended up rivering it.
Yeah, she's been getting the best of him in these BVB situations. Nicely done. On both ends, also beating Punat Punser in some BVB spots earlier too.
Well, the Kiwi has been impressive here in this 200K LUXON Pay Invitational. Dare I say golden?
Golden Kiwi? Yeah.
People don't know what I'm talking about from
Is
a few
Golden
days ago.
Kiwis from New Zealand, or is this just like a specific country at all? Do you know?
I would imagine they can be found there.
I forget your story where you first experienced it. Was it Asia?
Andaz Hotel, Toronto Hills, Tokyo. Shout out Breakfast Buffet.
Gosh. Okay.
Included with Hyatt Globalist status free of charge at the time.
I don't care anymore. Let's move on.
Queen 10, Sean Winter. Presses on, under the gun. Chip leader, dominated by Hajiev, who flats from the cutoff. This does present a nice price to continuations out of the blinds, but neither elect to come along. We saw Hajiev out of position as a big blind defender. Get after one against Patrick. What's he going to do here as Winter outflops him with top pair?
Winter's a pretty balanced player, so I wouldn't say that he's just auto-firing all queen X's on this board. Comes with check here and there. Especially with this kicker, you do want to balance your ranges, and usually you'll take the worst queens top pair with the checks. Kind of an interesting spot here for Hajiev, as he's got scene weakness, he's got backdoor flush draws and straight draw potential, multi-barrels. I'd imagine now for Winter, a comfortable call here. You've contained the pot. Sure, you've got the chip advantage, but you don't really want to be playing some bloated pot out of position.
Looks like Sean agrees with you, as his passive line does induce the barrel. Backdoor equity for Hajiev. What he hunts and what he receives. A double gutter. Courtesy of the 9 of diamonds. Sean with just the one-way gutter.
Yeah, normally Winter would be uncomfortable with a double barrel, but if it does come, but picking up the little gut shot definitely helps him.
Yeah, I don't think his hand finds
actually leading here.
The lock. Interesting.
Nice line. He's kind of like freezing the action with this lead. I suppose he doesn't think that the 9 is a multi-barrel card. It's not a line you see too often, definitely refreshing. Willing to kind of reach for these more unorthodox plays. Gonna get called right now.
Yeah, Hajiev will call and slip another 850,000 in total into the middle, which balloons to 2.5 million, and the nuts on the end as the Jack of clubs destroying Sean Winter's top pair here.
This King 10 is very, very disguised, right? You need to think that your opponent had bet King 10 on the flop, just called on the turn. Of course, for Winter, he just has 10 kicker, top pair, connected-ish board. I wonder if he comes in with block bet. Does check and could be in a very tough spot incoming.
Very much so, as he's going to have to come up with combos that beat Queen 10 that would have taken this line of betting in position, flatting on the turn, and then suddenly coming out swinging on the river as the pre-flop flat caller.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what sizing Hajiev comes in here, obviously holding the nuts. But seeing the passive river check might make him think he's up against one pair at a lot. Maybe he sizes down. Of course, a hand capable of putting a lot of chips in there. It's a big stack of black chips. He's going quite polar, it seems.
This feels like a decent time to be putting a meaty one into the middle. 1.7 million.
Yeah, Winter in a bad spot, of course. Top pair, no kicker. His weakest kicker in this position. River is set, he asked.
Interesting. Had his man on Jack-Jack, perhaps?
I think the reason he set that rather than the other sets out there is that he may feel his opponent would raise a quarter pot turn lead with a set of 9s, 7s, or 6s. He probably also feels that King-Queen would check back the river. As you know, he didn't even mention the Queen as of yet.
He does block queens, but does not find the fold as a massive blow.
Deflated.
dealt to Sean Winter, who is no longer our chip leader. Hajiev, who came in second, will claim that title as a big helping of black chips. Go his way. Sean seems a little rattled by that one.
Yeah, and especially when you see like your opponent getting there.
Yeah, there was a double gutter.
New boss in town.
Feels like the new high water mark as well. Over 8 million. Good for a third of the chips in play for Ramin Hajiev.
I was gonna hit the one of the 8 outs. That was the plan.
Plan work.
Rally bet after I hit. Well, I was happy 8 outs and unhappy outs.
Really just a key pot that just shifts the dynamics of this final table now. Different table captain, of course. 2 sevens, runs into 2 aces. Wykin's been patient.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy. He has avoided these sorts of confrontations, finally whittled down to these 7 bigs, and it is the other shorty, Duttweiler, who's asking for this count. Tobias has him covered by a nose.
Just a cold deck here for Wykin.
Very much so.
Looks strong.
1 million and 50.
Same stack. Exact.
Oh, I thought he had 50K more, but we were rounding up to the 1.1.
Ace queen. Look at the stack sizes. He could make a call here.
It will cost him a quarter of his remaining chips, and he is asking for counts.
Exact same amount.
7 blinds.
How crazy would this be, Randy, if Sean Winter went from the chip leader to having his stack slashed in back-to-back collisions?
This is quite possibly one of the hardest laydowns. Like,
Sean can make big laydowns.
He can. He can. This is a big one if he can do it. It's really hard to do. 7 blinds is not a lot, considering you got the big blind in there already, too. He's in. Big, big pot for Duttweiler.
Well, he's not just in. He's in trouble. As his 1,050,000 contribution
He has outs. He has outs, Danny.
has just 7% equity.
三边.
Is that a 3-side?
三边有3边.
I think that's what he's calling for.
Good luck, Joaquin.
3边. Okay.
Oh.
Aces turn into top set as the case card rolls off. 7s would need to hit running quads. Wykin well aware. 0.1%.
No. Diamond's not live.
Goes to 0.
Ace, queen of diamond.
And ace queen similarly draws dead. A massive triple up for Duttweiler.
He's typing away.
Yeah, not wasting any time, letting his camp know.
For Wykin. Oh. Yeah.
Yes. Winter stack in free fall while Wykin's is vanquished. 8th place finish for Wykin Yang. Oh, so patient, but in the end, unable to ascend beyond, being the second casualty here at this FT. $636,000 will go his way, as the remaining field is now guaranteed $820,000 with north of a 200K pay jump, up from 7 to 6. Antonius, now the short stack with 13 big blinds, 1.9 million in front of him. Sean Winter, perhaps the real story though, Randy. Just 21 bigs, 3.2. Plenty to work off of at an FT. Obviously, he's going to be able to handle this, but just a big 1-2 punch.
It hurts for sure. And a huge turn of events. We've got a completely different situation. A new chip leader. We got Tobias now. Been very snug, choosing his spots correctly. He's in third, 23 big blinds. Winter is down to fifth.
Hey, listen, no better spot to be in than holding aces in a three-way affair. Here, Hajiev, 9-7 suited, demonstrating the power of the big stack. Punat, ace, into the muck.
Guaranteed 820 right now. You know what's the next page up? Million guaranteed.
Yeah, 1,020,000 will go to the 6th place finisher.
The card will get better. Nope, it doesn't work.
That's a muscle raise there. Nicely played.
By the way, that little move that Sean made there, stretching out, leaning back. Not the first time we've seen him do that. Kiat caught his attention. Saying, does it make your cards better? Somehow. There's a non-zero chance that indeed that is why Sean did it.
I suppose. May make him worse too. Everyone is just slamming away on the phone now after that hand. They're like, guy got lucky with 2 aces, 3-way all in.
This is where you just text a Rolls Royce dealer and you're like, hey, listen, I know I said I want the Ghost. Get me the Phantom.
Not my favorite river.
Jack?
No.
You say one of your favorite rivers.
I said not my favorite.
How about 8?
8? 8's a good river.
You hit the straight as well.
No good.
Oh.
Punat going to work here. Ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff.
Note, does not want to call with ace-8 out of middle position when somebody opens, but as an opener himself from the cutoff, different proposition.
At final tables, you want to be the aggressor as you just have a little bit more fold equity just in general. The nature of the tournament. 7 left. Winter, ace-4 suited. These are the type of hands you typically see put aggressive action in there. You know, ace blocker important. You don't see as many post-flop spots, so it is quite nice to have that ace blocker. If you happen to go to post-flop, you got the little wheel draw as well. He might, if he does play this, he might actually come in with a small 3-bet, say 2.5x, rather than just jam.
So
Just going to lay it down.
The level's 240 minutes, you said?
Yeah.
At 6 max.
And then
You think
say heads up, it's 30 minutes.
Sean's aversion to playing that ace-4 suited has something to do at all with having lost those last 2 pots? I know it shouldn't.
It shouldn't, but it crosses his mind, and then, you know, maybe you're also thinking, like, do I really want to make a stance here, become the shortest stack, 4.5 million up top, maybe be a little conservative for a hand or two, and maybe just put your hands together and a little 2-second meditation there.
2, 4, 10 seconds, whatever it takes to right the listing ship, as we take a moment to remind you that Jacob & Company is the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series, responsible for the museum-grade stunning pieces on your screen there, one of which includes a functioning roulette wheel, that being the Astronomia Casino piece. Of course, as we've mentioned, they also will be giving out special collaborative timepieces to be worn by our Triton No Limit and Short Deck main event champs here, as the 100K main event is underway in the room at present. Things just getting started, first few levels of play.
Reasonable hand to take a raise here. King Jack Blocking hands that were willing to continue. Here we go. Back to back.
Putsuri activating again. No takers.
Yeah, slides them up to second place, 4 million in chips. If the chip leader is not willing to activate, good opportunity for you, of course.
Hajiev, I suspect, is going to be the kind of chip leader that could make things fun for us, especially given how wide the gap is between he and second place Punsri.
Yeah, he's one of our VIPs that's entered this tournament, but he's really solid and does make quite some aggressive actions. Definitely can stir the pot. 2/8 for Winter. Just north of 20 blinds.
Might this be the hand that helps him reverse course? Didn't want to use the ace-4 suited in the face of a raise, but able to open it up himself. He takes it upstairs, and Kiatli put 2 jacks into the muck already
Not this
on
time.
one occasion, but
No.
absolutely not this time.
Yeah, he's going to put all his chips in there, or maybe just a little bit behind, but willing to commit.
Totally different situation, of course. Note that Kiatli and Patrick Antonius almost dead level in stacks. Kiat 50K more than Patrick, as he does 3-bet to effectively all in. Always pot committed.
Good discipline there, ace-queen. I think it's mandatory, though.
For Tobias to avoid.
Yeah, you got to just relinquish those types of hands in the spot when it's raised 3-bet in front of you, especially from the shorter stacks. Let's see if 2/8s want to take a spin here. Does he feel that Kiat is jamming smaller pairs from time to time?
What he feels is annoyed.
Of course. And he's shaking his head.
Really not going his way over this last orbit. You see a little bit of drama associated with that 2-part muck. Well, adversity forges character, and Sean Winter has plenty of opportunity over the course of this last orbit to test his mettle.
What's the level after this one? 100, 200?
As he trends in the wrong direction.
I guess it must be
Currently
level
5th
after
of
this
7
one,
runners.
100, 200.
Correct.
Seven five suited. Sean takes a beat. Folds yet again. Now Hajiev on the button. Chip leader. Doesn't waste any time. 9-7 off.
I actually like that he's going with these little bit larger sizings too, really just de-incentivize the big blinds from defending and just getting free chip ups. Nicely done, 8.5 million for our chip leader.
Oh, break. Oh.
Looking to dilute the value proposition for those blinds, as both Patrick and Socia bin their hands and work their way toward a scheduled player break, where blinds will be going to 100, 200,000 with a 200K ante. Ramin Hajiev up at the top of the chip counts, while Sean Winter finds himself in 5th after having been the chip leader coming in and sitting on top of that leaderboard for oh so long. Patrick on the shorty as we welcome you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and kind of a 2-part tale in terms of Sean Winter kind of sliding all the way down there. No real fault of his own, or did you think that maybe there was a spot that he could have gotten away from with that ace-queen?
I think the main one actually was the queen 10, and I'm sure during this break he's going to be taking the time to try to just play back the hand and you know, he did that small quarter pot turn lead, called with Queen 10 against Hajiev, who's now the current chip lead. Should he have made that call? That's for him to decide, of course, with the ranges, but definitely a tough one. But we had some eliminations, a very eventful frame there.
One less elimination than we would have had if it weren't for Kiat Lee summoning the courage to put 2 jacks into the mug.
Yes, and that was a really, really big fold there of 2 jacks, and understands that, you know, for Punat to reshove on Ben Heath, right, has to be very strong given they were the short stacks and felt that I could get a pay jump here. Maybe I'm not in great shape. At least I'm up against Ace King flipping at best, and great laydown of 2 jacks.
All right, so we will step aside. Just about a 10-minute scheduled break here, but when we return, continuing coverage of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational from here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Keep it close.
GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
play, no eliminations thus far. Ben Heath with an early double as it comes. 9-6-4. Both players connecting with bottom pair. Catley with the better kicker. 240 in the middle. Checked over to Wai Kin Yong. Going to come with 40%, Randy, thereabouts.
Yeah, Wykin just trying to protect his hand. Knows this pot is pretty important. Didn't really want to let 2 random cards get a free turn card. But once he gets called, he's a bit worried.
Overcard to the board on the turn, completing the rainbow. No backdoor straight for Wykin, no backdoor spades for Kiat. Would be difficult for Lee to continue here should Yong barrel a second time, of course.
4-3 does have showdown value still against the ace-high type hands that are limping the trap.
8 of clubs on the river, completing some of those straight draws, Randy. 7-5, 10-7 getting there. 8-7 now improving to a pair of 8s, of course.
Yeah, in the end, he still has a pair of 4s in a BVB spot with large ranges. They have showdown value. 10 will play. You just got to stare at the board and nope. 3 kicker, no good.
Wykin down to 1.4 million now.
You have aces. You can't just like change someone else's cards and not yours.
So no eliminations thus far. First level completed.
It's fun, you know. It's always nice to see aces. It's a free roll.
Now Ben's saying the opposite, Randy. That you should look. So we've got 2 elite players with polar opposite views on whether you should sweat the big blind when it's walked.
But whose opinion would you trust more? I would take the one who's been around for a long time. Patrick. I'll change my ways. I'll never look again. Probably not, but I'll try to.
Cool. Call you on that bluff, Randy.
Queen 9 here. Interesting because, you know, Punat, ace-8 suited in position. A little bit awkward stack sizing, 23 big blinds. Imagine those associates want to try to take a free flop. Would be a big statement to do.
300?
A raise. Wow. Really just pouncing, trying to pounce on, even though she's at a
middle of the pack.
Stack deficit, yeah.
Action on the North Cyprus main event champion. Punat Punsri. 6.5 million in career earnings. Career best score of 2.6. Obviously coming back in that main as he throws out a time bank.
Yeah, a much needed time bank actually, as it should be perceived as Socia's range is pretty strong to open from the small blind. 23 big blinds, 10 big blind stack out there still. Ace-8 suited, obviously a great candidate for reshoving. We'll see how he kind of reacts based on what he perceives Socia's range to be right now. Be a big statement to make a play pre-flop. He's a bit worried. Understandably so, of course.
Yeah, comfortably in third. Is going to defend. So 700k in the middle, heading to the 8-6 tray board. Top pair, top kicker for Punsri. Jiang with the 2 overs. See if she wants to continue on this flop, telling the story that she was trying to tell pre-flop.
Yeah, very dreamy board, of course, with Punat. It's just not the board that really hits her. Sure, she's got 2 overs, backdoor straight draw potential, but for her to raise in this situation, she's trying to tell the story that she's got big pocket pairs, big broadways. Big broadways, of course, would not like this board texture. I don't think she's perceived to really be raising like these suited connectors, small blind versus big blind, 23 big blind effective. Regardless, it is still top pair, top kicker in position. Great spot for him.
That's a sizable follow through from Jiang. Just shy of half pot, and all of a sudden, they have 1.3 million in the middle going to a turn. And it's the 9 of clubs, Randy, giving Jiang top pair.
Very, very fortunate card for her. Would have been hard to win the pot otherwise.
Spiking the 6 outer on the turn. Started off the hand 5th in chips.
Look, there's a lot of chips in there, given its raise pre-flop. Big C-bet on the flop. 1.8 million back, 1.3 in the middle. It's worth fighting for. It is awkward, just given how much you got back and how wet the board has become, right? There's lots of bad river cards in the form of, you know, flush draws, getting there, straight cards. A very vulnerable hand. Nice thing about the queen kicker is you beat like 10 nines, jack, these type of hands, 9-7.
Sizable double barrel, 75% pot. And you saw Punat's discomfort in his reaction, maybe expecting Jiang to give up on a lot of turns. Obviously her turning top pair to get some value and protection.
And welcome back to the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino here in North Cyprus. Ali Nejad joined now by Henry Kilbane with continuing coverage of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational, part of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series here. Henry, you had a chance to be a part of the first frame, which per Randy didn't include quite as much confrontation as we saw there in that last frame, which left Sean Winter, the chip leader, coming in, sliding down the leaderboard, and one of our VIPs, Ramin Hajiev, looking very impressive, in particular in a spot against Patrick Antonius, up at the top.
Yeah, I mean, that first frame has now created this really shallow depth in the tournament, coming back with 18 big blind average. There was no elimination for the first 2 levels. And yeah, I mean, I want to say runaway chip leader, but he only has 43 bigs. You know, any of those middling stacks double through him, all of a sudden he's down where Punat Punsri is. And look, even Patrick Antonius with 8 big blinds, this really feels like it's still anyone's game, and it's pretty insane given that we're playing for 4.5 million.
Well, you've seen just how surgically those on sub-10 big blinds can navigate, as Tobias Duttweiler found himself in that situation. A nice little triple up, working his way up to 4th place in chips overall right now. Payouts, of course, massive. Our first 7-figure score will be awaiting whomever can outlast this 7th place finish, where $820,000 has been locked up. $1,030,000. $1,020,000 is what I had said earlier, is in fact what's going to be going to 6th place. But of course, $4.56 million for first place, Henry. Just a staggering sum for any of these players there. The type that could place the sort of pressure that causes us to make some real adjustments to our play moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly feels the way. You know, if it's someone like myself in the mix, that's going to be the case. But all of these people have experience playing these stakes, so may the best man or woman take this one down.
Yeah, no shortage of Triton titles spread out across this field, as Ramin Hajiev, first cash ever in a Triton Super High Roller Series after 3 attempts in his first appearance here in North Cyprus late last year. 6 attempts thus far. He picked the right one to do it in, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he really did. I mean, this is probably one of the most disgusting ICM spots I've seen in a long time. I mean, difference between 3rd and 7th in terms of payout, of course, is the better part of 1.3 million. And given that Cecilia's on 17, Patrick's on 8, I mean, any one of those 5 players could be out the door next.
Punat Punsri, who won the main event here during our last visit, finding himself in 2nd right now. 2-1 lead for Hajiev, who comes out swinging at this 100-200 blind level.
Well, we've gotten to that stage of the tournament, eh? Hajiev can just pile into these middling stacks.
Very much a function of the presence of that sub-10 BB stack of Patrick Antonius, who is really kind of his assistant as it stands.
Precisely. Once he gets that jam from Antonius, the calling off range for Jiang and Punsri just has to be so tight. We're talking, you know, top of range Even jacks and tens feel dicey. Ace jack suited, ace queen suited. So I think we're about to see the Hajiev show until either Patrick doubles up or someone doubles through him. Does have the runaway chip lead. Very healthy 27 big blind buffer between himself and second in chips. Few storylines, obviously. Ali, you know, Ramin already #1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list, guaranteed a record cash, as is Jiang, Duffweiler. And if Lee can ladder up one more spot, he'll also beat his previous career best cash of 850,000. Still 3 players that have 7-figure scores, Patrick, Punsri, and Winter.
It's interesting that you mention Hajiev playing under the Azerbaijan banner. I tried to think to myself earlier of at least one other player, not necessarily even on the super high roller circuit, that I could think of that flew that flag that I've done any sort of commentary on throughout my career, and I couldn't come up with a one.
There's only 75 recorded players on the Hendon Mob from Azerbaijan. So I'm not surprised that's the case.
Poker percolating into all corners, though.
What a spot, these final 7. It's the VIPs leading the field as well. With the pros at the bottom.
Seven remaining. Punsri, Jiang, Hajiev, the VIPs. All in those top 3 slots. King 7 suited here for Ramin. Jams again. And this really demonstrates acute situational awareness out of Hajiev.
Yeah, he knows it. He knows exactly what he gets to do here. As you said, Patrick kind of working as an assistant, an aide, if you will, given that he's so short on just 8 bigs. I think this is what we can expect to see for the foreseeable future until someone either wakes up with a premium or Patrick can find a double. Overwhelming chip leader. 4.5 million up top. Average stack of 18 big blinds with 7 players left. 6 7-figure payouts, of course.
Lucky lady.
Jack 9 suited. And now under the gun, we see Hajiev coming with just a more typical open raise.
More players to get through. Just 126 big blinds in play. Hajiev has 40% of them. This is insane, Ali. I mean, we obviously had the Michael Soiser runaway train in the 75K. Not to take anything away from that, obviously there's 1.7 million up top, but this one, given that you have 6 below average stacks, the difference, of course, between going home now and coming second, and it kind of feels like everyone's playing for second at the moment, is 2.3 million.
Pretty incredible spot for Hajiev.
No, it's just went that way.
Up and over 10 million in chips. You know, we touched on the fact that for Hajiev, to this point, it had been a fruitless endeavor.
It has.
Playing the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is his 10th ever event. And just ask yourself, after you've come up empty on a 9th occasion, how easy it is to walk up to the reg desk and drop down $200,000 to take yet another crack
It's definitely not easy to just continue believing your capabilities. Obviously, a lot of variance in tournament poker.
You have 200
So
time, yeah?
always
175. yeah.
easy to look at those records and say someone's a VIP or not an elite reg. We've seen some of the best go on the driest of spells. Volgusan comes to mind. Was on a 21 tournament dry spell at the Triton Super High Roller Series before cashing the 75k.
Some shockingly long dry spells on some resumes one wouldn't expect to house them. As Kiat Lee making it almost all of his stack to go from the button in a great way against this King 7 suited, which has Hajiev deliberating here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be ahead of a decent part of Kiat's open jamming range, but I think preserving that chip lead, he wants to be the one putting the pressure on other people, not spinning the wheel, rather, with marginal holdings like King 7 of clubs. Sure, is Kiat going to have maybe some Queen Jack, Queen 10? Yes, but maintaining that chip lead allows him to just keep running over the table.
Yeah, and taking maybe a thin equity advantage up against all of Kiat's stack, which is not an insignificant quotient of what Hajiev has. Would seem to be an unnecessary risk, let's
100%.
call it. And you do also have to consider the fact that Kiat did have a shorter stack in Patrick Antonius out there with the $200,000 pay jump, showing that willingness to get his stack into the middle. Should absolutely be connected to the better part of the spectrum in terms of his range. Meanwhile, Sean Winter, ace-deuce suited now, hijack.
Is opening into the small blind of the chip leader, but again, ace-deuce, one of those ones. Maybe wants to come with min, but I think just from an ICM point of view, Sean knows it's not as helpless as one can feel as a tournament professional, being this handcuffed.
Ace six
Not, Yannick says hi. Yannick says hi.
Oh, Yannick.
He just told me say hello to Punat.
Awkward situation to be put in here for Patrick in the big
If
blind.
they're watching stream, you can say, hey guys, hi from Punat.
Duttweiler, second shortest stack in the room after Kiat picked up the blinds.
Yeah, Patrick with what, 5.5 back, one already invested, so 6.5 bigs effective. Feels like a spot where he doesn't have fold equity, but see what he decides to do. Action would be back on Tobias with Queen 10. I mean, it's just insane.
Decides to defend. And has flopped bottom pair up against top two on a 2-diamond board. Duttweiler can rest very assured he's got the best hand here.
SPR less than 1. See if he comes with like a really small bet. Just trying to goad Antonius into coming over the top. So much out there and so little behind. Wouldn't fault Patrick, of course. Nut bottom pair.
Patrick peeling and picking up a Broadway gutter as the board turns two-tone. Is that card of any concern for Tobias?
I don't think so. We'd expect hands like Ace-Jack to go in pre. Obviously, Jack-9 does get there. Some hands like King 6. I think most broadways would already be in the middle. Is obviously an incredibly strange spot, given there's 1.6 out there. Patrick check calling rather than check jamming on the flop. Patrick going to be down to just 3.5 bigs. Surely can't continue here. Like even up against hands like, I don't know, for example, 9-8 suited.
$900K. Enough to cover Patrick, who doesn't strike me as a man who wants to get this 675 in there with bottom pair on this board. Though he is taking his time, Henry.
It's such an insane spot. I really can't emphasize like how uncommon this is. You know, there's 4.5 million up top. You have nut bottom pair. We all know how difficult it is to make pairs, you know. There's a lot more than meets the eye here. Like folding, doesn't get to realize his 21% equity with a gut shot, 2 pair outs and trip outs. Would be down to 3.5 bigs. It's just a byproduct of an insanely high buy-in tournament with massive ICM implications. Maybe regretting just not jamming pre would have made life a lot easier. To get to see all 5 cards. Because he could be up against a hand like, you know, ace-5 of diamonds or... Not often you see Antonius this deep in the tank.
Well, the issue is he's going to find himself in the small blind next hand. That's 100K right off the top of this 675. And that'll leave him with just 3 bigs for the remainder of a 7-handed orbit. Really ripping through these time extensions, which he may come to need if he were to spin it up.
For sure. But I think given how short he is, if there's ever a time to just really lean into those time extensions, take your time. Still staring Duthweiler down, just trying to pick up on anything, something, to help him with this decision.
What a spot.
How many time banks I use? So far, 8 of. Yeah, I have a lot.
You have 15. So.
Go out really this way.
That's the athlete.
That's what I've been trying to do all week in the booth. Made it look easy.
Killing mosquitoes. Antonius in the tank for his tournament life. Oh yeah.
Why would you raise? Why would you raise a bad hand on this spot? Why would you do it? Why would you just have that? Why does
God,
it
the man
feel
just does
weird
it all.
this hand for some reason?
Short deck,
I don't know.
PLO.
It just feels weird. How many 10s? I used 10 so far.
Everyone's super short.
I'm probably gonna use all of them. Who knows? Can't even get anything from you.
There's the fold.
I'm still in. Fuck it. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever witnessed someone with as much experience as that man has at the live felt pained that much by a decision before, Ali.
And in the end, came up with the right one, didn't he? As it stood. But unfortunately, it's one that does leave him with just 675,000 with which to operate moving forward. As mentioned, 100 of that going to slide into the small blind right here, right now, as Duttweiler works his way level with Punsri as they hunt the big stack of Hajiev. 820K guaranteed. Feels like it's headed toward Patrick, but one never knows. The spin up could be available. For me, Henry, burning through that many time banks, when if the spin does take place, we could find ourselves deeper into this tournament in a spot where we might miss that kind of latitude to deliberate.
I think 12 in total used out of 15 total. Managed to get a bit of insight into his thought process, kind of saying, would you really raise with a trashy hand on the button with this ICM, with the chip leader in the small? Did make the correct decision and ultimately fold, but as you said, all eyes on Patrick now.
Mosquitoes with you also? They're killing me too. You kill mosquitoes here?
Well, we killed one. but I don't know how many
One
there
just
are.
bite me too.
I mean, I shouldn't say we. I obviously didn't kill it. I just moved him along.
No, we killed it.
We killed it. One just bite me too.
Patrick 10 time bangs and bam! GG mosquito.
This one guy came to observe what's going on. This is interesting spot here. Is he gonna call or what?
Mosquito trying to...
Actually one of the new techniques.
Rail?
Yeah, literally.
Oh, dear.
I got destroyed in the booth last night. 3 bites, all on my face.
Come on.
Here, here, and here. You can literally see them as well.
Wow.
See this bad boy?
How do they get you on the face?
I mean, did manage to get it eventually. Is Hajio. I mean, this is insane, Ali.
Just a bulldozer of a stack. helpless are those middling stacks against this assault on this occasion. Hitched to the pocket threes, as Achieve has been very impressive, Henry.
I wonder what Punsri's meant to do. This sounds crazy, right? But say Punsri wakes up with queens. Like, tell me, what are you meant to do with queens when you're second in chips and the difference between second and going home in 7th is more than 2 million?
And 200,000 an immediate pay jump.
Right.
Sorry.
Which is a full bullet in this event. Never mind all of the added ladders which you could enjoy. I don't want queens right now if I'm Punsri. Don't make it all easy. Give me nothing but dust until we find out what Patrick's fate's going to be.
Yeah. Tobias, on the other hand, just doesn't seem to mind. ICM is for poor people, as they like to say.
Look at Ramin looking over as if to say, buddy, you do understand the setup here.
Yeah.
It is not yours. It is mine. And yet you offend me with these opens. Queen 10 into the muck. Now an ace-king suited for Punsri. Immediate decision upon him here, Henry.
This is second v third in chips, with a 3 big blind stack at the table. See, with that pickup, Punsri now back up into second, but still incredibly tough for these middling stacks.
Tough for the mosquitoes in the room as well, as Patrick evidenced. Once he hangs up his poker cleats, perhaps a career in pest control. Kind of a therapeutic moment in the middle of being put in the blender there, the ability to just mash the mosquito and then carry on with his thoughts.
Yeah, and to share a laugh with the table is something Randy and I touched on from the start of play today, was just the looseness, if you will, players talking and just enjoying the moment rather than other final tables we've seen where it's just so tense, everyone's under pressure. And I think that's just the byproduct of VIPs mixed with pros.
And also just kind of unique to Triton. It's a small fraternity. So we see Sosia jamming with the 2 7s. Effective. 2 million. Leaves herself 750.
It's okay.
Yeah, I couldn't put it better myself. That fraternity you talk of,
It wasn't a full tower of black.
something that happens not just at the feature table,
I slid it out
on the
thinking
outer
it
tables
was 2
as well.
million. I was like, fuck, I actually have less than I thought. But yeah.
Often one of the reasons we retain players that join for the first time and they keep coming back is because that kind of environment, if you will. So Sia Jiang, by the way, with this cash here, guaranteed to move up to #1 on New Zealand's all-time money list, regardless on where she finishes from here on out.
Did we sneak a peek at who was at the top of that list going in?
I did.
Don't want to put you on the spot. I know you were doing research prior to the onset of coverage here today.
This is Lee Nelson.
Oh.
Good friend of yours, I believe.
Shout out Lee Nelson, one of New Zealand's most prolific sheep farmers. Actually, I have no idea who Lee Nelson is, and doubtful that's his enterprise. Far be that from stopping me from flexing my imagination.
Well, he's been dethroned
Hajiev hauling another one in. Won't be the last time we'll be saying that, if recent history has been any indication of what to expect. Ace-6 is a familiar one for Patrick.
Just has to go in the middle here, Ali. He's going to have to put in 2/3 of his stack.
Is it there? I haven't released it. I leave this. Sorry.
Going to just leave him one chip back.
Nobody's going to call him out on
Is
that.
that okay?
Well, you're still not all in. You have a chip.
Yeah, I wanted to leave this. Yeah, I wanted to leave one chip. Yeah.
Okay.
Another example of just sort of the flexible,
Just learning
you
from all
know.
the cool kids.
Yeah. I'm new to the
It's weird
cool-
because Hajiev's in the big blind.
How much is it? 5. I don't think I'm supposed
You don't expect him to make this move given Hajiev's in the big blind?
No, the point that I wanted to make is that
so bad.
even with like a marginal
I'm
holding,
good. I woke up with the hand.
Rumin could
50.
make a tighter fold,
50, 300.
keep Patrick in. It allows him to continue, but he's going to make the call
Okay.
with the 8 deuce.
Maybe you
And
can
risk
still hold.
Yeah.
getting
I'll
rid
just
of
make it
his
easier, No?
How much was the
assistant
I'll just make
in
it
terms of chip
Yeah, I can
acquisition.
Interesting decision there from Hajiev to make the call.
Bit, bit dark.
I bet blind. It's okay, just
Fine, it's fine.
it's okay. I'll bet when the flop comes. Doesn't matter.
8 deuce offsuit and agreements to bet dark as
a
Hajiev
pair.
out flops Patrick,
You used the
wincing.
deuce, Wow,
Wow.
that really sucks.
Oh, you didn't even guess the 9. You just knew you had the deuce.
This is better than 9 for him.
Well, better for him.
6 outs twice for Patrick. King could create a counterfeit, Henry.
Ace, 9 or a 6 needed now.
Exactly.
And there is the 6 of clubs.
Wow.
Oh, you won. Oh,
I
was thinking
I
you
was
had-
thinking that this is, am I gonna go out like this to deuce 8?
Ramin was ready to shake hands.
Was indeed.
For a second, I
Clearly
thought
didn't
I won.
realise.
I didn't realize. This was anticipating that.
With that up to 7 big blinds, but he is in the big blind now, so again, has to put in 2 of his 7 bigs.
And even with Patrick at 7 bigs on the back end of a double, landscape doesn't exactly change in terms of Hajiev being able to leverage that to great effect.
No, and the only thing it really does change is now 1 more double for Antonis, and all of a sudden, he's up to like 4th in chips, so it's pretty insane how close this is. I know it feels like we keep reiterating the same points, but it's just the Hajiev show right now, and everyone else is handcuffed.
Ace-Jack suited as Tobias has been the man breaking free of those cuffs.
Yeah, certainly shown a willingness to get involved and just put himself in a good position to go on and win this tournament.
How much?
Oh, that's a genuine count.
2 words you never want to hear.
Chip leader asking for a count.
But you always get asked. Of course. I agree.
Call.
Gonna make the call with King Jack O, Henry. Significant number of chips. And he's gonna find himself dominated, playing for 5.5.
Yeah, I mean, Tobias coming in as shortest stack to this FT. Now 5 cards away from moving up to 2nd, and more importantly, closing the gap on the chip leader.
The flop, 9-6 deuce. Jack of spades is working. for Hagiev for the purposes of running spades, but he hunts a king and a king alone after the 9 pairs on the turn, and Tobias anti-sweating successfully as he can take his seat. And
2.
did you anticipate a call out of Ramin there?
2 by 50.
I understand for chips that against the jamming range, he's probably doing okay. But again, just kind of circling back to that conversation earlier on where he wants to be the one putting the pressure on other people, not the guy going bounty hunting, if you will, not the guy necessarily looking to call off and eliminate people, because maintaining that overwhelming chip lead is just going to play out so well for him further down the line. But now, all of a sudden, you have a significant threat. If Tobias plays a big pot against Ramin, all of a sudden Ramin's down to 6th in chips, 7th in chips. So, slight misstep there, in my opinion. I mean, I don't want to kind of shower Hagiev for making a call because, like I said, we just saw Tobias open the Queen 10 on the button. So,
but even with what he might perceive to be the equity that King Jack would have against the opening range from Tobias with the button jam, the fact that cannot be overlooked is the implications of losing that spot, and the fact that it isn't one in which you have aces, where you're going to have, you know, such a good spot after having to C5, but rather maybe a much thinner edge.
Yeah, 100%. Like, even if he has Queen 10, right, it's a 60-40 against the under pair. It's a flip.
It was high risk, high reward, but in the end, the reward went to Tobias as Punsri takes one down with an ace-9, and dynamic shifts here in terms of the power struggle with 7 remaining.
Yes, one of the things we've sung the praises of a few players throughout this series, one of them at this table, Sean Winter. Another one that comes to mind is, was it Ding Biao, I believe, who was down to like, I want to say 6 big blinds in the mystery bounty, made a big fold. And the reason I bring this up is because sometimes people forget that it's a marathon, not a sprint. They make these calls because they want to just wrap the tournament up. Things have maybe been going their way, maybe a bit upstuck, if you will. And yeah, now all of a sudden, Hagiev goes from like winning the tournament 60% of the time to now being in a bit of a dicey spot.
Not exactly a dicey spot for Sean Winter. Under the gun, ace-10 suited. Certainly worthy of an open. But now Hagiev with pocket 5s folds the cutoff. Henry.
Not of approval from me in the booth.
Punsri. Extra 200K investment made as the fund grows to 1.1. And he flops an open-ender with backdoor diamonds. Winter, however, well in front with top pair.
This might just be a jam spot for Sean, as crazy as that sounds with 1.1 in the middle. It's so difficult to navigate a lot of turns. We're picking up this pot right here. It's just so important for him. Would move back up to 4th in chips.
On.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of this jam, just denying equity. It feels silly, right, at first glance. Like, why would you not want to get value from your top pair, top kicker? But his tournament life is so much more important than, you know, maybe squeezing out an additional 400, 500K.
And obviously, as precious as that tournament life is, it's one he's willing to risk against that infrequent spot where Punsri has the ace-10 in bad shape.
Fantastic jam from Sean, just really showing great ICM awareness as he has the entire final table.
Well, we feel compelled in between these two hands to acknowledge all of you out there worldwide who are soaking up this final table alongside us here at the Triton Super High Roller Series on our multiple platforms, including our Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, and of course, who can overlook YouTube, reaching the 160,000 subscriber threshold, as well as the 10,000 concurrent viewer threshold. Thank you so much for taking an interest in what we're doing here, and more so, of course, in these players who we celebrate each and every festival. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, help us to continue to deliver free of charge the finest in streaming poker entertainment, as Tobias delivers 400,000 to the middle with a King 10 suited.
Well said, Ali.
Pretty cool to think,
It's-
Henry. Not
yeah.
an entirely insignificant
No, not at all.
audience.
Kudos to the players and the team, of course.
By the way, feel free to interact with us not only through that YouTube chat, but obviously Henry and I monitoring social as well via Twitter, at Henry Kilbane, at Ali_Najad, at NanoNoko for Randy Liu, who I know is among those 10,000 streamers, despite being outside the booth.
Unless he's on the phone to the wife. That's the only time. Which will let him off, of course.
He's a good husband. Duthweiler now 6 million. Queen 10 off. Doesn't hesitate to pitch it.
If you had to ask me in this very position who my money was on, I think Tobias has shown a few clear signs that he knows exactly how to navigate this FT, and I think he's a strong favorite to close this one out. It does obviously have the chip leader on his left, but now that 30 big blind buffer, unless he gets coolered.
Well, Hajiev doing big stack things off of his high water mark, got through an ace-4 suited, and gets through black sevens. As you immediately witness the power of the setup here for Hajiev. Jack 10 offsuit big blind in the bin as well.
Yeah, 500K just picked up there. Sevens in the muck with the two shorter stacks. Sean Winter, if you looked at his resume from afar compared to everyone else's, it's the clear favorite. 24 million in total live earnings, career best cash of 2.4 million. Has, what, 10 million more in lifetime earnings than second total, Patrick Antonius. First time to play poker in 1999 at his father's restaurant.
Well, if you're into learning poker, have we got the app for you. Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at gtowizard.com/Triton today. Analyze played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and study any spot in the game. Join our giveaway for 5 premium GTO Wizard 1-month subscriptions and get access entirely for free for 24 hours, as well as a 10% discount on your first purchase. Head over to your app store and download GTO Wizard today. You were talking about Sean Winter. Tell us more about the man, Henry.
I think one of my favorite things here on his bio, funny anecdote about him, is that he met his wife at his first ever venture out to EPT way back in the day. It was hers as well. Now married with their 3-year-old daughter, Sophia. I would like to meet someone through poker, Ollie. I don't know about you. Congrats, Sean. I can see why he got locked up early.
Apparently meeting someone through poker is easier than meeting someone through poker commentary.
Case in point, the both of us lonely at times.
Single.
I think that's why we keep showing up.
There's 10,000
to
people
work
out
together.
there watching right now. Swipe left.
Also, I mean, you look at Sean, favorite type
Swipe
of poker.
right. I'm sorry, I botched that. Go on, Sean.
PLO cash game specialist as well. I mean, he's played the highest stakes cash games on spread in Vegas and online as well. So you look at the 24 million in earnings from tournaments, but can only imagine the swings from cash games as high as 1K, 2K. He's played
Incredible.
a few times in Vegas.
I think it's also kind of good to have a bit of that under your belt because
The tables on this side. Is that okay?
kind of the weight
Oh, thank you.
of the economics at an FT such as this one is something you've had to grapple with.
100%.
Yep.
I mean,
Thanks so much.
not to sleep on anyone else at the table. A few people here have already guaranteed themselves a record cash. Duthweiler's previous best cash, 265,000, 627,000 in total live earnings. Of course, does come from a high stakes cash game background. So no stranger to online nosebleeds. But look, I don't care how rich you are. 4.5 million. Not something you're gonna
Scoff at?
Yeah, exactly. You can just ladder a couple million by folding for a few more orbits. Who knows?
It was Winter's 1K, 2K PLO experience that kind of led me to talk about having some experience with the economic weight of a moment like this. Hajiev played the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational. Didn't make the final table, didn't cash. But a little bit of experience at these stakes doesn't hurt. And save for maybe what some might deem a questionable or less necessary altercation with Tobias with that King-Jack off, man's been impressive. And in fact, I'm having a tough time imagining him not cashing over the course of his first 9 attempts at a Triton, based on what we've seen.
Yeah, it's always really difficult to look at these VIPs and, you know, we haven't necessarily seen them as much on our screens, typically rolling around in the private games. Unfamiliar with all of their backgrounds from a business point of view, of course. Not saying it's a lot easier when we're commentating on pros, because I don't want to pretend like I'm on the in on everyone's personal finances.
Patrick Antonius having some finances difficulties here in terms of chips.
Probably feels like it's an NE2 spot, but
I guess I have to take the gamble here.
Well,
Oh, yeah, flipping.
Hajiev took a gamble against him with 8 deuce offsuit in turn, and offsuit 8 for Antonius. Will gamble against Ramin, and actually pocket 5s, not an awful one to be up against.
yeah, he's actually pretty thrilled to see the underpair.
45% equity as he tries to stave off a 7th place finish. Thus far, unable to do so, although the Queen-Jack-10 board with a spade presents options. The 6 among them, as again he pairs that card to hop in front of Hajiev, who now can only hit a 5 to shower him. Which he is unable to do. So a very resilient Patrick Antonius here at this FT.
I have your luck. Nobody can kill me.
The Teflon Fin.
A fly on the wall.
No longer the shortest stack. Antonius blinding down all the way to sub 3 bigs. And as you mentioned, look, Just one time extension in front of him now, Ali. You kind of leaned into what if he does spin the wheel? Face a tough spot, I guess. We're about to find out. That lone time extension.
You know, we talked about whether or not that would become an issue, and obviously 9 bigs doesn't really get him out of the danger zone, but something to keep an eye on as Patrick marches forward, which is something that Hajiev is likely to be doing with pocket 9s. There is the jam. Ace 9 for Patrick in the small.
Oh, this is disgusting. So 9 bigs. He knows how wide Hajiev is going to be jamming. Ace 9 is performing well, but it's going to let it go.
What a well-timed choice that was. With a 9 in hand from Patrick. As 7 deuce, of course, will find the muck. Prompt rebate for Ramin.
Yeah, just picking up 500k. The 750 that he lost in the previous hand, not looking too bad now. That's why that call with the King Jack was just so unnecessary in my mind. Like, overwhelming chip leader just gets to pick up 500k every time he jams and gets it through. He did roll the dice.
No complaints from Duttweiler, of course. The beneficiary with that ace-jack. As we look at Sean Winter with an ace-king suited. Up front, 2.5 million. Currently 4th of 7 runners.
Sean opting to induce with the ace-king suited off of 12 bigs.
Ace-jack suited for Socia in the small. She is covered by Sean. Winter's willingness to open under the gun, though, Henry, does obviously resonate with higher parts of the range.
Yeah, it does, but Socia just unable to get away from it, and all the aces are dead. Ace-jack folded, of course, from Antonius. Maybe just giving Winter more credit for raise folds from under the gun at this stack depth. Certainly capable of having some.
So evenly stacked, both of you.
Jiang, that is?
Sean Winter,
Sean.
more capable of having raise folds from under the gun.
2-4-50 Sean, 2-3-50 Socia.
Wait, that the thought being on Socia's mind when choosing to jam with this hand, correct?
For sure.
In agreement, as Queen Jack 9 now suddenly presents escape for Socia Jiang. The turn presents the nut flush draw, and oh, so many outs for Sean Winter.
Use of heart stealer.
Club, 10, king.
Not a big card.
Can she avoid it in a 5.1 million chip pot? No, is the red 10.
You want to make sure? Let's make sure.
Sure. 1 second.
Nice hand.
Gives Winter Broadway.
Here's a.
You have more by 100,000, Sean. That's what program says.
2, 3, 2, 4.
Still close enough for a recount.
2, 3.
Good game.
Good luck,
GG's.
GG.
Jiang. Now finds herself #1 on New Zealand's all-time money list, of course. Another female reaching the final table for One of these 200k invitationals, always bittersweet, Ali, to flop a piece and come up short. Has to be thrilled with her performance.
Congrats everyone for cashing.
Well, she was obviously in a bad way against that ace-king suited, but will notch her second cash thus far here in North Cyprus after finishing 20th in the 30k mystery bounty. Here, she finishes in 7th place, and in doing so will add 820,000 to her career totals.
4-2. 4-2?
On the Triton Super High Roller Series, putting her
hard
up and
to
over
lose,
I think the
1.3 million.
The two businessmen are the two best.
Who qualifies for businessman?
6 max. 4 pros. 2 VIPs.
Oh, with that, everyone guaranteed 7 figures. Ali.
Minimum of 600k in profit, as it was just a 1 re-entry event, 200k. Not certain how many bullets each of our remaining 6 are playing on. I know Punat, 2 bullets for sure. Hadn't really kept a beat on the others.
I think fairly sure that Antonius is in for 2 as well. Duthweiler again, just regardless of the chip leader on his left in the mix. So career best cash for 3 of these players, for Ramin, Duthweiler and Kiat Lee.
Being told Kiat's on 1 bullet.
There we go. Oh, 5x.
Now that I think about it, as we took that shot of Tobias, you touched on sort of the lightheartedness upon the elimination of Sosia. Obviously a bit of, you know, exhale, relief, pay ladder for everyone, 7 figures guaranteed, as you mentioned. He hasn't really been as much a part of those moments of levity, Henry, as the remainder of the field.
Good one. Oh.
So we see
You have more than
Sean
one
Winter.
I've less than.
Yeah, we're all in, right?
Yeah. I've less than. Yeah.
Working his way all in with Kiat Lee, the 1.6 and change open, enough to draw Lee's stack forward. He'll be all too pleased to be up against an ace-3 suited, which still has 29% equity in a 3.1 million chip pot, not far removed from the elimination of Jiang. As you see Boss Paul Pua, Jason Kuhn, Nacho Barbero, all headed toward the rail to watch this one play out. King 9-5, so far so good for ace-queen. Pressing forward to 77% equity. Board pairs on the turn. Suddenly the opportunities for Winter. Ferdinand Putra looking on as well. And the 7 will leave. Kiat Lee doubling.
1-4-25.
Yeah, just the cooler blind v blind for 7 bigs. Sean fist bump jamming the ace-3 suited, running into top of range. With that double, Kiat now kind of tied with Punat Punsri. Patrick Antonius, the immediate short stack with just 6 bigs. Kiat, of course, one player of the series in Vietnam.
Oh, no wonder you asked for the time.
4 crossbars.
Because you want to go toilet.
2 4th place finishes, a 3rd and a 2nd, I believe. Cashing for over 2 million during that series.
Still super shot. Still super shot.
Hagiev, Jack 9. $550 to go. Is this sort of kit perhaps too liberal as it stands? The narrowness of the gap between himself and Tobias? With 6 left?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so, because once Patrick folds, Patrick obviously on Hagiev's direct left, the amount of kit behind needed to even be able to defend or compete with this open is top of range. So again, kind of a bit of a waiting game now for these middling stacks. Sean and Punat on 13 bigs, Catley on 12, Patrick on 6, and he's going to have to put in 2/3 of his stack in the next hand when he's in the big blind. Already seen so much throughout this series, just proving that by folding you can literally print hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So what you're saying is right now is akin to being in a NHS waiting room.
HS.
National Health Service. Producer James knows something about it. 2 aces, no waiting for Kiat, as his name has been called. Fresh off the double. Opens the button.
How much you have?
I have 2,475 behind.
All in?
I knew it. I knew Hagiev wanted to just rip this in Kiat's face with the suited king.
Is it a mistake?
I mean, I don't know how many raise folds Lee has. Just always feels like he's inducing, but easier for me to say here when I can see he's got the 2 aces.
Might we have our second straight double in a 6.3 million chip pot? 9, 7, 4, 2 clubs. And the king deuce suited, suddenly a big threat to these aces. Turn is clean. Can Lee wipe the sweat from his brow and take his seat, or will Hagiev vault back into a big lead? The answer is the latter, as the ace of clubs on the end, giving Lee top set, but Hagiev the nuts. And Kiat can do nothing but bid the remainder of the field adieu. Note Ramin first to come over to him and show love. 1,030,000 going to be added to Kiat's career Triton totals, but much higher hopes hung upon those 2 aces there. Hold your head up high, young man. An impressive performance as Kiat moves toward 4.5 million in career Triton totals. 11 cashes, his second here in North Cyprus, but denied his first title as Hagiev. Might it be a preordained affair, Henry? Spots like that one start to make you wonder.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm just taking a bit of time to process that one for Lee. We've all been there. Inducing with the aces, chip lead pot. I mean, good luck trying to figure out how much that one was worth in terms of ICM value.
Good, you didn't tell me.
Why would I tell you I'm doing that?
Brutal. Brutal beat.
The only word for it.
Now after you won, I can tell you.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping it discreet.
Wow.
Would you rather take that beat or stand behind an angry horse for like an hour?
An hour?
Just gamble that he isn't going to
Yeah.
give you the swift kick.
What is wrong with you?
Everything.
How does that thought even come to one's mind
Those
on
are
the back
both
end.
unpleasant experiences.
Sure. But we're talking about poker variants. You're talking about getting kneecapped by a horse for an hour straight.
No, no, no. Just be there for an hour. Maybe the horse doesn't even make a move. Meanwhile, moves being made by Tobias on the button. Ace-10 suited. Antonius 10-7 offsuit. And definitely worthy of mention that Patrick just picked up a cool $300,000, Henry, as everybody guaranteed 1.325 with 5 left.
He did say good luck me before those 5 cards were dealt. Has managed to ladder 2 spots. Ninja'd his way up with the departure of Jiang and Lee, of course.
Has not managed to connect with this board. Perhaps a good thing, given he was dominated.
You know, if commentary doesn't work out for you,
it isn't.
Career-wise, maybe the next Bond villain. I could just see you sitting down with the writers and the producers, just like, hey guys, I'll take care of this torture scene. Get me a horse, some rope, and we're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could see it.
But I wouldn't, you know, I'm too goofy to be a Bond villain.
No, I think that's precisely what would make you so scary. We meet again, Mr. Bond.
No, I'd be a great Joker.
That's true.
Yeah. Ace-4 for Tobias Duttweiler.
Arlene is out, ladies and gentlemen. One of the industry's finest.
Depends who you ask. Ace-5 now for Panat, off of 2.7 million back with 250 in the big and 250 in the ante out there already. You touched on sort of the anticipated not going to open without being able to call off circumstances for Kiat, who was the second shortest stack at the table at the time before being showered with the aces. Is it a similar spot with Duttweiler, or given he's second in chips, absolutely not?
I think if anyone's going to have raise folds like lighter opens, it's going to be Duttweiler. We've seen him incredibly active, and maybe this playing through Punat's mind to just take the re-jam spot as he does jam the ace-5 and gets met with the snap fold. So I think those, you know, there are a few considerations there. Defending an option, but jamming just likely getting the fold. And a nice little pickup there, creating a bit of a safety buffer between himself and Sean Winter, closing the gap on the German pro.
All in.
Hagiev jams an ace-jack. And this one gets through. I want to talk about safety buffers. How about 11.6 plus going into that pot?
Yeah, now has more than half the chips in play with 5 left. Absolutely smashing his previous best score of 366K. Guaranteed to cross the 5 million in total live earnings mark. 1,325,000 guaranteed for these final 5. Antonius, who's done an incredible job, of course, of laddering a couple of spots. He'll be thrilled to look down at ace-10 suited in the cutoff for his final 3 bigs.
In goes all but 25K. Standard and customary. And King Deuce fared well, suited in form for Hagiev against even aces. Offsuit variety now will give this ace-10 suited a spin. Can Antonius double yet again? He's done so twice already in this frame. As they play for 1.8. Good looking flop. Queen, queen 3. Spadeless is Tobias. Certainly good news given the arrival of an 8 of spades on the turn, and now Patrick just needs to fade a king or deuce, which he's done.
725.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I can just imagine, given the talent associated with Patrick, each and every time he manages to double, more and more of a sense of aggravation and frustration from the remaining field who are just looking to get rid of this obstacle.
Yeah, I think Antonius is going to look back at this FT and be so proud. You know, even after, I think you correctly introduced, you know, decade and a half, better part of 2 decades now at the highest level, but still showing up, playing the highest stakes. The discipline to fold down to just 3 bigs with that ace-6 against Tobias when we were 7-handed. Still in the hunt here, still in the fight.
Fold.
Hagiev given a walk. Kind of a snowball effect once you spin up a stack as big as his. The gravitational pull grows along the way.
Feels like it's his to lose, in a great spot to come into heads up as the overwhelming chip leader.
Winter takes a pass with queen 10 suited. Now king 10 off on the button for Tobias. He will open. But just a limp.
1575.
Ramin trying to determine whether or not he can really abuse. We know he can, but the open limp on the button, what's that do in your mind, Henry?
Honestly, forget about what it does in my mind. I want to be in a boardroom meeting with Ramin when someone shows him no profit in Q3. I got a funny feeling that that's not going to go down too well. Just leaning into Tobias there with the 5-3. You know what you're going to limp in my small blind? Here's 900K.
Yeah.
Eat some of that. Sean Winter, by the way, an incredibly disciplined fold, and we've obviously highlighted Sean on several occasions throughout the series. First time venturing out to a Triton, knocked on the door a few times throughout the series, but one of the things that stood out was a comment that Jason Kuhn made very early on about Sean's ability to just fold all the way down to 3-4 bigs and then somehow 4-handed, 3-handed
yeah,
be in the hunt for a victory. And
I remember that exchange. It's just really kind of been something we've seen on more than one occasion out of Sean, and so have his peers, as we see Hajiev doing what we would expect. King 7 in the small blind for Patrick. Looks up at Punat. Punsri with King Queen. Is this a blender spot with 3.2 back?
It's currently comfortably in third, but Punat has shown a willingness in other tournaments to just play for the win. Patrick is on just 5 bigs. Punat with 15. Punat definitely with some gamble in him.
Tell you what he's got in him is ICM awareness. And a reluctant release, but a prudent one it would seem, given the shorter stacks of Winter and Antonius, whose fates he will await with those massive pay jumps. Currently 315,000. The difference between 5th and 4th. And we will break the $2 million payout barrier once you get up to 3rd place. There's a look at the way it all shakes out at present with the blinds at 125, 250. Brought to you by bookmaker.eu. A tenacious and resilient Patrick Antonius, who we heard say, nobody can kill me. Obviously, they are all trying.
It's a tough man to kill. Benjamin Button of our industry.
Quick glimpse at the payouts as well. Jack 10 suited here for Patrick. Folded to his button.
In it goes. All of it bar 50K.
Jam and take it. Sorry.
I was just about to say, I mean, just getting that jam through. It's now up to 1.8 million. Sean Winter on 2.4. Put out on 3, you know, Antonius doubles up and all of a sudden he moves up to 3rd in chips.
Wanted to expand upon something that you mentioned earlier on in reference to Sean Winter about him knocking on the door. 6 events played here at his first Triton, 3 cashes, 2 final tables, including 4th in the 50K 7 max, good for almost $500,000.
Number 1 on Florida's all-time money list.
Over 600K already in earnings on the trip, and going to be at least 1.3 more, regardless of his finish here as Hajiev. Going to be so dangerous when he really picks up hands, Henry, as people are looking for a spot. And might this be the one? Punsri, Ace King on the button, 3 million back.
Oh, we're going to be flipping for millions in equity. Going to be one of the biggest flips of both these players' careers to date.
2.6 million.
Call it 85% from Punsri. The rest was always going in after Ramin announces all in and shows the pocket pair. Now Punat at risk of elimination with 43% equity in a 6.7 million chip pot. One that'll be good for 2nd place if it goes his way. 1 burn, 3 off the top. And top set for Hajiev leaves Ace King in dire straits. Just 2% equity with 1 to come. Jack or a queen. Required to draw live, but unavailable as the 7 of hearts promptly sends Punsri showing love to his fellow combatants. Disappointment can be heard far and wide throughout Southeast Asia as a groan comes over Bangkok. Punat Punsri going to be taken down 1.3 million plus, adding to his already impressive almost 4 million in career Triton earnings. Second title won't be his though, as he notches a 7th cash with 2 under his belt already here at this festival, including 3rd for 600 plus in the 50K 7 max.
Yeah, GG's Punsri, another 7-figure score added to his already impressive resume very early in his career, of course. But with that, shout out to the short stack ninjas, Sean Winter and Patrick Antonis, who've just played an absolute blinder of a final table and nursing those short stacks to, I mean, what, ladder up the better part of $1 million since getting to this FT.
Just incredible to think about, isn't it? As the 300K ladder leaves everybody locking up 1.64, courtesy of 4th. I'm looking at
just like this one, I had ace 10.
460,000, the difference between 4th and 3rd.
Oh, hold your horses. We may have a first v second in chips square off here.
Couple of offsuit aces. It's Tobias limps.
Can we get service?
All in.
Patrick needs 14 lamb chops.
A G of jams. Tobias not laughing as he's forced to bin the better ace.
Antonis, of course, hasn't eaten in 45 minutes, so I think Sean Winter just ordered him, what was it, 15 lamb chops?
Man's starving. I mean, it's like a virtual famine. I believe that's generally a woman tasked with cocktails. Perhaps not accustomed to getting the lamb chop request, but I'm sure she'll sort it out.
He probably knows we're talking about him as well, because we just always bring it up. And it's not just at the table, dude. Every time I bump into Patrick, there's salmon, there's broccoli, there's mixed vegetables. I mean, the guy is just an absolute machine. Let's go, Winter.
He could be described as a bit of a machine himself. Takes it up to 1 million, but he's got an ace-jack on the button in Duttweiler, waiting for him. This is 50% of Sean's stack in the middle. Are there raise folds ever? So we see Duttweiler 3-betting to exactly 2 million, Henry.
No, never raise folding, but maybe getting away from an all-in and a call behind. But I think once he's put in half of his stack, of course. I mean,
yeah.
Ace-8.
In goes the rest in dire straits. 25K back apparently, so apologies. Rounding error. But I don't know. I'll book the Sean doesn't end up all in. If you want that action.
I'm good.
4.625 at present. It'll be 4.675. Almost assuredly in just moments. Ace of Hearts working for Sean as Tobias promptly puts the last quarter on request. And Winter recognizing he has issues. Deuce of diamonds doesn't help to remedy that reality, as now no backdoor equity acquired. And Sean hunts a snowman to stay alive. Is it there? No. Instead, it's the ace. Outkicked is Sean Winter, who really gave them all he could handle, Henry, but in the end forced to accept fourth.
I've got a very funny feeling, Ali. In 5 years' time, we're going to look back at Sean Winter, and he's going to be one of the most decorated Triton players. Just such a strong performance here, cashing for over 2 million in the series so far. Another final table.
Thanks.
Bids adieu to the podium finishers.
Are we moving because of camera or no?
Does Sean?
I'm just asking if you're moving because of camera.
And I think I'm in line with you, Henry, in terms of your prediction that we will be seeing much, much more of that man and even more accolades as he adds 1.6 million to this festival earnings total, which brings him to 2.2 million, his fourth cash of the series. And with that, we break the $2 million payout barrier. Everyone guaranteed 2.1. And consider that Tobias Duthweiler was the shorty coming in. Antonius had 3 bigs, I think it was, at one point.
On a couple of occasions, I believe.
Just staggering. Now the pay jump between third and second. A whopping 1 million plus, Henry. Hajiev picks up the first hand of 3-handed action. Jacks for Antonius. In sales his 1.2.
Yeah, welcome sight this short.
1.175. Call.
Might Tobias feel equally as welcome about the sight of ace-10 offsuit? He flats, and Patrick has just 25K back.
Yeah, 100% Ali. 3-handed ace-10. Just unfortunate to run into jacks, obviously.
Overpair against top pair, and of course the money sails in regardless. It's Antonius.
Felt pretty good on that.
Poised
I had a 10 too.
to drag 3.1 million. Ramin telling Tobias that he had a 10. Turn card does present a bit of an issue in the form of a wheel.
It's such a dirty way to be eliminated.
Stop it. Behave. Oh my God.
GG.
Oh, Jesus. Patrick.
I thought I was
3 of diamonds on the river. Runner, runner, wheel.
Good game. Good game.
Wow.
As Antonius
We can take a break before...
wearing a smile.
Yeah.
Courtesy of the spin up and obviously ladder up in turn, but inside he had much, much higher hopes for that spot. The Finn showered in third. A far greater finish than he would have anticipated as he takes down 2.1 million to add to his already illustrious 2.7 in career Triton earnings. No second title, but a 13th cash and his 4th of this North Cyprus Festival. So there is the stage that we have set for Heads Up Play as you look at a better than 2-1 chip lead for Azerbaijan's Ramin Hajiev, the VIP. And we will step aside for heads-up play and throw you to a GTO Wizard quiz. Stay close.
The following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're sitting on a 5 big blind short stack under the gun in a tournament. What is your M ratio? The ante is 12.5%. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is crazy.
heads up in the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. Ramin Hajiev, #1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list, chip leading over the online cash game crusher Tobias Duffweiler from Germany. Both players guaranteed $3,169,000 for their efforts as we welcome you back to continuing coverage from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino. 71 bigs, plays 33, and one of the biggest talking points from that last frame, of course, was the Patrick Antonius spin, folding his way all the way down to just 3 bigs with 7 players left, managing to ladder up to third for 2.1 million, obviously being eliminated in pretty grim fashion. Duffweiler, of course, finding the runner will. And with that, Randy, 2-1 chip lead for Hajiev. First ever cash at a Triton series. Guaranteed 3.1 and change. I believe these two gentlemen are potentially going to look into some numbers, which would make sense given that there's a 1.4 million difference between first and second.
Yes, of course.
So I'm just receiving word that on that heads-up break, they did actually take a look at numbers. So a little bit of pressure off, rather than the 4.5 million for first and 3.169 for second. Duffweiler is guaranteed to be walking away with 3,606,000. And Hajiev is guaranteed 3,992,554 They're playing, of course, for an additional 130K, as well as that coveted Triton trophy, your name in the Triton history books.
So yeah, still quite a hefty match that we are playing for right now, 130K, as you just mentioned. And, you know, it is the VIP versus the Pro. I'd imagine the Pro's got more heads-up experience, especially from a cash game background. But then again, there's always that 2-1 chip lead that Ramin Hajiev can hopefully exert that power and just attack.
Yeah, great point, Randy. And producer James, kind of, you know, you get to this stage of the tournament, and a lot of us from an entertainment point of view would like to just see these guys duke it out heads up for 1.4 million, you know, no deals even looked into, but obviously not only the 130K left to play for, but as we touched on, this is a trophy that you want to take home. This is the piece of kit that you want on your mantelpiece. Bragging rights, as Duffweiler off of 30 bigs. A couple of 9s. Hajiev, who's not been one to shy away from just open jamming or jamming over the top with ace-X type holdings.
We're playing 30 big blinds right now?
We are indeed, as he does announce all in. Duffweiler with the snap call with the 2 9s, 5 cards to come, 15.5 million in the middle. The German can hold here. We'll have a 3-2 chip lead.
With the rolling recall in the LUXON Invitational final table. Our only player Tobias shows pocket nines, 9 of diamonds, 9 of clubs. Rami shows ace-3, ace of clubs, 3 of spades. We must see a flop.
Luca Vivaldi coming over for the German to become the chip leader. King 10-5 rainbow. So far so good. Tobias came into this final table 9 of 9. The shortest stack by a considerable margin. Is now just 1 card away from taking the chip lead heads up. He finds the hold, Randy, and with that, Tobias up to 15.5 million. Hajiev down to 10.3. Second hand of heads up.
Yeah, obviously a big double here for the pro. A very big jam with ace-3, I would say, for 30 blinds.
Do you think that may be a byproduct of the fact that
they just made a deal?
Yeah, Hajiev's guaranteed 3.99 million.
Very, very possible. You know, you're very happy with the result you've gotten. You play an ace-X aggressively. It's understandable. I'm also going to think that Hajiev probably doesn't play too much heads up and just there's that ace-X is often the best hand. Clearly wide ranges, of course.
Well, taking a stand, coming up short against Duthweiler. As Randy alluded to, coming from a cash game background, can only assume, not to say that it's preordained, but it's safe to say this man has a fair amount of heads-up experience, although most likely in the cash game streets where it's probably a bit deeper than he finds himself here. Still a lot of transferable skills, of course. 15.5 million plays 10.3. 62 bigs plays 41. So look at the trophy that one of these two will be going home with. Again, for those of you just joining us, Tobias guaranteed $3,606,446. GF guaranteed $3,992,554. Playing for the trophy, the bragging rights, an additional 130,000 USD.
Well, the chip lead has flip-flopped, and we are going to come in for the limp here. We are playing 40 big blinds effective. Lots of fight with these stack sizes. 10-3 offsuit now. Duthweiler, check. Big blind ante in this heads-up format, of course, and that's going to make you want to fight for these limp pots a little bit more.
Well, neither player connecting on the 9-6-5. Hajiev still with the best of it. Does have that inside straight draw. The only player with a diamond as well. See if he wants to take a stab here. Being checked too. He does. Prompt fold from Tobias. Randy, you know, coming into this, Hajiev was second in chips. Tobias was 9 of 9. Can you just kind of run us through some of the emotions over the last few days? You know, coming into today, they were both guaranteed 481,000. You're now guaranteed 7 figures. I mean, don't want to say that it's a life-changing amount of money, but I think it's safe to assume that, you know, the emotions have been a bit up and down over the last 3 days.
Of course, and look, we know Duthweiler, Cash Game Pro, is going to be playing the high stakes out there, but still, this is by far his biggest cash, the biggest heads-up match or just tournament he's played for this money. It's going to allow him to just play the high stakes much more confidently and comfortable, of course, and it's and especially like throughout the final table, he was, you know, very short, or just hanging in there, you know, was happy for each ladder he got. But now with the chip lead in contention to just take down one of the most prestigious tournaments to date. And for Hajiev, it's quite nice. You know, he's a VIP, been playing aggressively. You know, he's gotten there a little bit when he took out Kiat, of course, but holding his own against his field. And, you know, it's well-deserved. It feels great to be able to get multi-millions in a score guaranteed so far.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 3.7 million in live earnings for what I mean. With this score here, he's doubled his lifetime earnings. He's 10x'd his previous best cash, and regardless of how this heads-up match plays out, both of these players can obviously walk home with their heads held high.
So Hajiev is actually coming with a check raise, it seems. Just 9 high. Just saying, you know what? You just don't got it on Jack 4-3. And to be fair, it is heads up. Oftentimes you don't.
Yeah, of course, a very dry, disconnected board. Probably also wants to send a bit of a message from to Duffweiler as well. Just, hey, pal, I'm not going to let you run the show now just because you have the chip lead. Put up a fight, of course. Duffweiler going nowhere with the 2 overs. Backdoor spades as we peel one off on the turn. 3 million in the middle. There's some fun turn cards. That's one of them.
I think so.
Open-ender now. Duffweiler to go along with his overcards. Hajiev with the inside straight draw.
It feels like if you're going to check raise this flop, you'd be betting when you pick up equity at some frequency. I suppose, though, if you think your opponent is calling the Jack X's, of course, on the flop, you might feel it's pretty thin and you might be bleeding chips. King Queen actually an interesting spot, given it's open-ended now, and you probably think that Jack X, if it did check raise the flop, would just keep firing the turn. Take one off. Nuts.
Nuts on the river for Duffweiler. Unfortunately for him, Hajiev was up to no good on the flop with just 9 high.
It seems pretty difficult to represent something here for 9-7 offsuit. Ace X is probably hard to, given that, you know, he just played the Ace-3 offsuit rather aggressively for 30 blinds, so there wasn't even a re-raise from him pre-flop. So I can definitely get behind just giving up here 9-7.
Looks like a wall of, or a tower of black and gold chips. 2.2 million, obviously met with a snap fold. Tobias extends his lead to a great start, just a few hands into this heads-up match, doubling with the 9s against the Ace-3. Backdoor Broadway. 16 million. Plays 9 as the blinds go up. Hajiev down to 30 bigs. 200k LUXON Invitational. 86 hopefuls. Ponied up the 200k buy-in. Was Stephen Chidwick. That hit the showers on the stone bubble. Then prior to the final table, had the eliminations of Linus Love, Anson Yu, Phil Sternheimer, and Orpin
right?
Kisachoglu late last night. Ben Heath was the first to depart, cashing for 481,000. Then it was the 3-time champion, Wai Kin Yong, going home in 8th. Cecilia Jiang becoming #1 on New Zealand's all-time money list with her $820,000 score here.
Aggressive here, King 3 offsuit, attacking the dealer button limp here. You know, King X is definitely a candidate as you blocking hands that can really put a lot of chips in their pre-flop, and also, you know, King 3 doesn't play that well post-flop. Queen 9 is a reasonable hand. It is a 4x open. It's crossing his mind. He's going to lay it down.
Going back to the bust out so far. Kiat Lee bowing out in 6th for his first ever 7-figure score, followed by Thailand's Punat Punsri in 5th. 1,325,000. It was the US's Sean Winter, #1 on Florida's all-time money list. Over 24 million in live earnings, adding 1.6 million here today. And of course, just before this heads-up break, saw Patrick Antonis's pocket jacks come up short against Duffweiler's Ace-10, cashing for 2.1 million. Patrick up to over 16.5 million in lifetime earnings now.
Got a suited queen here in the big blind. 2-1 lead in terms of chips for Tobias. Let's see if Ramin can shift the momentum towards him. Not on this board texture.
Yeah, it's just as you say it. He's got him dominated, has a suit, couple of diamonds, 10-5-5. Going to be difficult for Hajiev to win this one.
Yeah, and as Tobias has raised this pre-flop, has a lot of incentive to fire away the wide calling ranges of the big blind and heads up. Here we go. Mind you, Ramin has already kind of check raised this small bet and has given up on future streets. He's recalling that and might not want to make the same mistake. He's out.
Obviously, you've played a ton of heads up back in the day. I mean, coming in Hajiev's shoes, and not to count him out, of course. Still in the mix, guaranteed just shy of 4 million, playing for 130K. Are there any kind of thoughts that could be detrimental to him? Just saw a bit of a frustration there with the fold. Just letting go of the queen four, maybe feels like he's being pushed around a bit too much, as he obviously knows Duffweiler has a ton of heads up experience. Well,
yeah,
chips could be going.
I mean,
in
chips
here.
are gonna. We'll just hold that thought. Can easily see these chips going in here. Just playing his game. Ace Jack. Bit of a trap. We got quite a bit of big blinds, don't we? 20, 25, just above. Yeah. 26. Curious how Duffweiler approaches ace-9. Definitely a hand worthy of getting a lot of chips in there pre-flop. Wow, just jams. Well, he's going to get snapped off for sure by ace-jack. 16.2 million chip pot.
Big 5 cards incoming with the 16.2 for Hajiev to regain the chip lead. Be back up to pretty much where he started this heads-up match. Needs to fade the 3 outer, as well as some spades. What was it they say in Germany? 9 always coming. On that board, although running spades an option for Tobias on the 8-6-4. Changes nothing, Randy. 3 outs once for Duffweiler. It was close.
It was close.
It was close. You can see the reaction from both.
That looked like the 9, man.
You hear it.
That looked like the 9.
Do I go and shake my opponent's hand now, or what?
Hajiev regaining control of this heads-up match, doubling back up to 55 bigs.
You know, obviously a key hand for him as he was on the downswing in this heads-up match. Now he's got the massive lead. At this point, it's really just not second-guessing yourself, playing whatever your game is. It's likely that Tobias, too, is unfamiliar with how Hajiev is going to approach heads-up, so you do have that mystery factor in on your side.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Duffweiler kind of changes his strategy here. I expect to see a lot of limping in position. I expect to see him wanting to take it post-flop, kind of just trying to outmaneuver his opponent, pushing his perceived edge.
Right, so theory-wise, if you feel like you've got a larger edge on your opponent, you'd want to keep the kind of stack-to-pot ratio as large as possible, so in the form of limping. being able to just maneuver and, you know, put in the bets when you've got it, pressure on scary cards. But then again, like, it could potentially be an over-adjustment if you underestimate your opponent too much here. So we'll see. Definitely a very key match incoming.
Oh, sorry.
So one apiece for both players.
Thank you.
Both surviving an all-in and a call situation.
Curious to see if he comes in with limp or raise with 2-7s. Obviously a hand that's willing to commit with even 32 big blinds. But what's the best way to kind of just get your opponent to make a big mistake? It feels like pouncing here of 8-6 offsuit.
1.3.
Been mighty aggressive.
Hajiev's just been so aggressive throughout this final table.
Yeah, has not put his foot on the brakes. Here, though, I feel like Sevens has got a lot of limp jam in it. I suppose you could limp call occasionally, but jam just seems like in the vacuum is the better play. You just take down that 1.3 million, even if you get called, likely a coin flip. And you can get a lot of flips to fold, right? Like the Jack 10 suited, for example, the Broadways.
Well played, Duthweiler. He's getting Hajiev to ISO with the rags.
Yeah, it's also nice to have some limp jams in there just to kind of put that fear in your opponent that, oh, whenever I limp, you can't just auto-raise and expect me to just lay it down.
Yeah, that's a great point. Definitely sends a message. Hajiev with 49 bigs. Duthweiler with 37. That second frame got down all the way from 7 players to heads up. Buyers guaranteed 3,606,000 and change for his efforts. Hajiev guaranteed 3,992,000 and change for his efforts.
Yeah.
I mean,
Playing for an additional 130,000, and of course, the coveted Triton trophy.
Nice time for some ace-king, but won't be getting action from 10-4 offsuit.
1.5. 1.5.
Quite big sizing, though, 5x.
It's kind of dangling the carrot in front of Hajiev saying, look, man, jam. Look
Yeah,
how
I
much
think
dead money's out there.
the 5x is supposed to look quite polarizing. So it also makes it a situation where the limper is more incentivized to just kind of limp jam as there's more dead money to take down. So maybe you can get your opponent to just, you know, try and trap. And let's just say your opponent limps on the button like ace rag. They may feel like it doesn't have as much post-flop playability, but a lot of pre-flop fold equity. And then you can potentially stack them for what is it, would be like a 20 million chip pot.
Mark 6.
Note now how Duthweiler, playing close to 40 bigs, is opting to adjust and have a raising strategy on the button.
Yeah, I feel like he's pretty happy just, you know, having a raising strategy. For now, though, just missed it, but does have pre-flop aggression. Could just maintain control and take this one down, potentially. He's got red cards, which blocks some of the backdoor floats. Keeping things consistent with about a quarter pot bet.
Yeah, gets the job done. And with that, it's about as evenly tied as it can get. Was it 13 plays 12.5 million now. Just a few big blinds between the two. What an epic series it's been here so far in North Cyprus. The Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino. Event number 9, 200k LUXON Invitational. Event number 10 was the 25k PLO. Chris Brewer beating Jason Kuhn, heads up earlier on today. Main event, of course, the 100k No Limit Hold'em main is up and running. Currently there's 63 entries in that one, 6.3 million in the prize pool. I believe we will be picking up coverage of that one later on this evening at the conclusion of this heads-up match.
So quite a different plethora of like pre-flop sizes that Duffweiler's opted to use here, right? 1.5 million when he had ace king. Now we're actually deeper. He's gone 3x of ace 7 suited. So possibly some adjustments on how he thinks is best for him. Although, yeah, it's a tricky one to play post-flop sometimes if you don't flop a piece.
Well, he has flopped a piece, but Hajiev has flopped the 8 high straight. 2.1 million in the middle. Tobias with nut middle pair. Does check it on over to Ramin. Feels like an incredibly awkward spot, Randy, straight away for Tobias on this board texture, depending obviously on what sizing Hajiev continues with.
Yeah, it would be a mandatory call on the flop, just given the strength of his hand. But here's the bet, 1.3 into 2.1. As played, it's uncomfortable given there, there's 3 cards out there, 2 straight. But you still have mid pair with ace kicker against a ultra aggressive opponent.
Sizable pot brewing, 4.7 million in the middle already. Going to the turn, if a brick rolls off, could be trouble for Tobias, as the 6 of clubs does now pair the board. Also brings in the backdoor club draw. All of those random 10x, 9x. Stab flop, of course, Duffweiler still in front of those.
Yeah, still a good hand here, obviously, for 5-4. You would expect like 2 pair and sets on the flop to either put in the chips themselves or come in for check raise. So I don't think he needs to be worried about a boat too often here. Definitely going to be continue value betting against all the diamonds and clubs, the 9x's, the pairs. Just so many different hands you can extract value from, and you just continue to bet here.
Oh, it's such a big
2 stacks.
bet, though. 4 million into 4.7. I understand wanting to get it all in by the river, but I think this, 80% pot bet may be enough. Maybe too much, rather.
It's tricky because ace 7, yes, you just have second pair of 7s and 6s. Ace kicker. There is 1 over. The good thing about ace 7, too, also is that you don't block a lot of the obvious draws, right? Like the 9x, the 10x, the 5x, the diamonds, the clubs. All within a limp calling range of 3x pre-flop. It's rather committing, though, this bet size, right? You call here 4 million, you got 6 million back in a huge pot. He is reaching for chips here. Looks like he's going to slide them in. And how big is this pot, Henry?
12.7 million. With 5.9 behind, looking for a 6 or a 7. I guess, given that it is obviously a 2-tone board, Tobias happy to keep Hajiev honest for at least 1 more streak, with 1 card to come, as the front door diamonds do get there. Some of those bluffs that we mentioned, Jack 9, Jack 10, now improving into top pair, of course.
Yeah, you do see more things that do beat you holding 5-4 here, but the thing is you're Opponent has played quite passively. Wow, he checks back a straight. Possibly missed value. Worried about the flush?
Worried about the flush.
He
Jack
really
tens,
didn't
the
take
jack
that much
nines.
time to check that one back. Possibly a misstep in being able to close this one out.
Well, he has put himself a fantastic spot to still close this one out, of course, with that 12.7 million chip pot. Ramin Hajiev now playing 20 million chips. F1 down to just 5.5 million, I believe. Almost a 4-to-1 chip lead. The man from Azerbaijan, #1 on the Azerbaijan all-time money list before coming into today with 3.7 million in lifetime earnings. Previous best cash was 366k. Weiler, very next hand, maybe to get straight back in this. It's been a very swingy heads-up match so far, Randy.
This ace-x thing is happening quite a bit too.
You have like 6 million, yeah, Toby?
20 big blinds to start the hand for Tobias.
All in.
Again, slamming the chips in there. A lot of ties in this spot, 27%.
That is a great point.
5. Come on, it's time to call cards, right? I haven't called for it.
Okay, you can
Why
do it.
not?
Yeah?
I never call for cards, but
Yeah, it's okay.
Why not call for you one
Bring us
time?
5. 5 of
Over
clubs,
4
so
million.
it gives you a flushy stuff.
The LUXON Invitational, our all-in player Tobias shows ace-7 of clubs, Rami shows ace-5, ace-11, 5 of hearts. You're gonna see a flop.
5.
All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. 5 cards to come. Duffweiler, the all-in player at risk.
4. 4 ball.
The king, 3
4 ball.
deuce, Randy.
4
Giving.
or
The
5.
kicker could play it at 7.
It could indeed. 4 or 5 needed.
Not good card.
For Hajiev, 2 of his outs being eliminated on the turn. Three of hearts pairs the ball. They are going to chop this one up, Randy.
Oh, it's a chop.
With that 3 of hearts.
Chop, chop, chop. I take it. Come on, look up faster. my heart is booming. My heart is booming. Come on, Mr. Vivaldi. Faster, come on, say chop and then let's move on. Okay, come on. At this point, I can't lose. Feels like I can't lose after this one. Feels like I can't lose after this. Just feels that way.
Well, how about that for a run out, Randy? The club sweat on the turn. And then the anti-climactic board pairing river maybe. Hajiev happy though. Camp Hajiev happy to split that one.
Technically, he lost a little bit. Big blind ante, chop it up. Depends on how you look at it.
I think he's
happier with the lose most of it. I mean, chop most of it.
Yeah, he's okay losing 150k compared to losing 6 million.
Understandable.
Down to sub 20 still. Go and ask him. I might be wrong. Maybe he wanted to lose that one.
I kid, of course.
So continuing coverage of this 200k LUXON Invitational. Poker doesn't stop at the conclusion of this one, Randy.
Correct.
100k main is up and running. As mentioned, 63 entries in that one so far. A long night of high stakes poker ahead of us. Sergeyev, huge favorite to close this one out.
King 3, nice spot to take a flop here.
Sergeyev, fortunately, not connecting with any of that flop. Tobias still the best of it in the form of top pair.
Yeah, also no backdoor spade in hand for Sergeyev, which decreases the likelihood of him continuing. Little backdoor wheel though. But against this small bet, there's a chance he comes along because, you know, Tobias has been regularly betting 400K.
Yeah, I feel like he's continued on every flop so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't fault King High continuing scene 1, but just likes you just want to stay out of trouble. Don't give your opponent a couple extra chips so that if he happens to double, would be obviously a lot more, can compound quite a bit.
Let us know, viewers at home, who do you think's going to close this one out? Let us know who you're rooting for. Duffweiler came in 9 of 9. GF came in second in chips, second only to Sean Winter, who bowed out in 4th. Almost a 4-1 chip lead.
Heads Up just has so many of these types of hands going to war. It's so important to try to be able to fight for these post-flop, given the big blind ante is also in there. Little bottom pair in position. You do tend to check back the bottom pairs a lot in Heads Up in these limp pots.
Case in point, checks through. Now giving Duffweiler a 6-eye inside straight draw. Picking up 4 outs on the turn in the form of a 5.
Yeah, maybe Tobias takes a stance here with that inside straight draw. Might feel that also he could be up against some ace-high traps, so a deuce or 4 could be good too. A lot of reason to fire one out.
1.4.
So he's gone over bet 1.4 into 900K and just really targeting these bricked out hands pretty much. You know, he probably expects King X, 9X to bet the flop at some frequency. It's a big call here for an overbet. It is polarizing, more geared towards like diamonds or straight draws right now.
Sergeyev reaching for calling chips.
Nice.
Unfazed by this turn overbet probe. 3.7 million in the middle. Price of just 4.4 million back. As the 9 of hearts does pair the board, so diamonds bricking, all the straight draws bricking. Does make it a lot harder for Duffweiler to get Sergeyev to fold now.
Yeah, of course, if Sergeyev had like 9X or King X, would be going nowhere. Does Tobias think he can get 6X to fold? Does he think 6X would call like 100% frequency against an overbet? I guess that's the big question here. Still those missed diamonds. Maybe he can bluff off like also the same kind of missed draw, right? Like that's better than 4 high. Nut low kind of tends to bet, right? Like just knowing that if I check, I just literally never win at showdown.
Yeah.
900.
And it's a small bet basically targeting high card hands that missed as well.
Sucks to play without time banks, can tell you that.
Oh, he's got no time banks.
Yeah, but I think 900.
Maybe something for Duffweiler to take into consideration going forward. Making larger bets to make Rumin take a bit more time as he does make the call, and with that, Duffweiler down to just 12 bigs now. But yeah, great point, Randy. That bet obviously not looking to get pairs to fold, just simply trying to fold out some 10-7s, busted straight draws, you name it.
Yeah,
all the
just
draws
busted
bricked.
diamonds. Just anything. Every draw is normally better than a 4-high, of course. So down to 12 blinds, a bit of a misstep there, but, you know, he took his stance. Kind of back in that limp or jam mode. Probably not too much open raise, not all in for this stack depth right now. Massive chip lead.
Yeah, 75 big blinds plays 12 bigs. A 6-1 chip lead for Hajiev. Seen Tobias limping. A lot of buttons up until now. Going to continue in similar fashion.
Yeah, it's pretty much unheard of to be raising off of like a 10-11 big blind stack and heads up. It's better off just trapping. Wow, 10-4 suited. That's Ramin Hajiev.
Man, this entire final table, he's just been punishing limpers. The
Look.
amount of spots that he's taken.
Yes, and the thing is, statistically, you just don't got it. You just got to fold a lot. And if, you know, obviously, it's not like you reload your stack. You're just going to bleed away. If you don't wake up the hand soon, you know, you're down to crumbs when you finally can commit. Potentially like a 60-40 favorite or something. And really, tournament poker always does favor like the aggressive players being able to chip up. Ace-10, nice spot.
Just pile.
Against 10 big blind, yeah, you pile or limp. Limp's okay too, but I think you might just pile. Just keep leaning in on your opponent. By the time he wakes up with something, you know, could be down to like 6 or 7 blinds. You're just free rolling them.
Duffweiler found the early double. Hand 2. This heads-up match was up to 17 mil. And the ace-9 against ace-jack. And since then, it's been downhill from there, now down to 9 big blinds. Previous career record cash of $265K. $627,000 in live earnings before coming into this FT. Ace-5 against 6s, and Randy, could this be it?
Of course, it's pocket pair. They've been getting in like ace-x all the time. They're so shallow. Open jam. Should be a snap call from Ramin Hajiev. Can close it out.
He can if he can just hold with the pair. 66% favorite. Has his man all in yet again. It's all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. 5.4 million chip pot. Can the man from Azerbaijan close this one out? 5 cards to come.
Rami shows pocket 6s, 2 black 6s. We're gonna see a flop.
Ace in the window.
Flop is ace, deuce, jack.
As Duffweiler spikes the 3 outer to leap way out in front now. GF can't believe it as the 3 of hearts rolls off on the turn, so 2 outs and 2 outs only to win the 200K LUXON Invitational. No dice. The show must go on. Germany's Tobias Duffweiler back in this fight.
Yeah, life's the BSS.
Up to 18 bigs now.
$5 million. Huh? 2 million.
What a roller coaster of a day.
5.
It's been for so many people involved. So many short stack ninjas. That heartbreaking bust out of Gatley, of course. Inducing on the button with the aces. Couldn't fade the flush draw of the current chip leader. Even Patrick Antonius came third over a pair of jacks on a 10-5 deuce board. Couldn't fade the 3-4 right out Duffweiler, sending him to the showers in third with ace-10. The rivered will. Blinds going up. Duffweiler down to 14 bigs, given that blind level increase. Event number 9 of the Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus. The 200k LUXON Pay Invitational.
New blind level?
Yeah, and just as you think he's climbing back, the blind's going up. Still in that kind of jam or limp situation.
900?
So Duffweiler is going to defend. Put him in with a 2.5x on the button with the Queen 9-0. King 5 currently out in front, but going to be difficult without flopping a piece. A piece flopped for Tobias in the form of middle pair. Does check through 4 diamonds on the turn. Does now put a 4-liner on board. Maybe not much of a concern for Tobias, given that the flop did go check.
It's also raised pre-flop, so 3x is very unlikely from a dealer button raise. You need to protect your hand. There's also those chop outs that could come along. A little min bet.
He's been so good at finding these small C-bets, these small probes. Gets the queen high to hit the mark. So Tobias Duffweiler, just like a Rottweiler, Randy. A lot of fight.
Tobias Rottweiler?
No, Duffweiler.
Okay.
But like a Rottweiler.
Okay.
A lot of fight in this guy. I'll see myself out. Guaranteed 3,606,000 for his efforts. Giev is locked up 3,992,000 after the 2. Did strike a deal the moment they got heads up, understandably so. Neither wanting to play heads up for 1.4 million. Of course, the eventual champion will be going home with an additional 130k.
Owen.
2 sevens. Goes for the jam. Trying not to let Tobias back into this match.
Obviously had his man on the ropes. 2 6s unable to hold against the ace-5. Shambhala Jules, Randy. How about it? Special shout out to the official partner of the Triton Poker Series. Crowning our poker champions with exquisite men's jewelry. Shambhala Jewels creates high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold, braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. Obviously seen 7 of those handed out so far.
Yeah, many more to come, of course. Got some more Ace X being dealt out. And for ace-4, it's just one of those raw equity hands where you just jam it in with this 13, 14 big blind stack. I'm not really looking to raise it like 3x and get called and just have to play a tough spot if you don't flop an ace.
Yeah. Well, in it goes. Does pick up the 800k in the middle. Tobias fighting his way back. High stakes cash game crusher. Typically see him battling the higher stakes over on our title sponsors website, GG Poker.
Yeah.
A name that you'll see in the Nosebleed cash games.
He's a dud. Dud 1, don't you know his name? You give me a funny look like you don't know.
His real name on GG.
True. But known as Dud 1. Ace-6 here?
He is a dud, though.
We're playing like 15.5 blinds. Suited ace. I wonder if he approaches this with a limp. Yeah, it's just got some much more playability than like ace-6 offsuit. Can go for limp jam. Some limp calls. You want to kind of have some ace-X's in your range in these limp pots as well, shallow. Allows you to fight for those ace-high boards.
Yeah, it certainly gives him a lot more coverage as we head to the 9-5-4. Both players coming up short. Tobias, big favourite with the ace-high backdoor clubs. Six of diamonds on the turn does give Tobias second pair, but it does also present a straight draw for Amin.
Yeah, and that straight draw might give him the ammo, just enough equity to start firing away. Would be nice if he had a diamond in his hand. Got 1.2 million in the middle. He's going to opt to check, and let's see if Tobias comes in with a bet here. 6 is very vulnerable in his 3-liner, 3-diamond board, no diamond in hand. Try to extract value. We got very wide ranges. Important to try to get thin value, deny equity when possible. Little min bet comes in.
Just going to let it go. Folds out. That decent amount of equity there. GF not interested in chasing river cards on the 3 flush board. Just happy to let that go on the turn, and Tobias going to be happy with that outcome. To deny some equity with that small bet. Up to 65 entries now in that 100k. Day 1's going to end at the completion of level 10. Late Reg will close at the start of day 2. That's tomorrow, of course. 2 p.m. local time. We're bringing you day 2 coverage. By the way, Jason coming second in that PLO, locking up. I ran the math. I'm going to leave it to the professionals, but I believe James and I, we took a look, looking like something along the lines of 200 points for that runner-up place. So he's now got the gap down to around 300, 350 between himself and Stephen Chidwick. So really going to be coming down to the wire in that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard.
Yeah, obviously a great race to follow, and if he happens to win the leaderboard of Cyprus, we'll get the extra 100 points as well. So we got a limp pot once again, as expected in these heads-up matches. 5-4 offsuit takes the stance. Quick takedown. Little 2/3 pot bet.
Well, what could have been over hand number 2. Now find ourselves a good 30 hands or so into this heads-up match, maybe even more.
Yeah, multiple all-ins already, too. Unable to close this one out. Ace-9 versus 7-5 suited. Definitely some playability on both ends. Let's see if Tobias decides to raise to bloat the pot or just limp for trap. Limping definitely not to fold, but to jam all in. He's just going to open jam himself.
You somewhat surprised by this decision?
A little bit. I feel like there might be some misvalue with Ace-9. Maybe I feel more strongly about jamming more the Ace little ones a bit.
Take a look at that trophy. 200k LUXON Invitational. Part of the Triton Super High Roller Series here. The Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino in North Cyprus. 7 figures guaranteed. Both these players. I say 7 figures, Randy. It's, you know, we're not talking low 7 figures here. Hajiev can close this one out. Be going home with north of 4.1 million. After they made a deal heads up. The elimination of Patrick Antonius in third. Tobias with a couple of jams. Up to 7.6 million now. Almost back up to 20 bigs. Closing the gap. One double up. All of a sudden he's chip leader now.
Yeah, it seems that Tobias is very happy just trying to push it in pre-flop with what is usually the best hand. Trying to like put some frustration in his opponent. Hopefully just splash in, you know, the 6 to 7 million chips.
It honestly feels like we had that 2-level frame, no eliminations. I then came back 2 frames later where only 2 players had been eliminated. We then had 5 quick bust outs due to the fact that we had the runaway chip leader. And now we've got a pretty sick heads-up match on our hands, as you mentioned, the 2 exchanging the chip lead on multiple occasions. Tobias fighting his way back.
Yeah, the way they're playing right now, it's kind of like, you know, Ace-X, they're just open jamming. And, you know, I guess I would expect some, I mean, Ace-3, of course, would be jamming, but they just happy to kind of just splash it in pre-flop, try to see what develops. A little bit less limping with some of these hands.
See how Duffweiler proceeds with the 2 Broadway cards. 16 behind, 1 already invested.
I kind of feel like he's going to jam. There's definitely value in just 3xing or 3.5x.
They have both trapped each other on a couple of occasions, but no trap this time.
Yeah, given the frequency they've been jamming over a limp, you have so much incentive to limp a big hand yourself if you happen to get it in the small blind. As you can see, like, Duffweiler's been jamming King 8, you know, Queen Jack. Certainly fine hands as usually will be the best hand. I'd expect them, both sides, to limp when they've got it, rather than just open raise themselves.
Duffweiler's turn now. Try and see a cheap flop, given that he is back up to 19 bigs at the start of this hand. We're going to see at least 3. Difficult for these two hands to collide, of course. Well, how about on that board, Randy?
Yeah, Tobias has flopped the flush, and then Ramin Hajiev here. Mid-pair, 8 of hearts, limp pot, wide ranges. You know, of course, bets are going in there.
See, 9-8 going to be the best hand so often. Still drawing live, of course, to the 8-high flush draw.
Wow, check back, 6 deuce of hearts. Interesting.
Getting really sneaky on the flop.
Yeah, lots of deception there. You wouldn't really expect that, as, you know, you'd want to get paid off by some kind of pair, or I suppose he thinks there's more value in just inducing a bet. As played now, should be time to start extracting value. Little straight draw come in, so maybe these pair straight draws will continue.
Yeah, I'm blocking all of the pairs.
Naked jack of hearts and 10 of hearts.
See what size he comes with. 1.2 million in the middle.
Yeah,
Looks
does
like
he
2/3 pot?
play a little catch up, come in for a bigger bet? It's not comfy here though with the 9 of diamonds now, 8 of hearts. Still a lot of like outs, you're just not sure how they work if you happen to hit them. But definitely by no means like a monster hand at this point. Was looking better on the flop when there was 1 less over to his 9.
Yeah, certainly going to be playing a guessing game on non-heart rivers. 2.8 million in the middle. And it doesn't matter what I say about non-heart rivers, because Hajiev has found the 3 of hearts on the river. Now sat with the 5th nuts.
You see he's contemplating leading with the 8 of hearts, but as played.
Good.
Yeah, if you both have a flush, I'd imagine that Hajiev is more likely best, given you've got the 6 of hearts. Key pot there.
That is a pretty big swing, rather than being back up to over 20 bigs.
6 card flush.
It's down to 16. And in the big blind now.
Oh, you flop flush.
You got there.
Like, got lucky.
Well, as any pro knows, as any VIP knows, takes a decent amount of luck to win any tournament. Hajiev just checking out the Triton Poker Plus app, which you viewers at home can do, of course. Check out the 100k main. Believe it or not, Randy, it's Cecile Jiang, chip leader. 50 players remain out of a field size of 62 as things stand.
Nice.
Fresh off a 7th place run here in this 200k.
Love this trap here of Ace King. You know, he's seen Duffweiler just jam over his limp several times already. Even then, if it does check through, your hand's very disguised. Extract a lot of value. And heads up's the type of game in limp pots where you're going to get 2 or 3 streets even against like a mid pair or bottom pair post flop.
Well, Duffweiler not falling into the pre-flop trap. Hajiev still has the best of it with Ace-King high.
Might sprinkle something in there. Usually the best hand. Got backup, deny equity.
Well, sprinkle he does. Hajiev back up to 20 million now. Practically has one hand on the trophy, but we know, we've seen it all too many times. 2 flips.
Can be a slippery trophy. if you're not too careful.
Smother it in butter.
Not really what I meant, but okay, sure.
I mean, it doesn't look that slippery.
Well, let's see if he can close out Tobias Duffweiler. A6 offsuit. Probably jamming this type of hand more than the suited variety, but does actually limp this one as well. We saw him limp A6 of clubs earlier.
1.2 in the middle. These hands could collide on certain board textures. That's one of them. Both players flopping a piece on the Jack 8-6. It's tough to make pairs in Hold'em, especially heads up Randy.
Yeah, tough for Tobias here, as obviously he probably will be losing at least one street of value, and that's quite detrimental to a 5.2 million chip stack with the big blind at 400. Playing 13 big blinds now, we'll take one off.
Another overcard to Duffweiler's now fourth pair.
The type of card that just, you know, gets a lot of check throughs, especially from the big blind. They tend to check on the scary cards, the over ones, to the button limper in position. Looks like he's just trying to deny some equity here with A6. Maybe a little value extraction from straight draws, flush draws. Although they probably would bet the turn at a reasonable frequency. As played, it's just a mini bet. Pair of eights.
Does this also allow him to just check behind on most rivers?
He should be checking behind the river unimproved, like almost always, I'd imagine. Could be up against 8x very easily.
The Jack pairing on the river. 2 million in the middle. All the obvious draws bricking. Flushes and straights as it does check through, and the 8 is good at showdown. Tobias just out-pipped again. For 3 days of grinding. Both players are guaranteed north of 3.6 million.
Fine day in office.
1.2 million a day. Not bad. You think these guys are going to go home and crunch their hourly? Just figure it out?
I can tell you, I'm pretty sure that Hajiev is not going to do that. He's going to go celebrate, regardless if he wins or loses. Duffweiler goes straight to the online streets.
No, they're both jumping in the 100k main, mate. What are you talking about?
Well, you said when they go home. They're not going home immediately, of course. Pair of eights is good. Very connected. Gonna take a shot at it. For now, we got bottom pair. We got backdoor diamonds. Just enough, especially in heads up. Any pair is a check call.
It's another one of those, though. So difficult across turns and rivers on a lot of runouts, but as you mentioned, any pair playing is check call. The brickiest of turns, the deuce of hearts, giving Duffweiler the 100% check mark now. GF has been known to put his opponents in tough spots.
He really just doesn't have anything. Is he really going to try to muscle his way through this one? Does not. And with 8-4, no kicker, you probably lean more towards checking. If your 8 had, you know, a much stronger kicker, there's definitely a case for making a value bet. We'll see what he comes in with. If he does bet, it's probably in the form of like quarter pot, 20%. Looks like he is going to reach for a little bit. Trying to pick up value from the 2x and 6x exclusively.
And GF just trying to grind away. Tobias fighting back. Still playing 5.6 million. Guaranteed a career record cash of 3.6 million and change. 130,000 to play for, as well as the coveted LUXON Pay Invitational Triton Trophy. This really is what tournament dreams are made of, given that both these players absolutely smashed their career cashes. Pocket 8s against Ace King, Randy. Just as we were saying, Tobias grinding his way back into it. Starting this hand with 13.5 bigs. Gonna need to win a flip to get back up to north of 10 million and be back in this fight.
Yeah, these 2 8s here are clearly trapping, but Ace King, good for it all. Will get snapped off, and we got a real race here for the title potentially.
GF's probably thinking, how am I flipping here? How many times have I moved all in and he's had a weaker ace-x? But flipping they are for the title, Randy. All in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. 11.6 million in the middle. Duffweiler can just find the hold here. Would have once again reduced the gap to just a few big blinds. 5 cards to come. Number 1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list. Needs to connect. Connect he does in the window. The King 9-7. And now all of a sudden, Randy, 2 outs twice for the German who came into this final table 9 of 9. Looking for an 8 and an 8 only. Doesn't come. The 4 of spades completes the run out, and with that, we have our champion in the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. The man who came into this FT second in chips from Azerbaijan, Ramin Hajiev, has closed it out. Congratulations, of course, to our second place finisher, Tobias Duffweiler, coming second for 3,606,000 for his efforts here. Ultimately, coming up short. And it's number 1 on Azerbaijan's all-time money list, who's extended that lead by north of 4 million. Heading home with over 4.1 after that deal was made. Heads up.
I was short stacked.
How about it, Randy? Nice little heads-up battle there to finish things off. I mean, deservingly so, right? What an epic final table that was.
Yeah, and Ramin Hajiev was playing aggressively throughout the final table, especially in heads-up. Put himself in a position to just win chips over and over again. And that's just a recipe for success. It's cool to see one of the VIPs take down the LUXON Invitational, right? You know, the pro's expected to have a perceived edge, but willing to just hold his own there and take it down.
Yeah, I mean, 4 VIPs coming into that FT, 5 pros. Came in second in chips. Once he gained that chip lead over Sean Winter, it was just the Ramin Hajiev show. Tobias was really the only one 7-handed, 6-handed that managed to get a double against Ramin. believe it was button v small blind, and then he just rode that to get to heads up. There's the official payouts brought to you by Bookmaker C. Total prize pool of 17.2 million. Tobias Duffweiler heading home with 3,606,000 and change, but the champion, Ramin Hajiev, walking home with north of 4.1 million as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy, I love the fact that we got a bit of a heads-up match there. The chip lead exchanged on a couple of occasions, but ultimately the man coming in with the chip lead to the heads-up, closing it out here in North Cyprus.
You know, last time we had the 200K Invitational, it was just such an exciting match, right? We had the pro just battling out with the other VIPs here. It is a VIP who does come out on top. We've seen the gap close between the skill level between the pros and the VIPs every single time we go to a new stop. Here, I thought that Hajiev played excellently, used that aggressive nature, and just that kind of, I'm going to pressure you. We know you want to get those pay jumps, and it worked out really well for him.
Yeah, I really couldn't have put it better myself. Once he took that chip lead, just played it to perfection all the way down to heads up and then managing to close it out. And hopefully with a VIP obviously winning the LUXON Pay Invitational, that's kind of going to invite and open the door for more VIPs to say, hey, listen, I can throw down with the pros. Count me in next time round.
You know, maybe next time we might have to have the pros invite a VIP, right? Like the skill set is definitely closing. They may overtake the pros. Definitely a phenomenal event. Happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, what a fantastic few days of poker. Now, we're not done here in terms of high stakes poker today at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Before we have a word with our champion, I want to just say to you viewers at home that we will be jumping back into the action. The 100K main is up and running. So after we throw it down to Ali, we got some 100K action coming up. But for now, a word with our 200K LUXON Invitational champion, Ramin Hajiev.
Throughout the course of the Triton Super High Roller Series, we have certainly seen our fair share of dry spells, but a thirst never quite as quenched as what we just bore witness to here with over $4 million, quite a tall glass of water. Your winner in the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational, Ramin Hajiev. And Ramin, you were 0 for 9 in Triton events coming into this one, including the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational last time here in North Cyprus. Talk to me about how you managed to stay motivated throughout that run and whether or not you ever considered giving up.
Yeah, there was a quite, I would say, not good run. And I was maybe running a bit worse in Triton events, but like when I came here first time, which was last year, October, I just loved the organization, and I said, wow, if you're gonna win something, that's the one. So yes, I knew that poker is has a lot of variance, so I was just staying focused, motivated, because I love the game. Obviously, I'm not a professional. And if you're gonna break 9 events and then ship the 10th, it's better be this one, right?
Yeah, it gets no better than this. Obviously, as you mentioned, not a pro, representing the VIPs impressively here. You were partnered with Mikita Badziakuski, though, whatever, one of the most decorated players on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Did you manage to get some advice or some pointers coming into this from Mikita?
Yes, definitely want to say that Nikita, for me, is one of the best, if not the best player around. And of course, when I'm in doubt, when I think I played some hand back or something, I just go on the break, ask him or text him, and he was always nice enough to tell me what he was thinking about it.
Well, on the topic of hands and thoughts, I zero in on the King-Jack offsuit versus the Ace-Jack suited of Tobias Duttweiler, the guy who ended up facing you heads up here. That one seemed like the moment where smooth sailing turned a bit. Walk me through your thought process.
Yeah, it was smooth sail, as you said, for a while, and then this King-Jack hand happened, and one of the reasons is I didn't have time banks left. Starting the final table, I had one. Then I got extra 5, and somehow I got 1 again. And at that point, I thought it's clear call when he jammed. But then thinking through the hand, yeah, obviously I understood that I would be, and if I folded there, King Jack would be better. But I'm happy I called, so maybe everything would go different ways.
Tough to play, absolutely perfect. Certainly, as someone who is a non-pro, Ramin, I want to talk a little bit about your patriotism. Flying the flag of Azerbaijan, coming into this one, not one that we see often because, as I understand it, poker is actually not played in your motherland. So how was it that you came upon the game?
No. There is no, yeah, as you said, I'm a big patriot of my country. I love it. And there is no poker in Azerbaijan. And basically, I play when I'm abroad. And back when I was 16, 17, 18 years old, I was living in Spain, playing tennis, professional tennis back then. And then I picked up the game and I started loving it. So, I'm 35 now, so I play half of my life poker, especially not like these beasts here. But you see, when cards fall your way, you can win.
Well, listen, you have won over $4 million courtesy of this victory here in the LUXON Pay Invitational. I want to welcome to the stage now Luca Vivaldi.
Also, I want to say,
yes?
Since you mentioned my country, I would invite everyone to Azerbaijan. We have a beautiful country. We have multiple sporting events. We have Formula One held 7 years in a row. We did Europa League finals, European Football Championships. So quite an interesting country. Also, we have a sea, Caspian Sea, mountains. So it's a small, beautiful country. Very proud country.
And now they've also got a Triton champion. Luca, come on down here. Bring yourself some hardware. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Ramin Hajiev, your LUXON Pay Invitational champion.
GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
No
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
No eliminations thus far. First level completed.
It's fun, you know? It's always nice to see aces. It's a free roll.
Now Ben's saying the opposite, Randy. That you should look. So we've got two elite players with polar opposite views on whether you should sweat the big blind when it's walked.
But whose opinion would you trust more? I would take the one who's been around for a long time, Patrick. I'll change my ways. I'll never look again. Probably not, but I'll try to.
Cool. Call you on that bluff, Randy.
Queen 9 here. Interesting because, you know, Punat, ace-8 suited in position. A little bit awkward stack sizing, 23 big blinds. Imagine those associates want to try to take a free flop. Would be a big statement to do.
300?
A raise. Wow. Really just pouncing, trying to pounce on, even though she's at a
middle of the pack.
Stack deficit, yeah.
Action on the North Cyprus main event champion. Punat Punsri. 6.5 million in career earnings. Career best score of 2.6. Obviously coming back in that main as he throws out a time bank.
Yeah, a much needed time bank actually, as it should be perceived as Socia's range is pretty strong to open from the small blind. 23 big blinds, 10 big blind stack out there still. Ace-8 suited, obviously a great candidate for reshoving. We'll see how he kind of reacts based on what he perceives Socia's range to be right now. Be a big statement to make a play pre-flop. He's a bit worried. Understandably so, of course.
Yeah, comfortably in third. Is going to defend. So 700k in the middle, heading to the 8-6 tray board. Top pair, top kicker for Punsri. Jiang with the 2 overs. See if she wants to continue on this flop, telling the story that she was trying to tell pre-flop.
Yeah, very dreamy board, of course, with Punat. It's just not the board that really hits her. Sure, she's got 2 overs, backdoor straight draw potential, but for her to raise in this situation, she's trying to tell the story that she's got big pocket pairs, big broadways. Big broadways, of course, would not like this board texture. I don't think she's perceived to really be raising like these suited connectors, small blind versus big blind, 23 big blind effective. Regardless, it is still top pair, top kicker in position. Great spot for him.
That's a sizable follow-through from Jiang. Just shy of half pot, and all of a sudden, they have 1.3 million in the middle going to a turn. And it's the 9 of clubs, Randy, giving Jiang top pair.
Very, very fortunate card for her. Would have been hard to win the pot otherwise.
Spiking the 6 outer on the turn. Started off the hand 5th in chips.
Look, there's a lot of chips in there, given its raised pre-flop. Big C-bet on the flop. 1.8 million back, 1.3 in the middle. It's worth fighting for. It is awkward, just given how much you got back and how wet the board has become, right? There's lots of bad river cards in the form of, you know, flush draws, getting there, straight cards. A very vulnerable hand. Nice thing about the queen kicker is you beat like 10 nines, jack, these type of hands, 9-7.
Sizable double barrel, 75% pot. And you saw Punat's discomfort in his reaction, maybe expecting Jiang to give up on a lot of turns. Obviously her turning top pair to get some value and protection.
Yeah, you know, he was uncomfortable already pre-flop to just call here. For Socia to still bet on this card is a lot of strength. It is kind of perceived to be, you know, at least a pair holding.
I mean,
Yeah, you just gotta lay this
shoved
one
three,
down.
I could have got in on the flop as well. You intrigued to see what that is.
Nicely done. Fearlessness being rewarded here.
Yeah, climbing up to 4th in chips, overtaking Patrick Antonius and closing the gap on herself and Punsri.
The VC. The PLO did well in the main and won the festival. There's bonus for like doing the best at the
What does that mean,
festival.
winning the festival?
Like Cyprus, like the stop. If you're the player who does the best at this.
In terms of the amount of cash, how
In
is
terms
that
of the
measured?
points.
Oh, right,
Like,
right.
then you get a bonus 100 points.
How much is it worth, this player of the
100,000.
200k.
200? First one, 200k?
Yeah, second one.
Of the whole year?
Yeah.
Second one, 0.
It's alright.
Second one, 0?
Sean Winter opens with this ace-queen as conversation at the table centering upon what's happening just off stage, where Jason Kuhn and Chris Brewer are battling it out in the 25K PLO event. Stacks dead level at 26 blinds. 24 blinds they were, rather, just a moment ago. Now Jason with a slight chip lead. He was out chipped considerably at last check. And of course, having won a title already here in Cyprus, and having called his shot in terms of saying that he was going to win not 1 but 2 here, he is right there threatening to make good on his promise and threatening the overall Ivan Layout Player of the Year award lead and $200,000 prize that comes with it. It is currently being held by Stephen Chidwick as a disaster flop here for Punat Punsri. Top 2 against just ace-10, defending from the big blind. Checking over to Sean, 675 in the middle.
Yeah, clearly a trouble spot here with top pair strong kicker, and mainly because he's up against a chip leader who's perceived to just fire multiple barrels as bluffs, of course.
Maybe you gotta be a bit better at flipping.
Neighborhood of 2/3.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sizable bet on the flop. It's crossing his mind, may affect how the turn and river play out.
Well, now some respite in Punat's mind in the form of a spade. As we know, Winter has the spades covered.
Yeah, Punat will expect the spade to be good on average if he does happen to hit it.
He is drawing dead, however.
Yes, he's yeah, bad shape, of course. Sean, a little bit of an interesting spot, right? He's got top 2 pair. He's got queen of spades. Really only worried about the king of spades. Takes one off.
So the check back from Winter. Perhaps a welcome sight for Punsri, but unclear whether or not he's going to want to pursue value on the end here, as we've seen very conservative adjustments.
Yeah, unclear for sure. I mean, for him, the best scenario would be if he had bet out and he could set the price in a blocking manner, because I feel like if he checks, he will be put to the test for a lot of chips. He's going to check, so with the check, he's probably more likely on average to lose more chips right now.
Versus had he come with a lead.
Yeah. Winter of top 2 pair, of course, blocking the hands that he was trying to get value from, but he probably never expects a 9x to continue, so we'll target in a way to get paid off by ace x.
I'll remember the
Meaty.
check back on the turn does retain the 9x, but obviously he doesn't expect to be called by it. As you mentioned, a 1,000,000 chip riverbed.
It's confusing to Punsri just given the turn check here. His hand is very strong, near the top of his range, I'd imagine. You know, if he had 2 pair plus, probably would be betting out on the river card.
Time extended.
Yeah, definitely a time bank worthy hand here. It's tricky. He's up against a very aggressive opponent. His hand looks weak, given the line Punsri has taken.
And Sean does get paid, as he will extend his chip lead and put runway between himself and Punsri. He is going to slip all the way down into 6th place.
I barreled twice, he jammed, his pair and flush draw won.
I don't know what you do to.
Well, you had a great hand to jam.
I say that if you snap, I'm not happy.
Yeah, I didn't have much of a hand to snap you. I think you know already, probably, because this hand was out already.
Yeah, referencing the hand from the first frame of play. Between Hajiev and Kiatli.
Yeah, not that hand.
Kiat jamming pair and flush draw and getting
top pair, and then Hajiev was just barreling off ace-10 high. I was hoping for the same thing on that last hand with Winter.
Well, my guess is during the break, any questions that the players might have had that hadn't already been answered in the Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah, it's important to consult with the app to try to gather information. I think it's noteworthy here that Duffweiler has actually opted to open with a min raise rather than open jamming the stack with ace-jack. I believe that's also probably because Waikin Yong has got the same exact stack as him, and potentially Waikin jams, some other one player calls, and he can just lay this down.
Right.
Actually, very interesting here now, ace-10 offsuit. Just trying to figure out what does this min raise mean. It's perceived to be pretty strong off of this stack size. Of course, if ace-10 does block the pocket aces a bit.
150? 250?
Call and see what develops, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. King 5-3, the development on the back end of Kiat Lee's flat call defend from the big. Ace of spades working in Duttweiler's favor, along with that jack kicker.
It does feel like a spot that Duffweiler will often just come in with like min bet or quarter pot. King high board, early position. If he doesn't bet now, it just looks extremely weak.
Conversely, Randy, when he does bet, let alone min raise open, off of that sub-10 big stack.
Wow.
It looks so strong. And nevertheless, Kiat Lee is peeling, much to your surprise, as the jack of spades is a lovely one for
Duttweiler giving him the nut flush draw. Second pair, top kicker, giving Kiat a Broadway gut shot, but a lack of a spade in his hand will be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, very interesting card. I think there's a lot of checks for Duttweiler. Of course, a great card as he pairs up and has the nut flush draw now. There's probably a lot of king X's in the big blind check calling range. He may fear risking his stack right now with the 8th place stack of Wykin being quite shallow.
How much of those king X's would be looking to check jam against a follow-through barrel here?
Good point. Probably a reasonable amount, just given how shallow they were.
Well, if you have one of those king X's, you're looking to say, okay, I've got fold equity if I jam here, whereas if I just flat, then we get to the river, I'm going to call anyway. Put the chips to work all at once.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. And it seems like with this bet, he's thinking that king X is probably check raising at a reasonable frequency in the flop. Nicely done.
Interesting one there.
Yeah, I don't think it was like a clear-cut situation. How often do you see like 10 big blind stacks battling post-flop at a final table like this?
150K last longer bet between Heath and Wykin right now.
It is.
In ways.
But there's a little bit more value in the sense that you can get another last longer with the next opponent and so on. Maybe just take the whole tournament. 4.56.
Last longer with a parlay.
Heath is all but one. Ace-Jack suited. Attractive hand, of course. Ace-King, and finally, a collision course incoming.
Heath practically all in, and the rest of that 25K promptly put on request by Punat Punsri, who puts himself practically all in the form of a 3-bet, and Kiatli waking up on the button with a couple of jacks, Randy. Implications, however, in terms of how he will perceive basically an all-in open up front and then an all-in effective jam over the top of it.
This is really interesting. Also because Kiatli's got less than 2 million chips, I believe, so he'll be all in. Ben Heath, he's got 25K back. I mean, depending on how you perceive the ranges. Jacks, of course, is in a tough spot given that Punsri really isn't rejamming against Heath's jam unless it's quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, what if another guy goes all in and all in? Are you going to fold for 25?
2 jacks is down, Ollie. What
you know,
a fold.
it's weird. I think both of us kind of suspected, I should say, that that was within the realm of possibility. And the jacks were in such a great way, given the interference between ace-king and ace-jack.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it with
Kiat
You're only allowed to do it when you're behind.
deciding, I don't want to take this chance.
Yeah, big laydown, of course.
And it would have been a big opportunity on a queen-deuce-deuce board for Kiat, who could be tripling as it stands. But instead, Ben Heath at risk. Ace on the turn. Seems like it would be a good one for him, but the ace-king still plays the kicker. Ace or a deuce were needed on the end, and instead it's a 9. So Ben Heath will be the first casualty here at this final table, Randy.
Big laydown with 2 jacks, and it would have been out.
You knew ace was coming, right?
Music? Is that what that was? Someone singing at the FT?
Someone was humming, for sure. I wouldn't be able to...
Do you think it was Sean?
Guess which song. Do you think it was Sean? It definitely wasn't Chinese then.
You never know, Randy.
I
You just could
mean,
secretly be fluent.
That's true.
Non-zero chance just one day he just breaks out fluent Cantonese at one of our FTs and everyone just looks up like, what? He's just like, yeah.
A couple of years now I've been practicing.
He's been waiting
What's
for
the
his
big
moment.
deal, guys? Pause button on Patrick 7-4 suited. Wants to limp in.
8-5 of hearts, definitely a hand that has a high frequency check, lots of playability. Probably expecting some limp jams from Patrick with this stack depth. Let's see if she tend to agree or not. Check it is. 3 blinds in the middle.
So similar hand composition, but dissimilar value on this ace-ace-king flop where Socia's got the flush draw.
Patrick's is just thinking, well, I should be perceived to have more ace-x in my range. I'll attack here. We're not really at the stack depth where you can just float me without having some piece. Couple hearts, of course, nice for Socio. Allow her to continue.
Once she does continue on this particular board, though, Patrick is going to be wary.
Yeah, it should be like one of those. I shot the flop, and if I don't get some added equity in the form of a diamond or pair, I'm pretty much done with it. That's a pair.
4 of clubs. Is it going to be enough to embolden Patrick to fire once more?
He shouldn't be firing once more. I'd imagine he's going to want to try and pot control this and do some bluffs a little bit with the pair. He can never get a better hand to fold. Ace-X and King-X is still a reasonable part of Socia Jing's flop calling range as well as the flush draws. Well, he actually is betting. I suppose he kind of just wants to define his hand now. Interesting.
Well, consider the fact that he is barreling again now does start to create some concerns about being up against the aforementioned ace-x, maybe even a little bit of king-x combos, Randy?
Yeah, so I would say that the double barrel here, especially holding 2 hearts yourself, it's hard for your opponent to hold the 2 hearts. She probably doesn't think the hitting a pair is clean, but maybe sometimes your opponent is just barreling off some kind of straight draw, and then it checks to you, you fire. Hits the 8.
Yeah, this isn't the way that Socia anticipated this hand being best, which of course she's unaware it is, but that is the development nevertheless. In this 1.25 million chip pot where Patrick shuts it down.
I don't think there's value to be had here if the 8 check through makes sense.
This is going to be disappointing for Patrick as he ended up turning the best hand and Socia ended up rivering it.
Yeah, she's been getting the best of him in these BVB situations. Yeah.
People don't know what I'm talking about from
Is
a few
Golden
days
Kiwis from New Zealand, or is this just like a specific country at all? Do you know?
I would imagine they can be found there.
I forget your story where you first experienced it. Was it Asia?
Andaz Hotel, Toronto Hills, Tokyo. Shout out Breakfast Buffet.
Gosh. Okay.
Included with Hyatt Globalist status free of charge at the time.
I don't care anymore. Let's move on.
Queen 10, Sean Winter. Presses on, under the gun. Chip leader, dominated by Hajiev, who flats from the cutoff. This does present a nice price to continuations out of the blinds, but neither elect to come along. We saw Hajiev out of position as a big blind defender. Get after one against Patrick. What's he going to do here as Winter outflops him with top pair?
Winter's a pretty balanced player, so I wouldn't say that he's just auto-firing all Queen X's on this board. Comes with check here and there. Especially with this kicker, you do want to balance your your ranges, and usually you'll take the worst queens top pair with the checks. Kind of an interesting spot here for Hajiev, as he's got seen weakness, he's got backdoor flush draws and straight draw potential, multi-barrels. I'd imagine now for Winter, comfortable call here. You've contained the pot. Sure, you've got the chip advantage, but you don't really want to be playing some bloated pot out of position.
Looks like Sean agrees with you, as his passive line does induce the barrel. Backdoor equity for Hajiev. What he hunts and what he receives. A double gutter. Courtesy of the 9 of diamonds. Sean with just the one-way gutter.
Yeah, normally Winter would be uncomfortable with a double barrel if it does come, but picking up the little gut shot definitely helps him.
Yeah, I don't think his hand finds
actually leading here.
The lock. Interesting.
Nice line. He's kind of like freezing the action with this lead. I suppose he doesn't think that the 9 is a multi-barrel card. It's not a line you see too often, definitely refreshing. Willing to kind of reach for these more unorthodox plays. Gonna get called right now.
Yeah, Hajiev will call and slip another 850,000 in total into the middle, which balloons to 2.5 million. And the nuts on the end as the Jack of clubs destroying Sean Winter's top pair here.
This King 10 is very, very disguised, right? You need to think that your opponent had bet King 10 on the flop, just called on the turn. Of course, for Winter, he just has 10 kicker, top pair, connected-ish board. I wonder if he comes in with block bet. Does check and could be in a very tough spot incoming.
Very much so, as he's going to have to come up with combos that beat Queen 10 that would have taken this line of betting in position, flatting on the turn, and then suddenly coming out swinging on the river as the pre-flop flat caller.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what sizing Hajiev comes in here, obviously holding the nuts. But seeing the passive river check might make him think he's up against one pair at a lot. Maybe he sizes down. Of course, a hand capable of putting a lot of chips in there. It's a big stack of black chips. He's going quite polar, it seems.
This feels like a decent time to be putting a meaty one into the middle. 1.7 million.
Yeah, Winter in a bad spot, of course. Top pair, no kicker. His weakest kicker in this position. River is set, he asked.
Interesting. Had his man on Jack-Jack, perhaps?
I think the reason he set that rather than the other sets out there is that he may feel his opponent would raise a quarter pot turn lead with a set of 9s, 7s, or 6s. He probably also feels that King-Queen would check back the river. As you know, he didn't even mention the Queen as of yet.
He does block queens, but does not find the fold as a massive blow.
Deflated.
Dealt to Sean Winter.
Well, I was happy 8 outs and unhappy outs.
Really just a key pot that just shifts the dynamics of this final table now. Different table captain, of course. 2 7s, runs into 2 aces. Wykin's been patient.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy. He has avoided these sorts of confrontations, finally whittled down to these 7 bigs, and it is the other shorty, Duttweiler, who's asking for this count. Tobias has him covered by a nose.
Just a cold deck here for Wykin.
Very much so.
Looks strong.
1,050,000.
Same stack, exact.
Oh, I thought he had 50K more, but we were rounding up to the 1.1.
Ace Queen. Look at the stack sizes. He could make a call here.
It would cost him a quarter of his remaining chips, and he is asking for counts.
7 blinds.
How crazy would this be, Randy, if Sean Winter went from the chip leader to having his stack slashed in back-to-back collisions?
This is quite possibly one of the hardest laydowns. Like,
Sean can make big laydowns.
He can. He can. This is a big one if he can do it. It's really hard to do. 7 blinds is not a lot, considering you got the big blind in there already, too. He's in. Big, big pot for Duttweiler.
Well, he's not just in. He's in trouble. As his 1,050K contribution
He has outs. He has outs, Danny.
has just 7% equity.
三边.
Is that a 3-side?
三邊要三邊.
I think that's what he's calling for.
Good luck, Wykin.
三邊. Okay.
Aces turn into top set as the case card rolls off. 7s would need to hit running quads. Wykin well aware. 0.1%.
No. Diamond's not live.
Goes to 0.
Ace, queen of diamond.
And ace queen similarly draws dead. A massive triple up for Duttweiler.
He's typing away.
Yeah, not wasting any time, letting his camp know.
For Wykin. Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
Again.
Winter stack.
Percent.
And you do also have to consider the fact that Kiat did have a shorter stack in Patrick Antonius out there with the $200,000 pay jump, showing that willingness to get his stack into the middle. Should absolutely be connected to the better part of the spectrum in terms of his range. Meanwhile, Sean Winter, ace-deuce suited now, hijack.
Is opening into the small blind of the chip leader, but again, ace-deuce, one of those ones. Maybe wants to come with min, but I think just from an ICM point of view, Sean knows it's not as helpless as one can feel as a tournament professional, being this handcuffed.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series from right here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Ali Nejad back at the desk, joined by Randy Liu. Of course, not long ago, we did see the crowning of the champ at our LUXON Pay Invitational. Ramin Hajiev, so gracious, so happy after that 0 for 9 dry spell. But with that in the books, Randy, it is time to turn our attention to the $100,000 main event. This, the crown jewel of the Triton Super High Roller Series in terms of open events. And as we look at the two feature tables, rather, I was going to say the two leaderboards. There's only one of those, as we know. We find a field of 47 players, 2K, 4K, 4K. Walk us through it.
Yeah, you know, you can see at our featured blue table here, all of the heavy hitters back in it, right? Badziakuski, Kiat Lee, Daniel DeVoris, Dan Smith, Chidwick. It's just a star-studded cast, as we're going to expect in the 100K buy-in level of this nature. And you can also see at our red table, we got Rabe, the one that's willing to just sprinkle in some chips, put you to the test at any moment, at any hand. And Martirosian, obviously, another deep run, a very disappointing run for him in the 200K.
Obviously.
Did get in that, got wrecked by that pocket fives, one outer. But back at the top of the chip counts for us, and hopefully a nice run for him in this 100K main event.
It really is remarkable, the frequency with which we find the Russian Martirosian up at the top of a leaderboard at any given moment. Just behind him, though, how about Sosia Zhang, fresh off of her finish at the final table of the Invitational, right back at it, 839,000 and change in front of her.
I was pretty happy with the way she's been playing, very consistent, and played really well in the 200K. Didn't get to close it out, but definitely a career best for her.
Any disappointment she might have could be taken out on the field here in the main as we send it down to our two featured tables. Brought to you by PokerStake. A look at the complete chip counts. Dan Smith, the mayor, on the blue side. Of course, as mentioned, overall chip leader Artur Martirosian, the mayor, on the red side, and he's going to have his hands full with the likes of Karim Ribai, who is not shy about getting his stack in motion. Shirzad Khisu, name we haven't mentioned thus far during this series. Welcoming him to the featured table, playing under the German banner. Khisu.
Actually, his second showing at Triton stop.
Yeah.
Went to Madrid 2022 of last year.
That's right.
Hasn't been to Vietnam, but is back here.
Yeah, and didn't make it to the last Cyprus stop
Correct.
either on the back end of Madrid. Did play the 100K main,
I'll take the
finishing
owl.
13th
That's a big owl.
for 186K. Kiatli also at that final table of the LUXON Pay Invitational.
My cat
Nice
now is
performance
not
for
right.
him.
Yeah, but he got the brutalest of beats, right?
Pocket aces against
King
King
Deuce
Deuce
suited.
I didn't know there were
Hits
white
the ace
tigers.
too for no reason. Clubs.
That was like a needle.
It's like
to hit top set, but it'd be no good.
You know, Martin. Well, is it Nelson in Simpsons? Haha.
I think it is Nelson.
Only in Siberia?
Talk of Siberia between Smith and Dvoris.
Not the two I expect to discuss Siberia, but okay.
Dan does have Russian roots.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I don't know if those roots reach as deep as Siberia. Not the most populated portion of the country, from what I understand. Pocket fives for Chidwick. And off of just 64K, he will jam. Nothing to be worried about yet. Not even a pause out of Kiatli's A7. Bad's on a short stack of his own, relatively speaking.
And Bad's also had a nice finish here in Cyprus. Second place, 1.2 million score.
Yeah, of course, he would have loved to have taken that one down, as it would have allowed him to keep pace with Jason Kuhn, who did pick up a title already, and just today finished second to Chris Brewer in the 25K pot limit Omahas. It's been a busy day here inside the tournament area.
Just me and my girlfriend into tigers. Like, we watched Winnie the Pooh, and we really like Tiger from there. So that's how it started.
Well, we finally have the story
That sounded differently, huh?
behind
So I'm guessing you watched Tiger
like
King.
you were furries for a bit.
The documentary on Netflix.
Makita's
Okay.
So there is like not a Lion King,
card
but
protector.
Tiger King?
It's called Tiger King, yeah.
In the U.S., people have
It's
like,
different than Winnie the Pooh.
And Lion King.
In the U.S., you can play. Like some people have pet tigers, and there's one person who has a lot of them, and
I remember Tyson, right? Tyson did have 2 tigers, I believe, yes.
Here's
I think
Archisu.
Scotty Wynn has like 6 cheetahs or something. Or no, he has 6 kids and 1 cheetah. That would make more sense.
Deuce 3 suited.
What's that?
Will defend.
Scotty Wynn
as-
has 6 cheetahs, but I think he has 6 kids and 1 cheetah. So like, there's a photo of
one cheetah. The other 5 are like straight up.
no, many kids, 1 cheetah. There's a photo of the kid playing cheetah. Okay.
That sounds safe.
I got 5 more.
2 checks on the 8-high 2 club flop, which didn't connect with either player as Dan Smith shed some light on Scotty Wynn's pet situation at home.
Where?
Sorry, with a what?
Sopping Wet River after another round of
Blinds.
checks.
I think they rescued them. Maybe those two.
I do feel compelled to step in and advise that it isn't a cheetah that Scotty has per the photo that he showed me years ago.
Okay.
But rather an ocelot. It's like cheetah light.
Okay, no.
Producer James shaking his head. Obviously not a man that watched an adequate amount of David Attenborough.
Sorry.
Slipping it back over to the other feature table. Google it, Producer James.
An ocelot? I've heard of that word.
O-C-E-L-O-T.
Yeah.
Pocket aces.
Yep.
And perhaps we're getting a glimpse at part of the equation that has left Artur Martirosyan at the top of the chip counts. Rebay in the big. Defended. Comes up empty. Checks it.
I saw Rebay earlier, and he was saying that, you know, the pros, they seem to be tightening up a little bit with the bigger buy-ins. It was his expectation. Maybe he adjusts his play accordingly.
Well,
2
listen,
aces.
Even the VIPs might get a little bit snug,
Mm-hmm.
given the sheer size of the buy-in. As we see the follow-through barrel from the button open, 36,000.
Does he have, what does he have, 10-9 high? Okay.
He's got
Heart.
an idea. Hunting backdoor equity, or perhaps an opportunity to try to take one away from Martirosyan, who doesn't rate to be looking for the muck. Deuce on the turn, delivers a wheel draw to go with the overpair.
Yeah, I suppose he just thinks that Martirosyan is just attacking this dead small blind. Usually doesn't have anything on jack high flop, hoping for a check through bet river. Clearly a second bet incoming with 2 aces.
90, and Rebay just content to put it into the muck. As you get your first glimpse at Kareem's looser navigations.
Came to the right.
Don't worry.
Arthur will take care of you.
Average.
He definitely travels some roads that some of these other pros won't even take a look at.
Who is sitting on your left?
No, he's Shwiti, the Lebanese guy.
Really? Oh, yeah, not right.
But he's probably finishing his meal. Don't know.
With someone blinding out.
You call it Treaty? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Shuiti is at our, supposed to be at our table. Continuing his meal, I suppose. Just 100K blind off at the moment.
Not something you expect to see.
Yes, I was here for 1 hand.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that.
Now the big pairs rolling this time.
I heard all you have to do is steal out of
On the Jaffe's button.
John told me if he has your hat.
Kareem.
2.5x open, and Rebay wants to play for 23.
Explain how he steal it at night when he's asleep.
We're at the phase of
Otherwise
the tournament where
he won't let
stacks
us
are pretty deep
He's
in
the
general.
guy.
So likely queens will just 4-bet. Doesn't need to get it all in. I mean, won't be just 4-bet jamming, of course, given how deep they are. Knows his opponent is willing to splash a bit too.
Oh, really? Wow. Dangerous, but I have to call. I have no choice. Sorry, buddy.
4-bet out of Jaffe, and a preemptive apology from Rebay, who says, scary, but I have to call. Checks dark and does not improve on the Jack High 2 club board. Overpair for Jaffe.
Yeah, Jaffe trying to read into these verbal comments here. It definitely does change the way he may approach this one. He might find that his opponent's just trying to find some opportunity to make a stance. Just king, queen high is reaching for chips right now. He doesn't have anything, just no backdoor clubs. Really is splashing. Blanks out. We got half pot remaining just north, and Jaffe with a monster hand, 2 queens.
And these peels with the 10-9, pre-flop with the king-queen, post-flop as well.
It's
they
loose.
add up.
Yeah, they do. These are sizable bets incoming. It's a 4-bet pot. C-bet was 50K or so. Just doesn't have anything.
Brother. I should go all in pre-flop actually. That would be easier for me. Nice hand, buddy.
Easier, but equally unsuccessful as Kareem forced to fold, not able to call it off for his last 127.
I should go all in pre-flop. You have queen? Oof, I'm playing nothing, so almost nothing. Thank you. Thank you. No. I have a king queen.
Well, honest exchange there as Jaffe letting Kareem know he was up against 2 queens, and in turn, Rebbe mentioning he had king-queen. Look there at the chip counts, a cluster between 5th and 7th with O'Dwyer and Wiesbrod. Joining Kareem down at the bottom of the leaderboard, middling stacks for Lindy and Schwiti. And then up top, 272 bigs, over $1 million in chips, Randy, for Artur Martirosyan. Jaffe trying to keep pace, just 800K in front of him.
272 big blinds is obviously a lot, and you know, he must have played some really massive pots. It's just absurd. How does Artur always have like the tournament chip lead at some point with all these chips?
Well, courtesy of the Triton Poker Plus app, we can
give us the biggest one.
Scroll back and take a look, see if we can't find the moment. It looks like there's a gap exactly where Artur made a big push forward. A missing hand? Perhaps he did have aces against ace-king.
Okay. You win a lot?
227K, Dylan Lindy with the ace-king suited in that spot, as we see.
I mean, that is a lot, given the big blind was probably smaller than the current 4K.
Yep.
So like 80 blinds or so.
Blind v blind here.
Oh,
1,500, 3,000, by the way. Schwiti back in the building with the 7-5 suited, unable to call the lead from Dwyer's flush draw. Steve came under some heat in the Twitter streets after the mystery bounty. We kind of touched on it post-event for walking right up to the
I'm not aware.
stage.
What happened? Oh,
ripping the envelopes
ripping
and,
thing,
and then saying thank you and just walking right off. Took maybe 15-second stops. We had talked about he's a bit on the superstitious side. Deliberated at dinner the night before about what would be the GTO approach, and that was the one that he had dedicated himself to. And it was appreciated by everybody who was waiting during the dinner break to take their turn. Somehow, I don't know who.
Who gave him heat? The viewers?
Nobody that's even worth mentioning. I don't even remember. All I know is that he dug in, pushed back, stood his ground. Good on him. We know that he's not a guy to mess with in the Twitter sphere, as Lufthansa learned.
Oh, yeah. Saw a little bit about that.
He was, of course, reunited with his luggage after that disastrous experience, but will not be reunited with Lufthansa as a customer ever again, from what he tells me. Meanwhile, Martirosyan doing big stack things. Jack 10 offsuit, 3-bet from Rebbe, who's got the ace-5 suited, the kind of stuff that very much is in line with what we're seeing. Smallish sizing out of him, but Schwiti with the ace-king out of the small 4-betting. And now a real withering effect for the ace-5 suited.
Yeah, just look, a cold 4-bet is obviously very strong. I just, given the last few hands Rebbe has played, he's just looking to
you go tapis on the flop, right?
hopefully hit something.
dust for the ace-5 on a king 10-8 board where Shweety lowers the shades, having improved to top pair, top kicker with 129 in the middle. And Rebbe finds himself here courtesy of a 38K additional investment over the top of that 3-bet that he didn't want to let go. Now look at this super downsized follow-through.
It's going to bait his opponent to come along.
Just 71K in front of Rebbe. Makes the call. Fails to improve on the turn. Has just sub 1/3 SPR as they play 53K effective.
There is a lot of merit to checking this kind of card. It's not a good card for you. Also, you can induce bets that have very low equity, say ace, jack, ace, queen. I mean, given how much he's got behind and he's been kind of away from the table.
I don't trust you at all.
Rebbe's just been bleeding here.
And I don't mind rebuying, so you know, it's not a problem.
Must be nice.
But you can't continue here with just ace-5.
He said he doesn't trust Shweety.
I know you
It's
have
a cold
ace-jack,
4-bet.
Well, the issue, of course, if you are up against ace-jack, is you are beaten.
I just really struggle to find a hand he actually beats here. It's cold 4-bet pot. You would just need to have the wildest imagination possible.
And not even the imaginative
Of course he has ace-jack.
Rebbe can make that call.
Did he say call before throwing in his chips pre-flop? Did he say call before throwing his chips in pre-flop?
Yeah.
It looked like, I didn't hear you say call, and it definitely was enough chips to re-raise again. I said 56.
No. I put 76.
No, he had 92 in the middle. I didn't hear him say call. I thought it was. I didn't want to like 76 or 56. I don't really very well understand. Threw out 92, so it would have definitely been a 5-bet. That's why I thought maybe I missed you. It's like, oh, maybe I call before you threw the chips. I thought I called actually. I thought I called actually. Yeah, I didn't hear you say anything. Yeah, yeah. No, I don't know what I said, but.
Next time.
Sorry about it. Don't worry, don't worry.
Oh, Dwyer. Keeping a keen eye on things.
Just reminding him to roll. Well, king 6 is in. Been on a downward spiral. Hopefully he can flip this one up.
Don't think it's Christmas every day, Boza. But I'm happy if you call.
Be a pretty big call here of king 10.
Sure would.
But he's seen Rebbe just splash so many chips in.
He did caution Shweety that it isn't Christmas every day, and I'd be happy if you did call and note that Nicholas was not a believer. As Dylan Lindy on his second bullet. Can't indulge, nor can the chip leader Martirosian. Kareem doing a bit of accounting now after having scooped up the blinds in the ante. Those are chips that are very restless, Randy.
And they are ready to go in. And 9-6 suited. I think it qualifies for some chips going in. Even in undergun position. He's got gamble. Definitely shifts the dynamic of this table for the other players.
Yeah, good. Listen, he will give cash in Dubai.
The presence of Rebbe?
Yeah,
No,
you know,
total.
he's
No,
opening
behind,
3.5x here too. And you can see Jaffe's actually contemplating taking a flop here out of position.
50
Jack 5 suited, normally not a great hand, but it's enough for Jaffe to see a flop.
Well, he has more than enough chips to pursue the remaining 49K behind Rebet here with 34 in the middle, though. In an all-diamond board, this is not going to be the one.
I have no choice.
He is open-ended.
I have no choice.
Oh, okay, good. 6-9 and not
There
the
it is.
good color, right?
Fuck, I call. I call. I think actually you're still ahead, but I call.
No,
Kareem's
actually I
showing
played
the
like 6, 9,
9-6.
10, and 5, right?
Yeah.
But the flush, you have any diamond?
I had a 5.
Of diamond? No. Oh, okay. You have like a 5, like king 5, something like that?
Around there.
Yeah.
I think one of the issues, not that the cat's not out of the bag
A little
already.
bit of myself before I get eaten alive. And what is cool is that any time I will be very happy to pay any people go all in. Because it's time for me to re-enter or to double up, you know.
As you see, Kareem just very transparent about the strategy at this point off of this short stack, Randy. He's like,
any raise is always
spin up or
very
bust.
well accepted, you know.
Yeah, the way he's playing it, it's
But now my
understandable.
choices, very few, huh?
it also makes the game pretty high variance.
Uh-oh.
As Lindy opens 9K up front, 2 10s. Cut off, rather. Not quite
What
up front.
timing is this of Ace King? It's been splashing.
Especially after all the chatter,
I
we
can
know,
help
of
you to
course, that
say 50.
Lindy.
60,
Look, Lindy at this spot would get in even more chips the way
70,
Rebet's been playing this last
75,
orbit.
79 exactly.
There's just formalities asking how much he's up against, but this is clearly an all-in. At
Note,
this
by the
point, would
way,
probably get in 200 if he could.
Martirosian's flat in there. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, it could come into mind that maybe there's some traps there, just given you might expect Rebet to
I
splash.
believe you have ace queen. Oh. Oh, no, the famous 10. I love the 10s, by the way. It's always the ones I have 10s on the flop against me and make ace king always. Nice hand, buddy.
Fair fight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, so far.
Queen 7-6 as the ace-king fails to improve. Same story on the turn, and Lindy on his second bullet. Anti-sweating a 6-outer, and he does so successfully.
The story of my life. See you guys. I re-enter.
Kareem headed to the reg desk.
He'll be back.
I gotta be honest, Randy.
Go for it.
If given the option between being a world-class poker player or being capitalized in a way that would allow me to dust off a 100K bullet and then head to the reg desk as casually as Kareem did for the second bullet, I'm going to take the latter.
The latter sounds pretty good. Yeah. Clearly
I don't want to
doing
be a
well
shark
elsewhere.
if I can be a whale. Looks like Makita going to be redirected here as we try to keep our tables balanced in the early going of this 100K no limit main event.
On this box, right? There too.
What's up, Patrick?
Welcome. Hello, guys.
Yet another 3-day affair. Antonius also deep run.
Third place.
How much is that?
LUXON Pay Invitational, bronze medalist indeed. Picked up 2.1 million
Patrick,
and
we have a
laddered his
question
way
for you.
up after being on just
You know how you
3
got the
bigs,
lamb
Randy.
yesterday?
Just let the others do some damage.
No, we have the same special connections where we know how to get the lamb. That's not what the question's about.
I can hook you up.
Patrick's got a
Lucky
little
lamb, but-
lamb sales side hustle.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose.
9. If someone were to take one off your plate and eat it, how would you react? And if that someone was Dan Smith.
Depends on the circumstances. No? It depends where we are.
Right here.
I'll be nice.
Sounds like Smith
So what,
might have
first
kited
time?
a lamb chop.
How much you raised?
9.
So
Did
what
he,
if?
did he go south with Patrick's lamb?
Go south.
You tried to convince me. How much you started? Yeah, like 200.
I have 150 in white.
Yeah. Check.
Antonius flopping top pair after defending with the ace-5 suited. Dvoris second pair. Backdoor diamonds working. Gotta be honest, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
12.
Patrick takes his fitness seriously,
Yes, he does.
much like his poker. I don't think that's the guy whose lamb chop I'm going to try to snake, even if there are a dozen of them available. Maybe target someone else.
Well, not everyone else has access to the lamb that he gets.
Great point. Forbidden lamb tastes best.
Yeah, we just got the buffet lamb. It's not quite the same, I'm pretty sure.
Follow through barrel from Dvoris gets called by Antonius. Third spade arrives on the turn.
You're just a pair of kings and felt obligated to kind of bet this kind of flop, given that it is his kind of board, more capped if he doesn't bet. Or rather, he's uncapped ranges. Scary.
Yeah, fourth spade. As both players content to play passively on the turn. One last street of checking out of Patrick, who's got the best hand. We'll see if Dvoris thinks he needs to turn this one into a bluff.
Normally you don't, because you still beat a lot of the Jack X check calls.
Ace.
If you were holding bottom pair, like the Jack, then you might be more inclined to take a stance as you try to fold out the better pairs.
The context in which I would do it, I think, is if you like bad beat me in like a sizable pot, and I would just go over, not say anything, and just like take a lamb chop and take my seat.
I love to see that. You ever touch one of my lamb chops, you're fucking dead.
Surely there's a big enough pot that would offset the lamb chop.
Yeah, I think you kind of just get checkmated in that situation. You kind of get mad about it. Yeah, maybe.
Is this same like someone touches your food, that someone touches you, like you're allowed to defend yourself? Is it the same thing? You have to get physical without consequences?
Don't believe there's any stand your ground laws associated with lamb. As Cowboy Dan has the Cowboy Owl with a time bank.
I think maybe you could get away with it. You specifically.
I'm too small to get hit.
I think I would appreciate how funny it would be, objectively.
Hisu doesn't think getting his big blind raised is funny at all as he defends.
2 plates. It's kind of like,
Misses the flop.
you know, you could assume one is okay to share.
One is for him, and one is for
One is
sharing
for
with the
sharing.
rest of the table. Yeah, yeah, of course.
Oh, he got 2 servings of the net.
Yes.
Every time he does.
Kiat got shot. 13K, this one. Rates to be done.
Yeah, it should be over.
Indeed it is.
Back to lamb chop stories conversation.
2 portions ordered by Patrick at any
Yeah.
given moment. I walked by a couple of them
It's 2 plates full, you're saying.
on their way to a feature table.
How many pieces per plate are we talking?
Look to be about 4 to 5.
One human can eat that much in one sitting?
Patrick putting a personal dent in the North Cyprus livestock industry over the course of the week.
Sorry, we have no more lamb because of this gentleman
Yeah.
over here.
Fresh out. The Finnish guy ran through us.
It's like we've had no lamb for 1 week straight.
Right.
It was a very strange spot. somewhere around there. It was definitely deuce deuce low.
Go.
Yeah, but you're kind of saying it very Americanized, like you're go. It's
Wonder why,
It's
Randy?
go, like longer. Go.
I
No.
gotta be honest, not sure how it's said, but I feel like maybe you didn't ethnicize it much more than I did in hearing it.
Look, I'm like not very confident when I'm saying it, but I'm trying to own it just to, try to convince you.
For the record, ladies and gentlemen, Randy, an American passport holder who lives in Australia.
Chinese parents, they have they have American passport too.
Stops
actually.
there. Jaffe doesn't get any action with the hooks. Badziakuski was Ramin Hajiev, the LUXON Pay Invitational VIP Champs Pro partner. Ramin mentioned that he does bounce a lot of questions off of Mikita, who has always been gracious enough to guide him in terms of spots.
Watching him take down that tournament, I did feel like it was a really refined player who just understood when to apply pressure. So, I've been saying that the VIPs and pros, the gap is narrowing pretty quickly. Pretty soon it's going to be the other way around. The pro invites the VIP at some point possible.
It really has been remarkable to watch the growth of the VIPs, the improvements. As O'Dwyer with Red Kings.
Yeah, a last note on that. Whoa. I was going to say is I feel like the VIPs have more to improve and they can close that gap, whereas the pros are near the top of their...
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, 2 kings, 2 jacks.
Near top of range for Steve O'Dwyer. As Schweedy has run into it here. 3-betting to 23,000 and off of 117
So
back.
ask you about a hand and you agree to tell us. Is part of the deal
O'Dwyer
they tell you what they have?
deliberates.
Obviously, getting this in pre-flop is fine. You might actually just call the 3-bet with 30 big blind effective. They're just going to ship it. Here we go.
Yeah, Schweedy knew what he was going to do in the event that happened. And you see Nicholas throwing his palms toward the air.
For sure.
A little frustrated by that one, understandably.
Yeah, pretty much a cooler cutoff versus button, 30 big blind effective. Here we go.
The story I heard was my buddy was at a party with them, like a Poker Stars party or whatever, and he says, they're just like shooting the shit, and he asks him about a hand, and the high roller turns around and goes, well, what did you have? And he just tells him, and he goes, what did you have? And he goes, oh, I don't tell my hands. It was some fucking high level shit. And I shit you not, I think he's a good dude overall, this person, but I don't know if it was like some autistic shit. I don't know. Like, he's not a scummy person at all. He's just a fucking hardcore cutthroat, I guess.
What are you, an idiot?
Yeah. And my friend is very confrontational, and he hates this dude now.
Jaffe with tails from the felt as the carnage completes between O'Dwyer and Schweedy, with Steve doubling through. Uneventful run out. Ace-King suited for Mikita.
Starting with 65k stack, gonna just open it up. Still have plenty of raise folds with this stack depth. Also want to balance that range. Sweetie, ace-3 suited.
Sustained an injury against 2 kings, and he's gonna mend his wounds. Well timed, as Bads is ready to go with 57 back. Might Dylan Lindy be ready to take him there?
Yeah, he's got fold equity, and of course, if he's run into like ace-king, ace-queen, it's just fine. it plays much better for a 3-bet against this stack depth of 16 some odd big blinds.
Hello, Paul.
4-bet jam incoming.
Yep, 4-bet jam and a race, 52-47. Who do we get joined by? Is that Paul? Boss? Paul?
Did spy him in the background, and indeed, Boss Paul Fouab will be here. Front row seats to the 9-9 Ace-King show. Jaffe offering GTO card protector strat for Bads.
Not sure about that.
Dylan getting a kick out of it.
You fuck up, you're getting eaten.
Nut flush draw on 2 overs as the 9s are quite vulnerable on this board. And now it's going to take 9s full or queens full for Lindy to shower Makita's bullet, which he's unable to do.
That was GTO Tiger placement there. Nicely done, Jonathan Jaffe. Should get a rebate for that.
Now, I've told this story on stream before as a resident of Las Vegas, and prior to living there, used to visit with my parents during the Siegfried and Roy era of entertainment at the Mirage. They had a magic show, involved white tigers. Ultimately, one of them was mauled by a tiger, met his maker as a result, and I did point out the cautionary element of employing a white tiger as a card protector. It could turn on you at any given moment. This is why we don't keep tigers as pets.
I see.
Although
I don't think Makita knows Siegfried and Roy, just like he didn't know any of the other references out there. He just knew Winnie the Pooh Tigger, the happy orange tiger that bounces on his tail.
Yeah, that's not the type we're talking about. We're talking about a slightly volatile tiger that had enough of being subjected to performances. Decided one day.
Have you? You know, there's like a horror movie like Winnie the Pooh, where like they just start. There is.
Randy, what rabbit hole have you gone down?
And it just starts killing people. That's the tiger you're talking about.
Well, that's a bear. But sure. As
No, I'm
Shruti-
talking. You know, never mind.
I know Winnie the Pooh.
Tigger is in Winnie the Pooh.
I know.
Okay.
Was Tigger part of the murderous
Of
crew?
course.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Bats. Defending with the deuces. Board texture that could be of continued interest to him with a pair out there. Same story for Shruti, by the way, with the gutter and the backdoor diamonds. Action check to him.
Let's see if he comes in with a continuation bet. His early position. Small bet does invite looser calls, so that might mean that he's likely to follow through with a lot of turn bets. Even if he doesn't pick up added equity, overcards are quite good too. You just put pressure on these ace highs, little pocket pairs. But it might be crossing Makita's mind to actually come with a check raise. It's not a common play, but definitely one explored, as you see here. Is also deuces is vulnerable to counterfeit. Kind of define where you're at. I like it.
Obviously, there is a reasonable amount of 9x in Makita's range that isn't forced to slow play.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, if you don't have these kind of like mergier check raises, you're kind of saying 9x or nothing, and people can play back at it pretty well, like call check raise and know where you're at post flop.
Now the diamond draw picked up by Shweety, who plunked an extra 10K in there. But it comes in the form of an ace, which is obviously a problem for Makita. Although, Randy, he could leverage the ace and a second barrel to look very much weighted toward 9x.
Yeah, it's just whether his game plan with the check raise on the flop was just to deny equity from, say, 2 overs and like paint. It seems that with this check, that was his game plan. If he was to follow through here on the turn, it's probably to follow through on the river as well, just representing 9x.
And Instead, he pumps the brakes, and now Schwede deliberates on how best to approach his situation.
Yeah, it's a big question here. Does Makita check raise 9 and check this turn, possibly? Does he want to get blown off? He does not, so he checks back and binks the queen.
Yep. Flush for Schwede. And kind of poor board development for Badziakuski's deuces.
Yeah, the deuces very rarely win here, but for him to start betting now, it would be quite odd. You'd expect 9x to follow through, 2 diamonds to follow through. Understandable that he's given up here. A tricky situation on what size to come in with. Of course, a flush is amazing on this board texture. But Makita just looks so weak. Maybe he bets a size that hopefully some random check raise of ace X or queen X wakes up. Or does he hope that Makita is just woken up for large hand and decide to slow play to the river? And with this 21k bet is basically inviting some random check raise flop that may be paired up on the turn or river. So say like queen jack, for example. It's a bit of a reach to try to find hands that Makita can call with given the line that we've watched.
Tend to agree. And so does Makita as he check folds. Shoots a look up over. Keeping an eye on Schwede. Not going to get a whole lot out of that man. Veteran of the poker world. This is second ever Triton, the only other one. Back at our last Cyprus event, where he did play the main. And on the topic of events, there are oh so many that get run here at Merit Poker, Randy. This beautiful resort situated on the shores of the Mediterranean, delivering 5-star accommodations and entertainment year-round. They've got nightlife, gaming, all-inclusive dining, and as if that isn't enough, they've got Europe's biggest tournaments and cash games for recreational players and high-stakes pros alike. 8 festivals a year. Go to www.meritpoker.com and book your trip today to be a part of the Merit Poker experience. Dylan Lindy inviting people to be a part of the Ace-Queen offsuit experience.
Is that Ferdy? Ferdinand? Putra?
Feels like Putra.
That's my guess. We'll find out soon.
Yeah. Wow, now you're on my left, though. Okay, 50K.
Sounds like it'll last longer. $50K?
Only this bullet, huh?
Peanuts for those two.
It's a big last longer
Not
for most people.
Half a buy. Meanwhile,
VIP against
O'Dwyer defending the ace deuce.
You got to be a VIP to get in on this last longer,
How many
apparently.
bullets? One?
Comes up empty and checks. Not exactly the board Lindy had in mind. Lacks a spade in his hand.
Yeah, terrible board texture for him, and especially +1. Tend to check back a lot here. You're so often unpaired. And having said that, even if you had an overpair, you probably would check back this to kind of balance your high card hands. Also prevent getting check raise on against flop straights and sets, etc. Or hands trying to represent those. Regardless, check again.
Don't say
Board pairing 10 on the turn.
No jinx.
Action stays frozen. Rag River.
Yeah, you know, ace high, it's got showdown value. Some early position players do check down like king queens and king jacks, so it wins occasionally. Not this time.
Uneventful post-flop exchange there, as Lindy does take it down, and now we work our way over to the other feature table where it looks like a more eventful situation is developing.
You able to bring me up to speed? Because there's 60K in the middle, and this Sirzat Hisu's got pocket 4 somehow.
Those 4s are actually good, Randy, pre-flop.
It seems like he raised pre-flop. There
He
was a
did.
bet somewhere, then a check through on the turn, maybe.
Dvoris flatted from the button after Hisu up front opened to 10K. Antonius came along from the big. Obviously, we see the ace-8 queen flop, which was checked around. And then after a second check from Antonius, Hisu fired 12K. Dvoris, having picked up
a
ton of equity, made the call.
That's a big one with 2 4s on a check through on the river.
Yeah.
You know, he probably expected to lose.
Kind of shooting his eyes around the room as if to say, did you see me win on that
Yeah.
board with 2 4s, guys?
See me splashing, guys? I'll have aces next time.
Now, as I recall, Randy, with regard to Hisu, when we were in Madrid, this is the gentleman who had on the good luck shirt. Do you remember this?
I do not, unfortunately.
I want to say it was given to him by his mom from the conversation that I had with him.
I like this story.
And it helped him finish 13th in the 100K Euro main for 186,000. Looking to repeat that performance here. Maybe that's a good luck cardigan.
You can kind of only have one good luck clothing item, right? Like
what?
No, but like, because then if you're changing the clothing on the way, like, you can't be as lucky. You're just distributing your luck amongst different clothing articles, right?
First off, let's get it out there that good luck clothing is not a real thing.
Good luck trinkets and tigers are, apparently. Like, you were saying that sometimes a tiger could turn on you. You believe in that. Clearly you believe in good luck clothing.
Hypocrisy. Guilty as charged. Thank you, Randy, for exposing me.
Okay.
And my contradictions.
How about king queen suited? Paint. It's not even suited. Sorry. King queen black.
How much you started?
Ace jack off.
79
True.
behind.
Antonius taking interest in how deep Chidwick is before deciding what he wants to do with this holding.
It's actually kind of tricky if ace jack is... It's a nice candidate for attacking, but also like 3-bet folding kind of sucks. Calling... I like it. I think it's the best option against the 22 big blind stack because it seems too strong of a hand to 3-bet fold in case, you know, 10s or 9s wants to run it with you. And by calling, you can maintain some like suited aces that would open queen jack, king jack offsuits.
Hecklin, happy to be a part of things for a cheap price. Not so happy to look up at that board, although that fact could be shared by the other players in Chidwick and Antonius.
A queen of spades in Chidwick's hand's important. You know, also block some of these Broadway floats that might continue if he opts to c-bet here. Of course, 2 overs is always nice in case you're up against a pocket pair. There we go. So it's 18 into 30, north of half. Does change the hand a little bit. Antonius still ace jack, ace of spades.
Does look strong though, doesn't it, Randy, given the fact that Chidwick opened under the gun and now is putting 18,000 of his remaining 79 out there in the form of a c-bet. But of course that board texture is the kind that could tempt disconnected holdings from just trying to take it down, and as such Patrick makes the call, and now the double paired board, leaving him with ace high.
Yeah, I also think that maybe Antonius was thinking that if you were holding like a big pocket pair, you might just go a little bit smaller since you're so short. Easy to commit all the chips by now. As played, Chidwick is probably checking his whole range on this card, I'd imagine. Just double paired. Pocket pairs would go nowhere. Ace highs look you up.
Shut down, perhaps in progress, as Stevie does check. Does he ever have the pocket pairs here and just is concerned
Stevie
about
or
maybe some ace-x that is full in this spot?
Who has the pocket pairs? Sorry, I didn't.
Does Chidwick have pocket pairs
Yes.
as played here?
Of
and
course.
just concerned that Patrick flatted with ace-4, ace-5 type of kit?
It's not checking because he's concerned about the 5x, 4x because he's got 60k back, so he'd be willing to commit against those hands if they happen to have them anyways. It's more so to kind of induce from, say, some straight draws or flush draws, which, you know, if you have a pocket pair, is probably a pretty large one. And also, you don't really care if you give 2 outs to weaker pocket pairs like 7s, 8s, and 9s, and yeah.
Oh, look at Patrick firing 21,000 and taking that one as Kiat enjoying a well-earned massage fresh off of his performance in the LUXON Pay Invitational. 6th place finish, good for $1 million.
Hi.
Really just...
Okay. Hi.
Oh. Hello indeed.
Do
Mr.
something
and Mrs.
goofy.
Aces.
11,000.
Why is he laughing?
11,000.
You're just a cool guy.
I concur. Jesus concerned for divorce, apparently.
Well, Scott and Antonius' stab here. Looks like ace-5 suited.
Yeah, our concerns shift to Patrick, who is covered and 3-betting with the solver bait.
Yes.
It's actually pretty interesting given that Dan Smith is open to almost 3x here. Clearly a lot of chips to play for given how deep they are, so 4-bet is probably pretty high frequency here.
$90.
There is that aforementioned 4-bet as Dan very much hoping Patrick is toward the top of his range, which as we see he isn't.
Ace-5 suited is just one of those hands that, of course, all options on the table.
Meaning a 5-bet?
It is, in terms of 5-bet bluffs, Ace-5 suited is always the candidate to do so. Of course, you don't have to do it. This barring just pure, I don't know, solved ranges, I suppose, but you throw in live aspect in tournaments, it changes. But you can also call 4-bets there, but
Breaking Paul's iPad? What's going on?
you have to remember, it was open to 11K at a 4K big
Yeah.
blind.
I can imagine.
So the ranges should be tighter for that 4-bet.
That one's your favorite.
No, you go buy a gift to play the study about 100.
There's some money on the microphone. The old microphone. Yeah, there's money on your microphone.
No,
The
like-
box, the box. Oh, sir.
Like, whoa,
sir.
whoa, wait. Yeah, there.
Was there literal money on the microphone?
That's what it sounded like, but I'm like, how could you miss that? Like, how much money are we talking?
Whatever it is, it's
not in the single denominations, right?
We're not talking small bills.
No. What's the largest bill we got
I don't
in
know.
this part of the world?
I just want to get to a place where money just kind of falls out of my pockets.
That's a good issue.
I think of that photo of Ivy with just all those bills under his seat at the World Series or something. He just got stacks of hundreds just lying around. No bag. They're just falling
I
out.
think I know this one.
You haven't seen it? It's a good one. You'll
No.
enjoy it.
51.
You really don't know it.
Take a look here. As Devoris' 10K under the gun open.
I can hold the fort down for you.
Looks like it's been jammed on by Chidwick's King Jack suited. And
get priced in.
Dan decides to make the call here. Dominated. Sweet spot for Chidwick with 110 in the middle.
Safe?
Yeah. One club lurking. Oh my. A 10 rolls off on this turn, and that leaves Chidwick, the man in need of help. Queen or a jack alone will save him from polishing off this bullet, and the 6 of diamonds will leave the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award leader headed toward the reg desk.
Yeah, registration is still open.
Did you have it?
This one? You find out. I mean, you just flopped the nuts again. Bro. Come on, you know.
Sounds like Soiza.
You think I should go from here?
That's a tough spot. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like exactly. It's like what kind of like whatever. I don't know.
Unmistakably.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe
Partially my fault too. I made a bad fold.
You made a bad
King 10 making an appearance at our other featured table, where Martirosian's Ace 8 will be a customer.
Who against?
In that hand you busted. I would have jammed.
King Queen?
See a 10.
I would have jammed.
Along with a 9 and a jack for the bad end of an open-ender for
So you would have jammed and I would have.
Martirosian.
It's tricky on these 3-liner Jack 10 9s.
Middle pair and the good gut shot for Shuidi. Knuckles back and now hits kings up, but does so with a 4-liner on board.
Archer might stab actually with Ace 8. You know, he's got draw to Broadway, right? Queen drops, he's got Ace high straight. 8. You know, maybe a 7 is good occasionally. Good semi-bluff hand.
After 4 out of 10, so he's calling white hand.
See if he wants to go for it.
Oh yeah. Okay, thank you for telling me. But still, you know.
I think your king queen. I still don't know about it, but I just I don't know that the queen of hearts is a helpful card.
Yeah, exactly, because you might be bluffing those cards as well. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of whatever.
Okay, so a round of checks.
Yeah.
And a brick river.
I think it's just happy.
Nicholas continues
Queen of hearts is worse than
to approach with caution.
Just imagine I was 3 flops all in, like with the tiny chips in a 100k, like WSOP Europe, and the guys were playing for a side pot, so like I all in for like 3 bigs or something, and they playing a side pot.
Looks like Shuiti's found a value bet here of King 10.
And then I'm winning a hand with like some garbage, like pocket deuces or something.
I watched that happen back-to-back hands against WPT, Noah Schwartz. Somebody in the dry side pot kept folding.
12 and take it.
Best hand, and he kept doubling up with it. It happened twice, and then he got some crazy, and he was back from like 2 big blinds to like 25 pretty quick. It was nuts. And that was back in the day when people would be like, side pot, like snap jack it down in 4 seconds.
Yeah, I felt very robbed. I didn't get all your chips in that one.
I was the one that was robbed, bro. Robbed on my whole stack.
Well, I'm talking about the Monaco.
Oh, sorry, Monaco one, yeah. I think
You got some back with your ace-7 suited.
after the hand.
King Jack for bats. Always a treat, by the way, to be able to sit back,
You're like aces and
listen to
queens.
these guys. Like flies on a wall.
Is it 1 white, Nikita? 2 white.
Is there another creature we can beat in flies? Listen in. Something more elegant.
Like butterflies on a wall?
Never mind.
That's more elegant.
It is, but it doesn't really suit us.
Fair. I'm more like a possum in the corner. Maybe. 8-6, the defense from Soiza as Lindy folded 2 4s pre. Bad's top pair. 65K back.
Yeah, nice spot to extract value, but 8-6 won't be able to do too much in this case. You know what's nice though actually is we've been here for mini events already, and you can tell there's history from prior stops, but developing here as well. You know, just discussing some of the hands they played at the final table is a lot of.
EPT Monte Carlo, I think it was a 50K. I had one small blind on the stone bubble, one small blind, and I got a one-pay jump. I made the money and one-pay jump. Seth had ace-king suited, and then I forget, somebody had queens, and then Alex Foxen woke up with aces. It's like all in, and then big blind just like call, and then 2 guys bust, and one small blind with a pay jump, super sick.
Does he get more than the pay jump? Or is that just...
Sounds like he just had one ladder. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I thought he was going to say, and then
Tough
I got...
to spin it up from one small blind.
Then I reached the final table, and I shipped it. Okay.
Yeah, that's plenty run good, though, to be on the stone bubble with one small blind and end up making the money and getting the ladder.
It does happen, of course.
Takes exactly the kind of spot that Soiza described there. As Schwede in a bad spot here with his ace-queen for the time being, opening to 11,000 and running into Soiza's 2 kings.
Ace queen in a kind of a tricky spot. Undergun +2. Sizable 3-bet from the small blind. I'm playing what, 35 big blinds or so? It's early, kind of earlyish position, so I feel like calling might be nicer than ripping it in. You tend to rip it in against later positions. Maybe he finds a heroic fold, but it's a very hard one to do so amongst these types of players who are obviously 3-betting hands worse than ace-queen.
Well, how well does Schwede expect ace-queen offsuit to perform against this 3-betting range?
Oh, he's going to rip it.
Yeah, apparently he thinks very well. Unfortunately, he's run into top of range for Soiza. Rolling his eyes and recognizing that an ace is something he's going to need to avoid polishing off this bullet in the main. Instead, kings full on the flop, and it would take running 4s or running aces.
What did you have with hands?
Thank you. Big game.
Turn ends it. Schwede looking for
Thought Steve had less chips than he had.
a little intel from Lindy.
Heard the blind bubble go up.
Showered. I've actually flopped kings full just like that and lost to ace high. That was one of the gnarlier beats.
So like running 4s?
Quads on the board,
Jeez.
yeah. That was an unpleasant experience.
100K buy-in as well?
Not quite.
I'm just kidding.
Thank goodness.
But obviously
99K, Randy. Thanks for asking.
Did you celebrate? Did everyone go ooh and then ah?
Yeah, everybody else seemed to have more fun with it
Than you?
than I did.
Especially the recipient, I suppose.
Limit hold'em days, though. So.
Yeah. Oh, so it wasn't like it was a showdown where it got revealed.
Yeah.
Ace king.
Confirmed.
Just to let you know, the current chip leader, Jason Kuhn, back at it.
How well is Jakun playing right now?
Jakun. I'm just
Pretty
going to
incredible.
scroll back a little bit. It seems like he won 548,000 chips aces versus ace king versus queens.
That'll
Bye-bye.
do it.
Yeah. Adams and Vladislav all in pre-flop. That'll get you up there.
Oh, yeah. Run good is allowed. As Jakuski defending and flopping the two-way straight draw on texture that isn't really going to suit Jaffe's interests.
Yeah, and ace king has just got to slow down. Big blind calling your raise pre-flop. Sub 20 blinds. Sub 20 blinds would be heavily weighted towards this kind of flop because ace X and broadways tend to rejam on you pre-flop. So just by elimination, usually you just lose to the big blind on this board texture. Nice spot here for queen 10. Got backup. Size a 10K bet on the turn in. If this bet does get called, it does size him up to kind of throw in a pot-sized jam with lots of fold equity.
So the check call from Jaffe, adding 20,000 to the middle, and the king of diamonds, putting him in square command.
There probably is some frequency of lead here for Jonathan Jaffe as the king improves his range. Not really the betting in position player on 987.
Does it not kind of look exactly like a king when we do it, though?
It does, for sure. But there's not that much stack to play behind. And he expects to check through a lot.
So he's just going to ask for the remaining 62. You can see Makita hates it.
Yeah, it does look like a king a lot, but technically speaking, he can represent some bluffs, say like queen, jack of diamonds. Check call, a little gut shot. See, it's a scary card, high equity. Would apply so much pressure against like a naked 9, like queen 9. What are they going to do? They have to hero call you, etc. So a really nice play here. And Makita just feels pretty gross here because he knows he has clean outs to win the hand outright. And I think he's kind of doing like a math problem right here, seeing if he's got the odds, depending on what range he's assigning his opponent.
If he folds, he's not really going to have much left in the form of 12 big blinds, but obviously he can rest assured queen 10 isn't a winner. Unimproved. Shaking his head as if to say he can't really
My friend told me
understand.
They got me Harimoto. You know what it is?
I don't
Jaffe
know
was
shit
up to.
about them. I'm really bad with equipment. Yeah.
Dignics and Tenergy rubber, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, Tenergy is what I have.
Why are there 3 components? Isn't it just the bat and the rubbers? Or is it like 2 sides different rubbers?
It could be different on different sides. You might have a backhand playing different from your forehand. That's pretty normal.
Sounds like tennis.
Jaffe's a player.
I heard Soiza plays too.
Yeah, there's a number of tennis players.
In a couple of days' time, 26.
I would have grabbed him when I
Hanoi, Vietnam. Yeah.
On
big
our
one is
Super
gonna
High
be
Roller
Korea,
Series.
End of August, in Chion. Yeah, during Barcelona, yeah.
Lindy put fours into the muck earlier. This time under the gun opens with him.
In Vietnam as well.
Different proposition as the aggressor. Running into 5s and ace queen in the blinds.
Small, no. Main event 1700 US.
Makita's pretty short here. 12 blinds, just going to try and run it, and Dwyer might look him up.
I'm not sure yet.
Asking for a count.
In Incheon, Seoul. Yeah, near Seoul.
Really?
Paradise.
How did you do that already?
There's a,
Ace
like a
queen should be
single day
beating
10K,
this small blind jam
survival,
range
7K, yeah.
for this stack depth.
But what about the Dylan Lindy open range under the gun?
It's uncomfortable, but also you jamming narrows the calling range from the original opener. You know, like, probably can't really call off 9s anymore. Yeah, he's in. 2 4s is quickly out.
Makita wearing a big smile here, as he does have ever so slightly the best of it against O'Dwyer.
Yeah, save him.
Would have preferred Lindy to be the customer with those 2 4s, which found them up. 140,000 in the middle. Makita's bullet hanging in the balance, and so far so good, but counterfeit prospects. And no sooner do we mention them than they arrive. And now Makita can chop with a 10 or an 8. 5 would have been a clean winner instead. A deuce on the end. And the White Tiger.
It turned on him.
I'm the only idiot who on the turn
Gets
thought
showered.
He was good. I was like, so he had the ace queen.
Meanwhile, trip 7s for Henrik Hecklin. Look to be the opener in this one.
Look at the size of the pot. It's 240K here, so clearly a 3-bet from Kiatli. Maybe some... Do we know the flop action? Was it
Efforting a
bet
breakdown
call or
here.
check raise? And then
What was that?
Henrik
like it was
just got
actually-
attacked by a fly. Oh.
Yes. I thought it was a bug. Holy shit, that confused me.
Under the gun open to 11,000 from Shirzad Chisu. A 3-bet from Hecklin to 33,000, which was flatted by Kiat from the button. Slow playing, inviting Chisu to call. 3 players took the 5-7-7 flop. Chisu would check. Henrik would follow through for 25K. Kiat made it 65. Henrik flatted. On the turn, the check. As Kiat, with a blend of pot control and induction,
You got 9s or something?
faces the jam from Hecklin for the bulk of his chips. He's got him covered, but not by much.
I thought he had 9.
I thought 9s too, yeah. I mean, aces is fair enough, but...
Kiat hasn't done well with aces today.
Yeah, it's a bad day for aces for him.
He was telling me some bad things about it.
He's going to be left with dust.
Oh, translate. About your mango.
Hecklin, though,
Your biggest fan.
going to work his way well up the leaderboard.
That's not him. Okay.
Nice stack here, actually, for Soiza. 469K. Kick things off with 2 4s.
Flash, black card.
Little flash.
Hey, Quan told me he was coming here, but then
Guangzhou, right?
yeah, he's always playing Macau.
It's been a while. I mean, I guess China was closed.
Soiza's hard 8. Going to have an encounter with King 10 suited as Lindy takes it upstairs.
We've got some stack to play for here. Just above 60 big blinds. Definitely pair valued, not necessarily just set or nothing post flop. Soiza comes along. So it's going to be small blind versus hijack as we go into this flop. 4 in the window, followed by Jack and 9. We got a gut shot. We got backdoor hearts, something that can multi-barrel.
What we've got for the time being is a problem. With the betting lead and 84,000 in the middle, up against a set, we await Lindy's orders.
Yeah, let's see what kind of sizing comes in with. Usually you do see like downsized bets, 1/3 pot, but he could go sizable, maybe set up like a turn. Big bet as well. Small bet it is, 21K. Big decision here for 2 4s, of course, the best hand. Just whether to raise it now or maybe call, having position gets to never let it get checked through on the turn as well.
On the river, you were like, I was like, oh, he's bluffing. He looks real scared.
Prompt raise given the dampness of the board texture from Soiza.
Yeah, he also feels that the Jack-9 type boards sometimes players would just give up. So the fact that he's still c-betting means he's got some kind of piece that can continue, especially against a raise like this of this size.
You thought I was scared. I thought you were scared. I wish.
For now, it feels like he's just got a little bit too much to lay down this hand. So call, we continue. 204.
Also, you thought it was a small
Another 39K invested, and that is not the turn that Dylan Lindy had in mind. It pairs the board and leaves him drawing dead. Soiza praying that Jack X is in Lindy's range here.
It definitely is in his range. Of course, all of the overpairs as well. I think the main game plan for Soiza here is either bet really small, given that there's only 200K remaining, and just try to invite some hands to still continue. Easily can still stack the overpairs. Or maybe even check back from time to time, but it looks like he wants to continue. And look at the sizing he opts to go for. It's just 40K into 200, 20% pot.
Looking to retain a wide variety of hands, of course, Randy, given the strength of his own.
Right, because if you think about it, if you're up against Jack X, you're going to stack it anyways. If you're up against the Queens, Kings, and Aces, you'll probably get them anyways. But by betting small, you don't let like some random flush draws or straight draws let go. They may feel priced in. They're drawing dead.
Tractor beam. Can Lindy resist the lure? Well aware of the fact that Soiza's sizing is the product of a guy who very likely wants you in there.
He might take the bait. It's been given the rope. He's out.
Nice lay down from Dylan, and a nice pickup there for Soiza. Randy, did you ever play an arcade game called Galaga?
I know Galaga. Yes.
Remember
But
that one kind of lobster claw spaceship that used to come around, then deliver the beam, just suck your spaceship up?
Yes. Okay.
But then you could release your spaceship and then get double spaceship action?
Yes, I think so. But I wonder if you know the trick, to be honest. Do you know about the trick? Where you can get the enemy spaceships from stop shooting at you?
No.
Yeah.
Don't troll me.
No, I'm serious. Look it up later. You basically...
My Galaga days are behind me, Randy. I just thought about it based on the tractor beam comment.
No, but I'm like really into this. Well, I really want to share this with you.
We've
but
activated
I don't
a
know,
level of passion we've never seen out of Randy in the booth. Avid gamer, clearly.
Yes, I am. You have no idea. You have to do it for like 15 or 20 minutes straight. This one play.
There's nothing I'm going to do for 15 or 20 minutes straight.
You basically go to the middle, to the left, to the middle, to the left for like 15 or 20. The computer just keeps shooting you, and then they eventually just stop shooting bullets. They run out of juice.
40 and up viewers who have an idea what the hell we're talking about. Galaga strat being shared by Randy.
Yep. Okay, back to the poker. I'm
Jaffe
probably better
raise
at
and
this.
take
He said, who's the boss?
with the
that
pocket
he
threes.
just come and then he sought you out, right?
Yeah,
Sought you
that's
out.
what they told me.
Yeah.
Like, you know, wacky.
I have to
We know
see
that a
straight
lot of our
like-
pros like to play chess. I wonder how many of them are gamers as well.
I don't really hear too much poker players in gaming, do we?
Well,
of course, like the
Elky,
StarCraft players, right?
Real-time strategy games, which
We hear-
seem like they're kind of a breeding ground for the same thought processes that
We hear more
see here.
like turn-based games, so chess, Magic the Gathering,
checkers.
Checkers not a game, but
That's turn-based, Randy. Qualifies.
But yeah, you don't really hear as much from the other types of games.
Not the deepest game. Checkers.
I mean, it's tough for me.
Well, pretty deep stack, though, for Artur, who is going to love seeing an open from Putra's button.
Backgammon too, by the way, of course.
Backgammon for sure.
I always think of Gus. He plays. Is he the backgammon guy?
I feel like Gus Hansen has made far more playing backgammon than he has playing poker, and that's saying something.
Yes.
as Martirosian has made it far more than 11,000. 3-bet here.
Yeah, big stance. Larger sizing is more polarizing. Is he thinking about making a stance here of ace-6 offsuit?
A flat seems futureless.
Yeah, I don't really see flat. It's kind of a 4-bet or nothing situation, especially against the larger sizing of 4x. Wow.
Oh, there is the 4-bet. Snap called, and you can hear Putra groaning. He thought Artur was making a play, he says.
After effect, he's
And a lot of the times he might be doing that on a 1 million chip stack, Randy.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, earlier, same thing also.
Huh? You do the same thing?
No, somebody else.
Oh, okay.
5-bet shove pocket 8s into him.
Martirosian woke up with the right kit, but Putra wakes up to a 6 on a 9 high rainbow flop. Great development for him.
Would you do it with 9-10 suited too?
Turn is clean, and he's looking to take a big bite out of the second place stack of Artur Martirosian. A 9 on the end will complete the process.
Still found the 6. Nice.
Luck is allowed.
Yeah, he made his stance. Felt like his opponent was in a situation that, to be fair, Artur will definitely be 3-bet that sizing and folding some hands
Absolutely.
too.
I mean, from a reputation standpoint, as well as the combination of our button open, his small blind, that
I mean,
deep
opening
stack.
is okay.
Opening is, no, I'm thinking whether you should shove or call or what.
Huh?
I don't know. I mean,
Very decent frequency with which Artur is not
wouldn't
going to be
shove
able to
lah.
call.
I might call. I mean, like, fuck it, right? You know, in position. Fuck this guy, you know, a6, flop a ace or a 6.
Ace might not.
Okay,
be.
so
Yeah, exactly. So this guy changed the 6. Flop a 6, you know. Hopefully 6. Ace and a 6, okay? Yeah.
There you go.
And then
That's
you're
usually
good.
going to be good. That'll make it most of the time.
Yeah.
He was also using that ace blocker and just...
What's going on today, man? Everybody's going crazy against you.
The hat, it brings them in.
Yeah. You know, the hand we played, you were wearing his hat, right? I was going to make a comment because it's funny. But I was like, oh, fuck, we're playing a 3-bet point.
He went
Shut
to
up.
take it off of me, too, and I just held for him.
Yeah.
Don't fucking touch this. I just flopped the nuts, motherfucker.
Yeah,
it would have been real funny if you did take it off me, because the board paired, and obviously wasn't great.
Did Jonathan
So it's the
Jaffe?
cap is the one. That's why you flop the nuts, damn.
A fucking tiger on or something. Oh my
Yeah.
god, two panthers.
Two tigers.
Get a chance to wear Martirosian's hat?
It sounded like it, and he
How
flopped
did we
the nuts.
miss that? So the run good hat is real. As O'Dwyer
Call.
keeps it not so real with the Queen 8 suited. +1. Gets flatted by the 6s from Soiza.
Yeah, small blind flat. 60 big blinds effective going into the flop.
Table for 2. Five, 4 deuce. Brilliant texture for Soiza, who's hoping he's up against ace-x.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about the 6 on these wheel boards. You can just rake in a nice pot. And always disguised too, as 6x is not a big part of opponents' ranges. Queen 8, just Queen 8 high. To stab here is mainly to attack Broadway holdings. Ace-X is going nowhere. 18K. And I feel like if O'Dwyer expects, the Broadways to fold once he gets called on this flop as expected, then he's going to heavily weight Soiza's hand range to these kind of middling pocket pairs and probably shut down appropriately. Unless you hit
Card
that.
Pinks O'Dwyer with a queen as he just followed through, hoping to take it then and there. Of course, Soiza unable to oblige, and without a diamond, he is going to need a 3 or a 6.
should he find his way to the river.
And as I mentioned before, now is the time to kind of target these mid-pocket pairs. But actually, we'll check. A lot of cards to dodge. That's a safe one for him.
Decent chance Soiza thinks sixes are good here, yeah?
It should be often good, but not really in a sense hard to extract value unless it's like ace-5. It looks like a blocker bet's coming in. You can see the amount of chips he's grabbed, 13K. Also kind of sets the price, so you know you don't want to check call like a half pot size bet, but you'd be happy to pay off 13K. There we go. Nice one, Queen 8.
That's why I should check raise on the flop.
Lamenting his choice to check call is Soiza after the block bet does get flatted, and O'Dwyer says they got a pretty good hand. Good enough to win it.
Afraid you'll rip it in my face. And I wouldn't know what to do.
Soiza sharing his thoughts.
I mean, there's always the fear when you check raise, get blown off of your hand. Hence why you just called.
I'm a big fan of Steve O'Dwyer, Randy, honestly, in terms of just quietly coming to work. Not really one to make any fuss, draw any attention to himself. He's been at it a long time.
Just does
win,
his
loser,
thing.
draw, kind of
Yeah.
the same affect at all times. Very valuable attribute to have.
Yeah, a very friendly guy too, and just been at the game for so long.
So I felt about that 3-bet pot we just played. I wanted to raise turn, and then I didn't know what I would do if you called below.
Kind of a pro's pro.
Do you have
if
like,
you will.
let me think, like ace queen or something?
5-4 deuce, couple of spades here.
Do you have a hand?
Santosh, Binky,
Then I
6
should-
high
I have
straight.
pocket fours.
And O'Dwyer with the kind of kit that could see
Actually,
added
I should check
streets.
the turn because this is the hand that you would want to check. And you bet the jacks. Mistake. Yeah. Yeah. So if I check the turn, maybe you bet the river.
See what O'Dwyer wants to follow up with, if anything.
King 10 off, Dylan.
On his 11K pre-flop raise.
Suited. Okay, suited, all forgiven. Yeah, it's
King
fine.
eye
I thought you
flush
said- I
draws
thought you said
are
king 10 off.
usually good for a bet.
Okay.
Can apply a lot of pressure. I mean, he's not going to expect someone to be holding 6-3, but in this case, Santosh has got it.
Yeah, king 10 off is like, bro, you're coming after me, man.
25K follow through from O'Dwyer. No club on board. Putro's ace-8 in the muck.
That was
Let's
pocket
see
four
if
should have been a check, I think.
Santosh
I mean,
will slow play. We've got our answer.
very close to raising.
Yeah. But I think general bet would be like small on the turn with the jack or something, I guess. So even
Board
with bluffs,
pairing,
or you-
obviously,
like you can't just raise. So.
leaves 6-3 no longer the nuts, but I don't think
But like
it's the
checking
kind
would
of
have got it
card
done
that's
for
going
sure.
to be of any concern to
Higher chance,
Santosh.
yeah, because yeah.
No,
Checking again.
It's a really good card from it in case his opponent's on the pocket pair. Nothing scary coming out.
Yeah, I guess check with the fours and bet the jack and the flush draws and whatnot.
Kind of a tricky spot here for King 8 suited. Clearly always has outs. Does he target Ace-X? Looks like he doesn't think he's up against Ace-X too often, and it's double paired now.
That's why I should have checked. Checked is better. It's like, you had more time to stew on it. It's like, it's because you really stew on it. It's like you can't check King 10 on the river once he checks back the turn on TV. You gotta bluff. If you're not bluffing King 10, what are you bluffing without diamonds? Yeah. Mistake.
And Santosh comes out swinging, and the thing is, normally you'd be scared on double paired boards, but not against an ungun open. Deuce X, 5X is just so unlikely. Safely value bet against pocket pairs, and he's actually sized in a way where occasionally he gets looked up by Ace-X, trying to represent missed spades. However, for O'Dwyer, just got king high.
before? No. Yeah. Hmm? What did you say? Did you say you bluffed me?
No, flop nuts.
Flop nuts.
Sounds better than bluffed you.
I thought he said bluffed you too, as O'Dwyer inquired after putting it in the mug.
I can't.
Meanwhile, more flush draw action, this time for Dvoris.
It's a big
Deciding
pot.
to check raise Smith. Fails to improve on this board pairing turn after Smith flatted.
Yeah, there's 108 in the middle. The 8's a really bad card for Dvoris because he's not really perceived to check raise an 8. He's more perceived to check raise the 10. There's a lot of shutdowns when the other cards pair, when you do check raise top pair. So it does kind of go with check. Main question is, do we start charging the club draws, the straight draws with Jack 10 right now? Do we take one in position?
Decides to take one and fill up on the end as Dvoris left with just king high. Similar spot to the one we just saw, the other table.
Double
king high
paired.
flush draw, double paired board. Of course, Smith did not flop the nuts, but he's got what feels like the nuts right now.
The thing is with Dvoris's hand is he's actually blocking all the straight draws and club draws. So that's going to weight his opponent's hand more toward a piece of the board. In this case, you know, 10s full of 8s.
Yeah, the 7 of clubs in particular, a very poor card for Dvoris to be holding.
Yeah.
In terms of efforts to lay claim to this 108,000.
And there's a lot of straight draws the 7s works with. Dealer button open, 7, 9, 6, 7, all sorts.
It was always just a matter of time before Smith came out barreling, and he's putting the full 118 back on request as just north of 1 SPR. Dvoris mulls over how many combos he can come up with that this king high is in front of. Jack 9.
It's basically those Jack 9, Queen Jack,
Yeah.
Queen 9s, and that's about it.
Pre-flop action, by the way. Smith raised it up.
Wow.
And Dvoris.
Wow. King high call, no good.
Calls and showers that bullet.
Surprised. It's a big call down.
As am I. Was just mentioning that it was just a 13K open from the button, a flat out of Dvoris from the small. We saw the check raise from 12 to 36 and the flat from Dan, check, check, turn, and then check call from king high. Well, you understand the thought process in terms of combinations that could have very well been within that button open range for Dan Smith, failing to improve on the end and having checked back the turn. With some frequency, they would certainly rate to be present. Dvoris perceiving that jam as a desperate ploy to try to take that pot. King high in front of those busted straight combos. On this occasion, Dan didn't get it right, but tough to pitch a perfect game out there.
Agreed.
Big pickup there for Smith. Vaulting him up to 5th in chips.
just south of 800K.
I think it was a perfect slow roll situation. I think.
Should I have done it, Paul? Should I have told him, nice call, tap the table? For me?
Henrik Eklund with pocket kings. That's next level slow roll. I don't think I've even
50K.
heard of that one. Tap the table. Say nice call. Motion toward the muck, then flip him face up and say, for me. That is next. God, I want to play tonight just to do that.
You let me know how that goes and whether your face is still intact after.
Well, Kiat Lee, 20,500, intact. Of course,
Okay.
in trouble is probably the better way to describe it, as Eklund 3-betting to 36,000. A 3-bet. 4-bet, actually. Right?
No.
Well, Antonius open, Kiat jams.
No.
And then
He
Eklund
called 3-bet
re-raises.
cold.
No, he made it 36.
From the small blind. No,
What
no,
am I
yeah, he
missing?
3-bet. Where's the 4-bet? What are you talking about?
Patrick open under the gun.
Yes.
With the raise.
Yes.
Kiat jams.
No.
Oh, Heckland, sorry. I remember my first day. Queen 9-6. Oh boy, it might be time for some mochas in the booth. 71-5. Thanks,
Please don't.
Randy. Good to have you
Please
aboard.
don't.
Gutter here for Antonius. Active side pot between he and Henrik Heckland's overpair. Had my seat orders mixed up.
We'd have got inside straight draw for Antonius 1 over. Side pot to play for, so important. Meaning that bluff's definitely still in range. Gonna come along with 30K. See if Antonius comes along with inside straight draw. Given the price, he probably will.
Another 30K invested into this one. And that investment promptly paid off, courtesy of the 10 of diamonds. Boy, it's a cold, cold world out there for the big pairs, it seems.
Yeah, and it's so hard for King Jack offsuit to be able to even overtake 2 kings. He's done it here.
Note Kiat drawing dead despite picking up a gut shot on this turn.
Nice check through here for 2 kings, playing it cautious.
Yeah, despite having the overpair and the gutter, Heckland hits the pause button, and now this dry 4 of clubs will leave us awaiting just how much of Patrick's 230 we're going to see fired at this river.
Yeah, Antonius is trying to come up with nice size to target the queen X, like ace queens, king queens, kings, aces. Deems that 80K is the size.
Yeah, a little bit of an overbet.
Is it? Oh, not really actually. It's
Well,
kind of the graphics with the side pot. Yeah,
right.
So not an overbet.
Considering the 71.5 in the middle.
It's more of a milky bet here.
Yeah.
I do like the sizing he opts to go for because say he goes for overbet, clearly King Jack nuts is capable of doing so. It's just so hard for him to represent a credible line as a bluff given no missed flush draw on the flop. Plus, Antonius has got to be able to show down a hand that can beat the side pot. So by going milky, you can get these crying calls out of hands like this, and there we go.
Yep. Heckland
Disappointing.
For sure, given the situation that he was in pre-flop. As his kings get showered, as does Kiat Lee's bullet.
GG.
Meanwhile, for Patrick, the run good appears to be continuing.
Really good game.
Maybe we need more lamb in our life. Randy?
2 plates of lamb.
Is that the secret?
You got to eat all to get all of the run good.
Well, you also have to work out as much as Patrick does to avoid
just
coronary heart disease as a result of that volume of red meat.
I had 8 players left. I was last in chips with.
Looks like we're sneaking one last hand in here at this feature table.
Are we staying up here or not?
No.
Okay.
So I moved here for nothing.
Ace-5 up front into the muck
12-5.
from Antonius. Not sure everything that developed behind him, but Smith's button 12-5.
Little raise and take.
Gets through. Shows the king 8 of clubs, does he? So the boys will be racking up and heading off stage to do the rest of their work as Dan Smith, courtesy of that gutsy call from Dan Dvoris, finds himself with over 800,000 in chips, currently 5th. As we bring you back to the desk, Ali and Randy continuing coverage of the $100,000 No Limit Hold'em main event here at the Triton Super High Roller Series from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Randy, kind of eventful. We ping-pong back and forth. We saw some fairly bad beats. Kiat Lee, of course, aces continuing to perform poorly for him, and then the kings for Hecklin as cold decks are upon us.
Yeah, you know, like level 1, I'm not level 1, but day 1 of a tournament. It's much deeper, lots of post-flop play. It's quite exciting to watch how they navigate multi-street 3-bet pots and single-raise pots, and big calls have been made and big plays as well, and some have been rewarded, some not.
Big stacks have been accumulated as well, Randy, as we find Jason Kuhn on the hunt for his second title. Was oh so close in the 25K PLO, second to Chris Brewer. Right now, chip leader, 1.2 million in front of him. And wouldn't you know it, it is Chris Brewer in second right behind him. So we have yet to see the end of those two's run good here at this festival. Randy and I are going to step aside. About a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with you here for continuing coverage. I think I'm going to need like a glass of water, maybe even a quick nap.
What about the quiz? Don't forget about the quiz.
Of course not. GTO Wizard. Let's take it away. Back in a minute.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. You're sitting on a 5 big blind short stack under the gun in a tournament. What is your M ratio? The ante is 12.5%. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Of his remaining chips, and he is asking for
I think you have
counts.
the exact same amount.
7 blinds.
How crazy would this be, Randy, if Sean Winter went from the chip leader to having his stack slashed in back-to-back collisions?
This is quite possibly one of the hardest laydowns. Like,
Sean can make big laydowns.
He can. He can. This is a big one if he can do it. It's really hard to do. 7 blinds is not a lot, considering you got the big blind in there already, too. He's in. Big, big pot for Duffweiler.
Well, he's not just in. He's in trouble. As his 1,050,000 contribution
He has outs. He has outs, Danny.
has just 7% equity.
三边。
Is that a 3-side?
那边有3边。
I think that's what he's calling for.
Good luck with him.
3边。Okay.
Aces turn into top set as the case card rolls off. Sevens would need to hit running quads. Wykin well aware. 0.1%.
No. Diamond's not live.
Goes to 0.
Ace, queen of diamond.
And ace queen similarly draws dead. A massive triple up for Duttweiler.
He's typing away.
Yeah, not wasting any time, letting his camp know.
For Wykin. Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
Good game.
Winter stack. The beneficiary with that ace jack. As we look at Sean Winter with an ace king suited. Up front, 2.5 million. Currently 4th of 7 runners.
Sean opting to induce with the ace-king suited off of 12 bigs.
Ace jack suited for Socia in the small. She is covered by Sean. Winter's willingness to open under the gun, though, Henry, does obviously resonate with higher parts of the range.
Yeah, it does, but Cecilia just unable to get away from it, and all the aces are dead. Ace-Jack folded, of course, from Antonius. Maybe just giving Winter more credit for raise folds from under the gun at this stack depth. Certainly capable of having some.
So evenly stacked, both of you.
Jiang, that is?
Sean Winter,
Sean.
more capable of having raise folds from under the gun.
2-4-50 Sean, 2-3-50 Sosia.
That the thought being on Sosia's mind when choosing to jam with this hand, correct?
For sure.
In agreement. As Queen Jack 9 now suddenly presents escape for Sosia Jiang. The turn presents the nut flush draw, and oh, so many outs for Sean Winter.
Deuce of hearts, dealer.
Club, 10, king.
That's a big card.
Can she avoid it in a 5.1 million chip pot? No, is the red 10.
You want to make sure? Let's make sure.
Sure. 1 second.
Nice hand.
Gives Winter Broadway.
Here's a. You have more by 100,000, Sean. That's what program says. 2, 3, 2, 4.
Still close enough for a recount.
2, 3.
Good game.
GG's. Jiang. Now finds herself #1 on New Zealand's all-time money list, of course. Another female reaching the final table. One of these 200K invitationals. Always bittersweet, Ali, to flop a piece and come up short. Has to be thrilled with her performance. Already seen so much throughout this series, just proving that by folding you can literally print hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So what you're saying is right now is akin to being in a NHS waiting room.
HS.
National Health Service. Producer James knows something about it. 2 aces, no waiting for Kiat, as his name has been called. Fresh off the double. Opens the button.
How much you have?
I have 2,475 behind.
All in?
I knew it. I knew Hajiev wanted to just rip this in Kiat's face with the suited king.
Is it a mistake?
I mean, I don't know how many raise folds Lee has. Just always feels like he's inducing, but easier for me to say here when I can see he's got the 2 aces.
Might we have our second straight double in a 6.3 million chip pot? 9, 7, 4, 2 clubs. And the king deuce suited, suddenly a big threat to these aces. Turn is clean. Can Lee wipe the sweat from his brow and take his seat, or will Hajiev vault back into a big lead? The answer is the latter, as the ace of clubs on the end, giving Lee top set, but Hajiev the nuts. And Kiat can do nothing but bid the remainder of the field adieu. Note Ramin first to come over to him. K7 max, good for almost $500,000.
#1 on Florida's all-time money list.
Over 600K already in earnings on the trip, and going to be at least 1.3 more, regardless of his finish here as Hajiev. Going to be so dangerous when he really picks up hands, Henry, as people are looking for a spot. And might this be the one? Punsri, ace king on the button, 3 million back. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the $100,000 main event from the Triton Super High Roller Series here in North Cyprus. Henry, in stitches here.
I mean, just watching back some of those highlights, just kind of experiencing the pain over again for some of the Triton OGs, and knowing that in 2 days' time, in this main event, we're going to experience the same pain, you know, the bad beats with 7 figures of equity on the line. And I mean, you can either laugh or cry, and I just decided that it's time to let out some laughter.
It would have been uncomfortable if we did resume our coverage with you in tears. That much we know for certain. Far from uncomfortable, of course, our overall chip leader, Jason Kuhn, with almost 1.2 million in front of him.
Yeah.
He will be at one of our 2 feature tables, Henry.
He is indeed. I mean, I was looking back at the hands, and it just looked like a aces v ace king v queen situation, 3-way all in for Jason that kind of propelled him up the leaderboard. He said at the very start of the series, if you remember back, he needs 2 wins and a deep run here. He's already got 1 win. He just came second in the PLO. We tried crunching the numbers, probably somewhere between 200 and 250 points behind Chidwick now, and in great shape to add some big points here.
And the man who won that 25K PLO against Jason sits at our other feature table. That being, of course, Chris Brewer, 851,000 in front of him. And it was interesting because the whole field kind of sympathizes with Chris Brewer as being one of the unluckiest guys in poker. Perhaps he's turned that corner.
Well, look, he's got to win a second title. Came over to James and I and kind of had a bit of a laugh that, hey, maybe I'm the mixed game guy. Maybe I should just avoid the no limit hold'em. Obviously now 2 titles, 1 in PLO, 1 in short deck. But yeah, the fact that they're both first and second in chips after late regging is pretty insane.
No question. As 49 runners currently in the field of 85 total entries, with the blinds at 3 and 6K as it stands now. We send you back to the feature tables.
Look at that. I mean, that's ridiculous. They finished up the 25K, and now they're both chip leading this tournament with already 35 eliminations.
Shambhala bracelet, Jacob & Co. watch, and of course, a very handsome first place prize, TBD, all going to be going to the winner. And for Jason in particular, the implications of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award that he is hunting down Stephen Chidwick for, along with the $200,000, a consideration. Davies making the mistake of looking up at the lights. Retinal sizzle.
We've all been there.
Maharnoida, the blanketed one, trying to keep warm.
It can get chilly out there.
Yeah, Ace King suited to warm you right up as he makes it 18 to go. Blind v blind against Haxton.
Do you have the cap? No more?
What's going on in seat 4?
That would be Igor Yaroshevsky.
Looks snug. Came 4th in that GG Super Millions earlier on in the series. As we see a flop, Ali.
Yeah, and it's one that favors Haxton. The defender with Jack-7 has himself top pair. There's 2 overs and a spade. All Noida can lay claim to.
Defending against the 3X.
That is so good.
Noida with the 2 overs, backdoor spades. And start this off with a check. Interesting, I feel like this is a spot where you can play a pretty mixed strategy given that it is so dry and disconnected. But maybe just kind of narrowing Ike's range to Broadway type holdings, or at least 1 Broadway card, given that he did 3X pre.
He's just having a clock out there.
11.
Yeah, really easy call here for Nora, obviously. Also the option to maybe take this upstairs, but I think as played, both check call and check raise seem fine.
Deep stack poker does afford us a bit more of those check raises on the flop. Mahara declining the opportunity. Slots the 11,000 and is rewarded instantly. Ace of diamonds. Smacking him for top pair, top kicker is with 64 in the middle. We await his choice. Henry, ever want to come out leading?
Honestly, just what I was going. That was just what was going through my mind. Is this does feel like a turn card that favors our check calling range, especially after we 3x pre and went into check call mode. Big fan of this lead. Just kind of not allowing Ike to check back with you know, weak showdown like 6-7 suited, these
Right.
top pair on the flop type hands.
And also forcing Ike to continue, given that he knows we could just be representing this card unimproved.
For sure. I mean, hands like King Queen, King 10, Queen 10 maybe, some backdoor diamonds.
So there is the 21K off of Haxton's stack. As the pot grows, another 42,000, and the river is wet.
It's a fun one. Backdoor diamonds, Ike with the 7 of diamonds in hand.
Yeah, we're gonna end up over 100.
Be an incredibly uncomfortable spot
I think those are
for
like a
Noida.
big
See how
one.
he wants to proceed with this. He's going to check call mode. Ike has a really fun hand here.
I said 120. Yeah, I did.
Worth turning it into a bluff?
Yeah, the Magic Man is certainly capable of looking at this and just realizing, hey, maybe I don't have enough showdown, but he's going to check this one back.
Have bad days, like you just get
Showing the ace-king. Sizable pot going Noida's way. It's 85 entries now. 8.5 million in the prize pool. At late reg, obviously running through to the start of day 2. Think we're going to cross over the 100 runner mark? It's close, right?
Let's stop to ask ourselves if there are any people that we anticipate are going to be showing up at the start of tomorrow as uniques. Henry, I'm struggling to come up with names.
I'm trying to think of maybe some people coming in for exclusively the main event in the short deck. Can't really think of many, but looking at some of the eliminations, Dao Min Fu, Artem Vazenkov, Jenya Gavrilovic, Mikita Badziakowski, Daniel Dvoris, all still have that re-entry available, obviously. So there are definitely a couple of people maybe opting to get an early night rather than re-entering tonight. Kevin Pack also, Anildo Santos. Don't strike me as the types to fire one bullet and give up.
Noida back at it, this time from the button with an ace-8 suited, as Haxton deliberates with the suited one-gapper. No takers.
I want one of those t-shirts.
Sure we can get your hands on one.
Triton jerseys. I'm curious to see how these kind of shorter stacks proceed over the last 2 levels of the night. Given that re-entry is still available. Coming into tomorrow, starting stack 250k. These kind of 100, 120k stacks might see them get involved in some looser spots, knowing that they can obviously still re-enter. Glad to see Elky's doing all right. Bumped into him in the elevator. He said, Henry, feeling lucky today. I said to him, Elky, I can't wait for the day where I feel lucky enough to decide to play 100k. That's all it was. Just felt lucky.
Registered?
In 305k, 51 bigs.
There it is. You know, it's so funny because just today, I'd kind of asked myself, not having seen him in any of our chip counts,
I walked out very inconveniently.
what on earth he was still doing here. Seemed to be milling about.
man.
He was playing cash games, to be fair, as I was
saying
told.
the fact that the call was,
Mushroom.
like, stuck underneath it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, 100%.
The mushroom game with Tom Dwan and the likes. I think it's some mix of like the 7 deuce, 8-3 and stand-up game all kind of mixed into one. I'm still not entirely sure what it is, but I've heard Tom Dwan mention it several times on stream now. It seems to be a permanent fixture. Those
the
cash
mushroom game.
Yeah, mushroom game.
Does it make you hallucinate?
I mean, if you're looking down at 8-3 and trying to rep aces, you could ask yourself that question.
psychedelics required for that level of ambition, perhaps, as
I mean,
Yaroshevsky
the bounties these guys put on.
opens. Yeah, they kind of dwarf the poker itself at times, don't they? Igor picking on the second biggest stack in the room. Understandably, as Chris defends the queen deuce offsuit. Fails to connect at all.
Main event hand, mandatory defend until 2023, later on this year.
I don't know. I think I can bin it. Maybe not if I was as good as Brewer or as deep as Brewer. Check back by Yaroshevsky, by the way. Kind of respectful of that big stack. And obviously the lack of connection. Second check back on the turn. Now Chris, a free path to a queen.
Yeah, checked all the way down. Feels like a small sizing on the river spot, but maybe wants to go polar, where he just has like queen or nothing.
Note this is 10% of Igor's stack. Needed to call.
Very easy to level yourself into a call here after checking back. Flop and turn, paired board. So many bluffs available, of course. Don't fault the call, Ali.
No. Obviously the byproduct of the line that he took post-flop is going to be faced with some keep him honest propositions on the end from time to time. And Brewer with the big stack we would anticipate would be getting after some pots affordably.
Brewer going to have a ton of like 6x, 9x, 1 heart type holdings. Just want to bluff river, no showdown.
Here he is, 150 big blinds strong, closing in on $1 million in chips. Triton first timer, Florencio Campomanes, up over $500,000.
Man from the Philippines in the mix.
Worthy of note that Yaroshevsky also a first timer. He should be down to 200 after that call, shouldn't he?
No, it's 25k, 10% of his stack out of 250. Remember you mentioned
right,
it?
Yeah.
I know math.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to need to visit that Neuro Pro deal that Chidwick has going on. I got to get my Cortex realigned. It's been a real struggle bus today. Deep into the series. I better get right because we got a short deck coming up.
145 behind.
Computing power required.
Thank you. No problem.
5 more days of streaming.
The fact that you needed your right hand in order to count that out is obviously emblematic of the fact that perhaps both of us are wont for a little
shut-eye.
Reset. Yeah, maybe a little shut-eye as well. It's at a premium. Deep into any Triton festival as we see Campomanes. Sub-premium but playable. Queen Jack, second pair on a king high board where Haxton, the pre-flop opener, turns into a Broadway draw.
Yeah, and immediately on this ball texture, potential fun ways this one plays out. Like with the ace-queen, definitely has a range advantage. Obviously has equity in the form of a gut shot to Broadway. This is kind of like a fun double barrel and then see what happens on the river kind of situation. And Florencio can't really do anything other than check call, then decide. Options available, of course, but Ike's gone with the sizing as well. That's going to allow him to put some pressure on across all 3 streets.
Campomanes picking up an inferior gut shot.
On the arrival of the 9 of diamonds, as he checks once more to Haxton. After the 8K barrel, 49 in the middle, 137 back.
Love to see something like 75% pot. There we go, 36 into 49. Prepare to empty the clip like Haxton. Setting up a very natural river SPR to follow through.
Note that sizing, very much retaining this queen jack, is it not?
Yeah, it's putting a lot of exactly these types of hands into check call. Wow. Check call and then face the entire pellet on the river. But Florencio just saying, hey, listen, I know exactly what you're doing. I'm going to save myself this 36 because I know unless I improve to trips or a straight that I'm going to give up river.
And when you examine it from that perspective, it begins to make a bit more sense, Henry. So well done walking us through that deliberation for Campomanes as we glimpse over at the other feature, but keep it here.
I love that shot. The crane. Take someone's head off.
Oh, I thought you were referring to something else. Shows you what I'm focused on.
5 days, Ali. You can do it, I believe.
Small favorite.
If you need Randy to hold your hand, I can hold the other, it's fine.
Ace jack offsuit here for Noida.
You're like that puppy that just keeps biting the edge of the sofa, you know? Just won't leave that one cushion alone.
Yeah. Ibinger going to take a nibble with 10-9 suited from the cutoff. Now an ace jack of his own for the big stack of Chris Brewer from the button. Might he have some fresh squeezed juice on his mind?
Certainly could be a possibility. Comes with the flat rather than squeezing.
Looks like a easy spot to continue for Davies' pocket sevens in the form of a flat.
This is one of the things I really love about this day one kind of coverage. When we do just have really deep stacks, we get to experience these multi-way pots with some of the world's elite, which are some of the most understudied spots out there.
Ooh, look at this. A7 tray rainbow. Seth Davies with the set. A dream situation for him on this board in a four-way pot.
Yeah, already inflated due to the fact that this is four ways.
Note the snap check from the pre-flop raiser, Noida, Henry.
Yeah, interesting decision from Nora. Shouldn't really be losing too much on this board. Maybe some slow played ace queens, but given the stack depth of Ibinger and Brewer, I feel like there's less of those. It's Ibinger with the 10 high. It's going to take a stab. I guess this is kind of just trying to fold out Brewer behind, play the rest of the hand in position, and that 10-9 of clubs somewhat wrapped around that 7 of clubs.
The one guy who has nothing right now is the man who ended up betting. Brewer flat calling, and now Davies wants to chart a course. This board is just so clean for him.
Yeah. Yes. I don't know, you're so deep. I love the call. I really do. Still have the under the gun razor, of course. It could be trapping with like ace king, ace queen. Oh man, that is sick. That is a sick fold. Noida just absolutely getting away with it for the absolute min.
That is remarkable.
That's one of the best folds of the tournament. I mean, come on, behave. Like not even c-betting and just folding. ridiculous fold. Take a bow. Seth Davies, 100% lock.
Now what was the Gobi Desert has picked up some precipitation on the turn. Straightiness developing, but not certain that that is a range of kit that Davies will be assigning to the opposition.
Yeah, only really concerned about giving free equity to hands like ace-5, ace-2 suited.
Does that warrant a lead into 100K now?
It would certainly make sense, right? This is a turn card that hands like ace-10, ace-jack may check behind for pot control, given that Davies is perceived to have more two-pair, more straights available.
35.
Now we're seeing some beautiful poker played.
Can get behind the flat pre and certainly the lead here on the turn.
Brewer, of course, very high up in range. Going to have some ace-queens that play the same way, maybe some two-pair.
Did say flat pre, meant flat on the flop as well, of course. As Brewer retained. Now the deuce. Presenting the wheel. Possibilities. Pocket five's a possibility for Brewer?
I mean, we're stretching. We're expecting Brewer to call on the flop with two players behind with a pair of fives. Sizable one for Davies, goes check, check. I think he's going to be pretty annoyed when he sees that one back and sees that Noida just didn't even c-bet the ace-jack, just check folded in a spot where he could have maybe squeezed out an extra 50, 60, 70K.
How good is Maher going to be feeling about that muck after seeing the set of sevens, let alone the other ace-jack out there?
In the video?
Yeah. You sent me the video, like, don't worry, it's not a bias.
I didn't say that.
That definitely
Oh, no,
means there's a virus.
I said, don't worry, it's not a video that Sam Sovril would send you. That's what I said.
VIP Talal Shakurchi.
Barcelona is losing 2-0 at home.
Small blind limp with king 5. Shares a 5 with Sean Winter. Both pre-flop and post-flop.
Huh?
On this ace-high rainbow board where Talal will check.
Munich lost. 3-1.
Prompt barrel from Sean.
Very important game for the Bundesliga title.
Equally expeditious call.
Because if Dortmund wins now, they're top of the league.
Oh no.
Case 5 on the turn, and this is an issue for Winter as Shakurchi has him out kicked. Sean thinking this is gin. Checking back, and then the board double pairs on the river. The escape.
Very sneaky check back from Winter.
$35K river barrel from Shakurchi. Delighted to see this raise from Winter. Any measure of the time this is forceful from Sean, or would he just flat that?
I would love to see Shakurchi go all in, but he's going to just call for the chop. Don't think so. No, I don't think against the pot size bet he gets to raise with 4x, especially given, you know, Talal has all the ace-5, ace-4, aces. Chop it up.
What do you got there?
36.
36?
I'll give you check.
Okay,
It's 18, give me 7.
Okay,
yeah.
You're swinging in your chair, Ali. You're making me anxious. What's going on?
What a run!
Well, Henry, during our last break, I did become engrossed in conversation, which did prevent me from
lose, but they can open it.
taking a trip to the loo.
I'll tell you what.
Fear not. It's all under control.
We'll make it our secret.
Can definitely open into a short.
Click the mute button.
Very unlucky. I have a feeling.
90 seconds. I'll hold down the fort.
I'd rather develop kidney stones that allow you to be in here by yourself.
I'm a field player, you know.
Who is
Okay. Joke's on you, pal.
Some here are not.
You're laughing now. Just ask Hecklin
What do you?
how painful kidney stones are.
Like me bullying him.
Sure, he appreciated having that
I legit don't think he is.
shared with the world.
Honestly, I don't think. Out of all the people you can think of,
Saying he doesn't have social awareness.
to at least give a damn.
Like me, I like
Double H,
Yeah.
a candidate.
Exactly.
He's definitely, dude. He's in
This
there,
was
man.
broadcast
He's in
to
there
an entire
gambling,
room,
man.
this story.
For
So
sure.
do apologize,
All
Hecklin.
right.
I disagree.
Unaware.
I think Christoph takes it to the streets. But
He did take one hand to the streets and.
Shakurchi taking it to the streets here against this Bonomo cutoff open.
70,
I think you guys didn't understand, like,
effective.
when you check to someone, I mean, when someone bets, it's on you and you take 8 minutes, they're likely to give something away at some point. So if you just sit there,
Justin getting sticky with at least the king of diamonds, which does not interact with this 9-high board. Can't say the same for Shakurchi, though, who's got the gut shot.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
oh my God. But the thing is, like, it's too high variance.
I love Sean Winter, man.
75K with him the other day.
Need him at every table.
We got in like 14 hands the whole day one. I'm like, I mean,
Whole day one.
we're relying on like these 14 hands for the tournament. It's just like, how are we gonna win?
24 into 91. Gets it done. Talal not afraid to play one, is he?
No, he's really not. Certainly one of the guys so tough to play against. We saw that obviously in the main event in Vietnam. Have you ever played 14 hands in an entire day of poker before, Ali?
No way. 14?
I mean, that's what Sean was alluding to. It's like, how are we going to win this tournament with these guys that are tanking? I can get behind it. I feel like the kind of games that you play, the mixed games, anyone taking longer than 30 seconds for a decision probably doesn't get the WhatsApp message for the next week to come back.
Chastised, generally,
Yeah.
by the table. Oftentimes I'll launch into a cheeky hush tone as though I'm delivering final table commentary so as to mock the notion that there's real gravity to the situation. It's limit split pot. Get on with it.
Yeah, that's abuse of authority, that is.
Authority was never in good hands in my stewardship, Henry. As Barbero, the steward of a Jack-9 offsuit, which fails to improve on a King 5-4 board. Sean Winter, the aggressor, checks back what was fives and turns into 2 pair, but Barbero has picked up the diamond draw.
You got one?
Did he just ask Nacho if he's got a diamond?
It felt like that was the sense behind it. As board texture deteriorates even further for Sean's hand. 4-liner on board.
Sean's flipping a coin.
Just look at the facial expression. I mean,
Queen deuce?
no. That's the shot we want. And there's the flick. Barbero caught. Officer Winter issuing citations.
I honestly feel like Winter is just one of the greatest at kind of pot controlling, small ball kind of strategy, where a mix of that with his kind of goofiness at the table really gets under some people's skins.
Always hits another diamond.
And not making mistakes against him.
Look at Jason.
Okay.
You can't stop Sean.
I'm only needling Nacho because he needles people.
You can only hope to contain him.
Yeah, my year is
and
over.
you probably can't even do that.
I lose Jack 9 against 6-5 suited.
Jack 6 a diamond. Jack a diamond.
Jack diamond, 6 black. Raise 14.
You gotta protect the people sometimes.
Vigilante Sean.
5 seconds.
Facing the 14K open, pocket nines.
Raise 40.
Let's play for more. Oh, and on the topic of more, we can expect exactly that to be pushed forward from Jason Kuhn's stack as he awakens to the Cowboys on the button.
Jason obviously incredibly deep against Shakurchi here.
Biggest stack in the room. There's the 4-bet. Time bank utilized. Villain into the muck. Now we'll see how good Sean feels about nines. Just another 40K, Henry, but a gateway to further issues.
Yeah, I don't really see flatting here at this stack depth. It's either all of it or fold.
All in. 4.
On my favorite hand.
I know this.
We did get a sound effect as Sean Winter did.
5, 2, 10.
He's doing the pre-count as if he's going to win the hand. I love
Sailing
this
it.
guy.
Yeah, he knows he's covered.
For sure coming, right?
I hope not.
You can't win every all-in, baby.
Now beginning to slide it over toward Jason as the straight. Not yet about pulling it back.
Oh, I'm back shoving anyways. Doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you played a great that one. It's the same.
After all that.
Oh man.
Hey, for the people watching this, just the guys, that's not a thing. We shouldn't do that at home. Usually doesn't work.
You think Jason Kuhn wakes up with top 2% too often?
About 2% of the time.
At least 5.
How fantastic
Yeah,
was
probably,
that?
that's more like it.
Well, Winter needled Nacho, and Barbero was front and center to send it back his way as Kuhn showers Sean. And the entertainment value here at this table diminished. Not entirely, but obviously Winter will be missed as he ran into a frosty spot there, taking his chances against the 4-better, who now finds himself with over 1.4 million and almost 240 bigs here at this 3K, 6K level. Chip counts brought to you by bookmaker.eu.
I think it's very normal on the human brain. Like the first bullet, you just like whatever, like.
Well, I mean, I had good cards. I mean, I wasn't whatever, you know.
No, I'm not saying you played it wrong.
14.
Sometimes Jason Kuhn wakes up with aces and there has 2 people on in front of him. It happens, right?
Note Shakurchi undeterred back at it. Trying to flex here. with a deep stack. Currently 7th overall.
Kind of the same point before that was all in.
Kuhn flatting is Tune Mulder. Comes along for the ride, the lone ace.
He can take it. He's just won 2 millions.
Paired flop.
I'm very vengative, by the way.
Huh?
I'm very vengative.
Hits Jason Kuhn. I think the word Nacho's searching for there, vindictive.
Yeah, vengeance.
Oh, a combination of vindictive and
That's what
vengeful. Vengative.
Vengative. I mean, I think that's what he was going for. Because that response was so snappy. Just as soon as he busted out.
Oh, he couldn't
Listen,
wait.
man, he's from Argentina, okay? These Latin, they don't forget anything, even if it takes 5 years. They remember. Nacho probably still remembers hand histories from like 5 years ago. He's waiting for the day. That one came full circle in just a couple of hands.
No, Jason. Choosing to check back on not just one, but 2 streets here. This is a combination of just keeping it clean with the 2 9s out there and then also looking to induce.
I think maybe looking more so to induce. Shakurchi does like opening. He likes getting involved. Kind of just try and showcase that you're not interested in this pot whatsoever.
And if Shakurchi senses disinterest, oftentimes he will be the man to express some, but not on this occasion. Credit to Talal for resisting the temptation offered.
It would be tempting after it's checked through on flop and turn. A perceived inconsequential 6 of hearts on the river.
36.
Mulder with a bluff catch candidate?
It's a weird one because some of the hands that you would think would bluff, like King Jack, King 10, Jack 10, may be more likely to put in a bet on the turn after it checks round. So, yeah, ace high in the bin, correctly so.
Kuhn unable to extract added chips. Is that a makeshift Triton hat?
With our title sponsor, GG Poker. I've never seen that cap before, actually. I was going to ask him.
Well, the GG hat looks to be
defeat me with my favorite hand. You know how crazy you got to be to do that? That is
repurposed
suicide.
using one of our adhesive patches.
Yeah.
A Kuhn original.
Do you expect anything less?
No. Not at all. One way to take them off, Nacho.
Any numbers?
He is honestly very quickly become one of my favorite people, both at the table and away from the table to hang out with. He's just so emotional, man.
Any numbers?
Such a
What's up,
character.
baby?
Hey, done.
The old?
Welcome.
Why do you have an old? What do you mean, why do I have an old? You know they're bad luck?
One with a cowboy hat. That's good luck.
Min raise open from Danny as Nacho advising Dan Smith that owls are bad luck.
See them two locking horns in a verbal bout.
King 10-6. 2 spades here as Bonomo defended.
I'm not lying.
Bottom pair for Danny.
No, I'm not trying to jinx it. I think you are trying to. No, not at all, bro. You know, 0%.
You just never seen somebody win with an owl.
I've never seen anybody win with an owl.
Yeah.
You might be the first one.
Just immediately calling out Dan Smith, like, just rubbing him up. Fair play. Some people let the poker do the talking, other people,
Pardon?
you know, just
I haven't got the
have the other edges.
Tang checking
Now I
back
got
2
lefty
streets
face.
here against Bonomo, despite clean turn and now clean river.
Yeah, difficult to get called by worse, of course. And on the two-tone board texture with, you know, infinite gut shots and straight draws, get really dicey on a lot of runouts. Not the 5 of hearts, but it's obviously an exception as to why Danny was opting to pop control. Maybe now going to go for some
2
value.
years ago? No chance.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Lovely c-bet, delayed c-bet from Danny.
Jack high. Easy fold for Bonomo. We never expressed interest post flop.
How about this for a feature table, by the way? Dan Smith, Talal, Tun, Jason, Danny.
Good one.
Nacho,
Yeah, not sure that would be my favorite.
Bonomo as well. Just your casual 100K main.
Did you get the mackerels?
I did not.
So many dynamite tables.
I hear there's a
Anywhere
new
you cast your
pistachio
eyes.
Yeah. What time do they close?
10 o'clock.
Shit, we missed it again.
14.
Only one player at this table lacks a Triton title. Henry? Hazard a guess?
Dan Smith.
Correct. 9 caches, no titles.
You're giving Jason, you're giving Stevie some heat, huh?
I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. I want Paul's watch.
I told you already.
No, but see, we worked it out. So, a couple stipulations. If I win a main event, I get a watch, and then he will trade me if I win Player of the Year and a main event. But I told him that I didn't want his nicest watch. He could pick which watch he would give to me.
Oh, then I'll buy him a G-Shock tomorrow just to sort him out. You know?
I mean, even if Paul gives me a G-Shock, I'll feel like that was the most legendary accomplishment of my life. Like, that's going to be such a cool story.
12.
Going to be. You've decided it's happening.
I'm trying my ass.
Oh, what, bro? She what?
Well, just like he was saying, Paul will buy a cheap watch and give it to me, but he won't. Paul will give me one of his middle of the line watches. It's only worth 200, 300, you know.
Yeah, middle of the line for boss. Tends to be exorbitant for most.
Midlines.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna put it in a safe, but it's gonna be a family heirloom that I won from my friend.
Let's not keep it in the safe. Jason watch is meant to be worn.
Get it engraved.
I don't know. Conversation the other day between Jason and some others about
we at least
safety
we got a
of wearing
chance now.
watches in Vegas specifically.
I'd hit that wrap, baby. That would have been a nice little bonus.
Did he cash the yellow?
No, he didn't play. He was still in the Triton.
Oh, that didn't count as well. Oh, I mean, he bubbled it.
Gotta exercise some discretion with respect to where you flaunt the wealth.
So how close are you? What do you need to pass in?
Well, I think, I'm not exactly sure. If I were to guess, I'm like 300 points behind, but I get 100 if I win Player of the Series. I'm in first for that. And like if you win a tournament with a big multiplier, it's over 200 points. So it's possible. I just have to do some crazy shit. Which, yeah, you know.
Or a couple of caches.
A couple of nice bangers. Been known to do that time to time.
Do you think if you got second in a short deck tournament, that would be enough?
Maybe the main.
I mean, the main's gonna have what? 30 on it?
Yeah, but it's still like, just because it's a main event, it gets a sick multiplier.
Does it?
Yeah. And the higher stakes ones get better multipliers.
Drawing live is Jason to not just the $200,000 overlay, but of course the timepiece overlay that Boss has given him, all of which he walked us through there.
So we're saying there's a
very
chance.
tilting. And I can kind of see you fold it ace of club as well.
Oh shit, I'm sorry guys. I'm really sorry about that, Talal. I didn't realize I mucked high. That was very sloppy of me. Fuck.
You actually saw the ace of club.
In this instance, I'm
Sorry
not sure
about
Talal
that.
minds.
Whoa.
With the A7-0.
I should not have. I can't believe you saw that. I thought I had a dead flat. But
Coach
totally
Shakurchi's
my
3-bet
bad.
from the button. Second straight 3-bet.
No, of course not. It makes me a jackass for fucking flashing
No, I
an
mean,
ace. Like, I didn't
it's
even
okay,
need to.
because I was never calling anyway. I had the exact same hand and you 3-bet me 2 times in a row. Exact same hand.
Sounds like you had the exact same hand I had, actually, that hand. I had ace-10 offsuit last time.
Not impressed.
Muck lower.
Danny will take one off.
13.
Bonomo. Pocket nines. 1-9 busy.
Talal's sitting there with his king-10 like, way to flash that ace, baby.
So we have the pleasure of
Very
having
much
Bonomo
Talal
share
style.
some of his insights in the booth the other night.
Thought he did brilliantly, as Barbero's Queen 8 has performed brilliantly up against the 2 9s, defending the big, checking with the presence of that ace and the flow of play. Bonomo checking back with the 2 overs out there, not looking to represent that texture.
It's a hand that wants to try and get to showdown. Doesn't just get to bluff off with reckless abandon. Maybe going to go for a delayed c-bet or double delayed c-bet should it get checked through. Obviously, tough to get called by worse on that board.
King of Hearts on the river, and yet Barbero decides to bet 15 into 35. How would you characterize this choice?
Out of line. Very surprised to see Nacho lead out here. Seems to know exactly where he's at. 6s through jacks.
And removing king high combos from Bonomo as well.
Yeah. King jack, king 10. Not that those are the only king X. I think he's going to have hands like king 6 suited decent amount of the time.
And that table over there, every couple of minutes, Betty drops down and just like was plunking people in the head. Eklund is about to like shove the river in a big pot, and it like flicks him in the ear, and he's like, what?
Thank you.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Bet from Nacho there.
Well, right now, bookmaker.eu has reduced juice, low vig, minus 108 sides and totals on all NBA postseason games. Not a lot of them remaining. Open a new account at bookmaker.eu now and get up to a $500 cash bonus with your first deposit. Pro and rec bettors alike are welcome with high limits and high payouts, as well as live betting on all NBA postseason games. Bookmaker.eu is the place where the line originates.
We're going to get you in the sports betting lab.
You know, it's funny. You and I have had conversations about the time that you spent betting sports successfully, and yet you stepped away from it, in part because you said quality of life was a major issue, just sitting and crunching spreadsheets and trying to get action down and trying to pop open accounts, and it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. Sounds like I should avoid, even if it's profitable, going that route.
And it's funny you say that.
Mikey.
Because you're known for
He's
cat and mouse games, the stock market. So
yeah, you're not wrong. I got to stick to just one cat and mouse arena. Maybe when I'm done with that. If I can get minus 108.
There we go.
Yeah.
I know, how's yours?
8-7 deuce rainbow here
How's mine?
as Danny defends
I'm
the
stiff
big
in all
against
the
Toon.
places that Sprinters should be stiff, but I'm quite muscularly, I'm very flexible.
Fun flop, potential big bet spot for turn under the gun v big blind.
I'm kind of like, I'm good at things in a straight line, but I'm pretty bad at lateral movement. I have a terrible shoulder problem. But yeah, pretty good overall. I work pretty hard
For
at it.
small, Danny Tang with a lot of options now.
Yeah, 2 overs in the gutter.
Bad about it. Like if you see me out there on the foam rollers, I'm hurting like a motherfucker.
Oh, they hurt, dude.
No, it's like I only do
Definitely
it
more inclined to check raise against the smaller
I
sizing.
do preventatively, and I don't.
Yeah, I do a lot of it. Because it's just like, if I don't, I get hurt.
AK Peel.
They're like
Rewarded
stop,
with
I
top
get
pair.
hurt. It's like it's actually crazy. It's probably just like every Wednesday mandatory. I do a rehab like with a professional every Wednesday, even if I'm not hurt.
Just sharp.
Yeah, it's really great. Just find places you're sore and just go crazy on them.
Second check out of Danny. Check back from Mulder now, who is unimproved. Value available.
Oh man, it's the night shift, officially. Certainly some value to be had. This turn top pair probably doesn't give too much of a value range after he checks back on the turn, and yeah, you can see Danny just kind of
do it.
Disappointed.
Yeah.
In that development.
Board.
Mulder, by the way, along with Tom Vogelsang, indulging in an absolutely absurd form of drama with point system, multiple draws both pre and post flop, and activators. I kind of had a front row seat to
down at the pier,
the cash game
Oh,
area.
okay.
Okay, Jason.
I told them you can't call it drama
Spoke to so many people
because there's
about
so
this
much
idea.
more to it, but they haven't come up with another name.
So
The Duchies.
I'm gonna need you
Wait, so
as an ambassador.
give us a couple of the rules.
It's just
How many cards are down?
all the deuces are activators,
know
all
what
the
the
aces are
idea is yet,
activators, the sevens, the eights, red ones are
What are you talking about?
activators. Ras flips, PLO flips,
By the way, lucky
Hold'em
change,
flips,
win the next pot.
Yeah. Nah, I'm
hand
gonna get
reversals,
jamming as well.
Holy
from
shit,
high to low
seriously?
reversals, second boards, double up points.
So they just made it up as they went along, basically.
It's as though one gave a child a crayon, and then said, make one up. Danny Tang.
How much?
26 big blind rejam spot.
2
Lovely
8.
little pickup here would
2
be
0 8.
a little bit too much for Nacho. The ace 8. Last level of the day, up to 89 runners.
This is very close.
Barbero thinks it's close.
It is close. Yeah, I think like ace 8 suited's in. Ace 10-0 is probably in.
Okay.
Lucky chips. All day.
Going for the
And
triple
I
loop.
said,
Suited, I call it.
Barbero concedes.
suited, non-suited, I fold.
You got ace 5 suited.
No, he had queen jack.
I don't just fold queen jack like that. So I'm supposed to just fold queen jack off.
No, I said he had queen jack.
But I said I'm folding unless there's suited.
Oh,
So he's
I
saying
thought
he
you
thinks you're scared.
5?
Yeah,
I don't know why he would say that on the feature table when he's busting your balls.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't hear that. I thought you said you would call if you were offsuit.
No.
But yeah, go ahead. Tell me this idea.
Huh?
Tell me your idea.
Someone who's never regged short deck before.
Okay.
It's on the first time aside, and they invite a pro. 50K.
I could get behind that idea.
They invite a pro.
To play an invitational. Short deck.
I actually really like that idea.
I'll show you can flip it.
Because they still, I mean, what,
Holy cow. Huge information.
they're going to want to buy a
Now
piece
you know.
of you.
You come in for a raise with queens?
50K.
Occasionally, yeah.
Occasionally.
I mean,
17,000 with queens.
But now if the situation.
Why don't you just do a low stakes tournament where no one who's ever played before is allowed to
Every
play?
hand I open under the gun is queens for free.
Huh?
Or better.
No, do like a 10K where if you're like a Triton reg, you're not allowed to play it.
Triton doesn't. No. What?
It'd be
You're
funny.
like the first person who said no. I'm a bit disappointed.
I'm sorry, bro. I just don't think it's the banger of the idea that everybody's led you to
That's
believe.
because you like to play ultra high stakes.
Look at Jason saying
I'm
low
just
stakes
guessing you're not really
10Ks. I mean, dude.
I don't think you have to worry about that.
I don't know, bro. They're freezing me out everywhere anymore. It's to the point where Paul's laughing at me if I ask him I can play in the game. Used to
Too
always
good.
be kind of, oh, maybe.
Yeah, but you also have like 6.5 tails.
A little needle.
54.
No.
Raise 54,000.
Mulder 3 bets as Danny continues
What'd you
to
start with,
seek
Jim?
approval
335 I get.
for his short deck concept from Jason. You liked it.
I liked it. Apparently so did everyone else. Only Jason not a fan.
Apparently the C on his jacket stands for contrarian. This little suited connector seeks a future.
It stands for captain. And he just said to Danny, I am the captain now.
Queen 3-3.
Saw the 3 of spades in the window. Looked like potential fireworks, but safe flop for turn. 1 Broadway. Couple of small cards. See what turn comes with here. 2-8-3 behind, 1-2-8 in the middle. Continuing for 1/5 by the looks of things. Continuing small and wide. Interesting
Obviously.
spot with Jason. Sorry, Ali.
No, it's, you understand the tread lightly initiatives. And you're going up against not just that man, but that man with that massive stack. He is check raising. Just 6 high and ambitions of equity acquisition on the turn that would allow him to follow through, let alone just a win here and now.
Yeah, obviously any deuce, 4-7, spade, just really lean into some ace highs, king X that can't continue.
There is the spade. The 9, not troublesome for Mulder's 10s who hang in there.
And certainly going to have a lot of ace high floats with backdoors.
As the check raiser?
Turn.
Oh, Tun, sorry. Surprised to see Kuhn check after getting called?
Well,
and
I
having
think
picked up the spade?
this is a byproduct of him trying to get to the river for free after check raising flop. Turn was just 2-13 behind, the type of hand that continues.
Now, here we are with 268 in the middle, courtesy of the line taken on the flop by Jason Kuhn, who has no showdown value whatsoever. Can he credibly rep the queen? Or better?
He's going to try, puts turn all in for his tournament life, and all of a sudden, these 2 black 10s just in the absolute bin.
Evaporating.
Really nice, obviously, unblocking ace high, king high here. Having spades is nice as well because you unblock all of the backdoor clubs, backdoor hearts. Spades rolling off on the turn, of course. Jason can certainly play a hand like ace queen off, king queen suited like this.
Mulder hasn't put it in the bin just yet, and I think he suspects that with some frequency, Jason is up to no good. Bluff catching with the 2 10s for his tournament life.
Would be one of the hero calls of the series.
Oh, yeah.
Can find this call. I feel like having clubs and spades is bad. Well, well, well.
And into the muck goes the winner. As more chips head toward the chip leader, who bluffed his way through that one.
I'll tell you. I said, ask Dan, he'll tell you what I had.
I don't think he's going to come up with 5, 6 of spades all that often.
I was gonna say.
Cutting away. Not able to feast our ears on that Dan Smith reply to Jason as we feast our eyes now on a Seth Davies Chris Brewer spot at the river, where Brewer's king high has turned into kings up. Action to this point. Davies the opener with a raise to 18,000. Brewer defended the big, went check, check on that paired flop. And again, after the 9 arrived on the turn, and here we are at the river with Davies firing 35,000, which of course gets called. The bluffing a bit more fruitful for Jason. Obviously a very different proposition.
Not as chatty this table. In a long old week of poker. As we head into the early hours of Sunday the 21st of May.
Almost 1 a.m. local time.
Yeah, 11 days we've been here. And a lot of these guys have been grinding since the start. Still 5 more days of coverage. So day 2 tomorrow, final table on Monday. And then we got some short deck for the short deck fans out there.
A little something for the Ace-King fans, of which we can count Seth Davies. See 3 X's. Relatively unscathed after losing that last one to Brewer, and I don't know if we're going to be able to say the same about him after this spot here. Yaroshevsky jams his last 100K out there. Of course, Davies will flick in the call, and you see the immediate reaction to being shown the 2 aces.
Classic. Classic. 10 big blind all in.
Like, how do they always have it, man?
Yeah, get those lights on. This is an important moment.
Yeah.
All
Who
right,
wants
Ike.
to be a millionaire?
Jeez.
Me.
No need to needle the production value.
Running diamonds. Davies, unfortunate not to hold one. On the flip side, Yaroshevsky, fortunate to haul one in.
Yeah, that was great.
Igor's got the look of that classic Banksy stencil. You know the one I'm talking about?
How do you do it, man?
I don't know. I just, yeah.
Well played.
Is it the one where he's throwing
like a
Molotov cocktail? I
No,
think,
but
is
it's
what
like a
he's doing?
bouquet of flowers.
Right.
It's like,
exactly.
yeah. Bravo, Mr. Najad.
Maybe he's the
Maybe he's
inspiration.
Banksy.
Maybe he's
Banksy.
Wow. You got to imagine Banksy's got a role.
Oh, dude. You seen any of the documentaries? That guy makes heaps, man.
Maybe I should get into graffiti.
Just start tagging the feature tables when nobody's looking.
Yeah.
We see any non-title sponsors on the table, we know who's at fault. Who's up to no good.
I can't draw. That'd be rubbish.
I mean, Ken Banksy, I thought it was all stencils.
Great point. I can stencil.
So can my 3-year-old niece.
5-6 for Davies as he cannot improve after defending his big. Ace-Jack in the hands of a Maher Noida. We've seen it find an impressive fold. Very different spot than this one, of course. The one where Davies had flopped a set of 7s, and Noida was up against another Ace-Jack on the ever-so-dry Ace-7 deuce board. Here, things a lot wetter after a check back from Noida.
Potential turn pro for Davies, picking up a gut shot, unblocking all the pairs.
I used to or you just do it together? Separate.
Just gonna knuckle on over.
I used to different flavors. I used to smoke a lot, and then so one isn't enough, and I do menthol. So used to be 3 actually. Cut it down to 2. You used to make 3 at the same time?
Who used to be on the menthol train?
Florencio?
I can see it.
3 is the most I've gone. Like at the same time. Like what did you 5? Like a fucking chimney.
I think Nora's already back in his hotel room bed. It's been a long day, as Seth Davies just mentioned.
And it's been a very robust day here inside the arena as we crowned Chris Brewer, the 25K PLO champion, and then Ramin Hajiev from the VIP side, the 200K LUXON Pay Invitational champ. And 2 days from now, someone in this very room will be our newest Triton
I was saying, like,
main event winner.
It feels extra long having to also be on stream for the last 2 hours.
Yeah,
it feels like
better earlier than the last 2.
You're forced to talk
you
at
can,
this time.
I mean, we've been like the least entertaining stream. I really hope they're doing some fun stuff over there.
Thanks for pointing out, Chris.
Awesome, just tilted my face off in silence.
I think Jason has more chips than our whole table, so probably more excitement over there.
How much do you have right now? What's that?
1.5-ish.
Sure. Jason, right? Yeah. Has a
Saves us from saying it.
Maddie only got second this morning. So.
Pocket 9s here for Matthias. Upstairs to 17.
That makes sense. He lost to a pretty bad player.
This whole got one hand for
He failed every fucking heads up PLO, and I had no clue. I was tilting.
Oh yeah, you won. Congratulations. You won the PLO, right?
Thanks.
1.64. Jesus
You
Christ.
play a lot of PLO?
Nah, not a ton. I had a little bit of cash here and there, but not a game I'm strong or good at. But I got dealt 4 very high cards a lot of times.
It's a good strategy.
You're chip leading entering today, right?
Yeah. So I mean,
Couldn't keep track.
PLO chip leads all pretty nice to have.
Oh wow, we kind of did Santos dirty.
Man, he has a lot of fucking chips. What is he doing to these guys?
Jason, right?
What was the strat?
In
question?
Just get dealt a lot of high cards.
Big pots.
4 of them. That's a good strat.
I don't play PLO, but that strikes me as reasonable. Although maybe the like middling rundown type of cards are of great utility.
In some
He decided he
situations.
can't bag the chip lead.
Like if you dealt me 9, 10, Jack, Queen,
Exactly
double
100,
suited,
including the blind.
all night long, I'd make money, right?
One would hope.
I might find a way to lose.
Might be dominated a decent bunch, but
I saw him before you.
But it seems to be
I
like
saw
a-
him before
no
you.
Santosh, by the way, in this 100k yet.
Ace king versus queen. Yeah, that's a nice one.
And then
Some suggestion that he was done dirty by Jason?
Oh no, sorry, I do apologize. 26th in chips,
See
my
how it
bad.
happens. He opens, got a free bet, then somebody jammed.
28.
He re-jammed and got kicked.
And yeah, he was done dirty
Spotful, queen.
by Jason. 8-5 deuce board, Santosh with deuces. Jason was 7-5, turn brought an 8.
We chopped heads up, yeah. We
Santosh
left a
checked,
little
Jason
bit
bet.
up top, and then played
Santosh
it.
called, the river was a 5.
I said I saw him before you.
A double paired run out.
Oh, okay.
Like we're in level
Flopping a set.
trying to understand what the hell everyone's saying.
That's a good move. I like pocket queens inside.
Tough to lose to one pair with a set in Limit Hold'em, but it does. Or sorry, in Hold'em, but it does happen.
I'm with you.
I appreciate these guys.
I do feel like the few times I will go, like whenever I have those like aces, ace, king, queens, it's like queens has got this.
Producer James just bringing to our attention that elsewhere in the room right now,
200K was painful.
Suddenly, like,
there's a camera trained on Patrick Antonius and Fedor Holz.
Yeah, you've had some rough ones this trip actually, because you had the
Patrick
the 8s yesterday.
interviewing Fedor.
Yeah, Patrick's been putting out some great content on his socials, mainly on Instagram as far as I know.
Can't condone it.
You
Feel like Patrick
should be the other way around?
I don't work your side of the street. Not sure what you're doing over here working mine. Might have to have a word with him.
Yeah, we'll talk to him off air.
Might even get aggressive.
Take about 5 of us, I think, but we'll pin him down.
There's something wrong with us.
Well,
Deeply, deeply wrong.
looking at your current state, Henry, I feel like you might not
Hence,
be among the 5
of us.
we bring to the party.
Listen, my right hand.
Oh, I do for a living something I fail.
That's just
85
mean, producer James.
Pointing out that Randy also isn't going to be of much use in that
And I
particular
did-
altercation.
and I'm
We'll just
disappointed
get
in the result the other.
Gitas from
the
Jack.
Yes,
There we go.
that's the man we need.
Time of that.
The Latvian bear. Sort of the Zangief of the operation, for those that find themselves here in North Cyprus. They'll know exactly who we're
Basically,
referring to.
basically unless I win the tournament, I'm
As
disappointed.
Yarashevsky.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll try on this Jack 5 suited, which doesn't fit with the 10-10-3 board.
Min cash is all circumstantial, yeah. When you just weasel your way in, it feels so good. But when you just had the chips and just get a min cash, it's not.
That's disaster.
Yeah.
6BB, 3 off the money and min cash. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's great.
Fist pump.
Yeah, and then you're just in. You're just like, dude, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Seth able to
There were a lot of sick ones in the
fire and take it.
200, though. Like 6 in the 200.
Brewer
Yeah,
talking from experience.
I mean, there's gonna be, right? Like.
Deep into the evening we go here, with Chris Brewer presiding over the chip lead at this specific featured table. A lead that is currently only good for 8th in chips overall. Mike Haxton just 9 bigs meanwhile at the opposite end of the spectrum, shortest stack in the room with 48 remaining.
Yeah,
That
I
glimpse
believe
brought to you
just-
by Poker Steak.
Do apologise.
No.
Just 20 minutes left on the clock. Up to 90 runners now. 9 million in the prize pool. So closing in on that 100 runner mark.
Exactly what I want to do. You got knocked out of the 200K that way. Against Fatal. Then won the 100K. So you had to face it.
Suited connector on the button for Haxton. Just 7 high, but possibility of picking up those blinds
which seems so ripe for the taking. Just comes with the flat. Igor disinterested.
I'm looking to get involved, certainly one of those stacks. Just 20 minutes on the clock, that doesn't mind spinning the wheel.
Matthias says run it, and if you're in his seat, Henry, what do you make of the limp open from the button at that depth in terms of range?
I think it's going to be incredibly balanced. Going to have a ton of hands like this, maybe some Queen 8 suited type holdings, but I think a lot of those go in. Also top of range. Aces, queens, kings.
Just looking to induce. Any merit to a min raise as the path forward to induction? With the added benefit of maybe taking it?
With a hand like 7-6?
Yeah.
Just to take the spot in general, to re-enter, or?
No, no, no. But obviously when we limp, we know we're going to be taking a flop, bar a raise that maybe leaves us not taking the flop.
I think the limp allows us to always see a flop. I mean, obviously the big blind could just jam, but it means that we can limp call an ISO of like 3x, for example, whereas if we raise, I don't know if we get to call it off for all 11 bigs.
Bad news on the turn here for what was sevens and a gut shot that didn't want to barrel. And now sits behind jacks for Ibinger. Haxton knuckles back once more.
I've been going with a weird one now. Checked all the way down to the river. Ace rolling off. Still wants to go for value.
14,000. And this discomfort, a direct result, obviously, of the conservative line from Haxton. Not a criticism, just a reality. Ike does make the call, and that's a deflating thing to see.
Down to just 8 big blinds now.
Credit to Matthias, Henry, for recognizing that there was a size that he could come with, that even against that super short stack of Haxton,
there's always a size.
Get paid off.
Ike squeeze out some value.
Now, even leaner on the back end of that one.
It's got to be one of the shortest stacks, if not the shortest stack in the tournament. It's at 48th of 48 with just 8 bigs.
Noida opening this one. Presently has the trappings of a man. Weekend in Vegas. Working his way to the registration desk. Having lost or deactivated his room key. Obviously trying to explain to the front desk attendant that he does not have his ID. Of course, he's lost his wallet as well somewhere through the evening. Still fighting.
I don't know how you do it, man. You go on your descriptive tangents. They're just so on point. How did you pull that Banksy one out of the bag? That was definitely one of your best.
Not the best, this 993 board. for any of the involved parties here, as Noida did pick up both blinds with King X. Barrels through on the strength of the ace of spades, in position. A path forward for this king-queen, obviously inhibited by the presence of Brewer behind.
Yeah, I would feel a bit out of line, no spade in hand.
Mahad will take it down. Like, it makes, like, you've seen it. You've seen that.
I've been that person. Come on, man. What do you mean I've seen that? I've been that. I have flashbacks to a time at King's Resort where I woke up, no phone, no wallet, on my hotel room floor, had commentary 5 hours later, like, what on earth happened last night?
Sign me up. Whatever it was, it sounds like it was a blast.
Retraced my steps.
Did we find the wallet?
We did. They had left it at the bar. So it had obviously become clear to the people around me that I couldn't be trusted.
Well, how much trust will Haxton place in pocket threes?
I think it goes in.
Yeah.
Wants to spin the wheel, either double up or re-in to get a fresh 250k stack.
Registration, of course, open to the start of day 2.
Damn it, I gave you credit for that now.
Haxton hoping not to have to revisit the desk. Currently in front of this King Jack for Davies. His 152k pot.
I think the ace four is not
The set I've been waiting.
Looks like it's headed toward Ike with bottom
what?
set. Wait a minute.
It's never easy, is it?
Gutter. Giving Davies outs. Oh my. Just stop it. People at home likely think, based on the fact that we even make a meal of developments such as that, that somehow we're aware that the running straight is going to come to fruition. We can assure you, we have no idea. But that was a frosty one.
100%. Yeah, on the turn.
I don't know whether it's just recency bias or not, but...
Bit of that, always.
Yeah, I feel like this trip... I don't know, we've had like the Sean Winter, 1 outer, 15 left in a 200k buy-in. We've had so many hands like this where people have flopped sets and it's just come runner straight.
King Jack against Kings, Henrik and Patrick, was it?
There was a hand with Nacho on like a 10-8 4 board. He flops bottom set. Vogelsang had King Jack, turn ace, river queen. Just like, you know,
Aces for Kiat Lee against the King Deuce suited.
Yeah.
Then
Maybe
again
it is
for him,
recency
by the way.
bias, but
Here in the main, yeah, sure.
oh, he bust the main with aces.
I don't think he busted it with the aces, but definitely got decimated.
Wow, I wasn't aware.
Currently sits 33rd with 292k.
You always ask yourself, what would Victor do? Excuse me.
I'm not going to ask myself that.
Looks like that's bullet number 2.
Yeah, Ike straight back in, up to 91 runners now, 9.1 in the prize pool.
I don't think that's what's on my mind.
It was 6-7 suited that downed the Kiat Lee aces here in the main.
Your turn.
It's on you, man.
If you wanna.
Considerably quieter affair now at our other feature.
Yeah, the clock obviously winding down.
Energy levels winding down perhaps as well.
Oh, 100%. When you see
Understandably.
20 minutes left on the clock, 15 minutes left on the clock, you mentally start switching off. We've all been there.
Mulder's ace-9 suited speaks up.
I heard something.
And Justin Bonomo will reply from the button with this ace-king.
It is true. You gonna come play?
I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds fun.
You think it'll be good?
In comes the 3-bet.
Yes, it's gonna be very good.
Very good. Because all those people that
37,000.
wanna play, they just play charity. They're super rich. They would do it for charity, so they just play. They never play tournaments. It's a way to donate money.
The phase out or rebuy or what?
One re-entry.
One re-entry?
No, I think it's freeze out. The million?
I thought it was 111,000. So given I don't know, I have no idea what's going on ever.
Yeah, no, there's 111 one re-entry this summer. There's $1 million in December. Freeze out.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn indeed.
Yep. $1 million
Well,
buy-in.
that might be exactly
And Justin's best price point.
what we hear
Cash on
cross
100%,
Toon Mulder's
something.
lips
I was going to
as
say
he
only
is
once, but that's not
outkicked.
true. Yeah. Both third.
Yeah. Yeah, both huge.
Yeah.
Sick. Not me, Brick City.
Size down from Bonomo as expected. 3-bet pot, monotone board. Then with a few options, obviously. Top pair.
I like never get
3 diamonds, no diamond in hand.
There's a hand where like a get all in with 7s against ace queen just for one starting stack, and I was like kind of shook. I was like, oh my god, this is so.
And it goes. And of course, Bonomo
Like in a tournament, I never feel
won't
that.
be going anywhere with ace king.
That's what I had last hand. Exact same suits.
Deflating end of the day potentially here for Toon Mulder. As the ace-king holds 83% of the equity. The turn, rendering no assistance in the 9 hunt, is officially on with 1 to come. 5 on the end.
Really good. That's great.
Mulder's going to get some of that 100K back in the form of an ounce of Coca-Cola.
It's been soaking up the sun, enjoying the resort. We'd much rather be bagging a day 2 stack. How about them slippers, by the way? Would you ever drop 1K on some sandals?
No.
I could see it.
I could see myself doing it. I just haven't. Maybe I should take a dive.
That
in
Rick
search of
Solomon
some
turned over ace in that one drop was so
designer
crazy.
sandals.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was crazy.
One day in the near future. We have to fill Randy in on this, of course. We need to dress up as our favorite Triton player. I'm thinking we all go full Dutch crew or Linus and Co.
Yeah.
Clearly, it's either Tom Vogelsang or Linus Love.
Yeah.
I guess it was 6
We just rock up to the break desk, dressed like that. You know, we won't do it on a main event day. We'll save it for like a 20K warm up.
I've got something in the chamber for the end of this one. Don't you worry.
I hope you don't.
Shakurchi, Jack 8 suited.
I enjoy doing commentary with you.
Save one.
No, it's
I'd
not.
like that to
It's not a
continue.
terminable.
It's always borderline with you. though.
It's been sanctioned, actually, believe it or not.
Yeah?
But the fact that I had to clear it alone already tells you.
there was some concerns. 4-5 suited and 8-5 off. Both come along for the blinds, and both turn into gut shots. Advantage Kuhn in terms of top pair with his, but advantage Shakurchi in terms of the best kicker, as interactions abound here. Late day one.
What an insane flop for these three hands to all connect with a sizable piece.
Not lucky, Sid, not lucky. Not lucky.
56k in the middle. Looks like Jason Kuhn's going to come out firing. Final three hands of play.
Natural 8. That's the lucky number, right? In Chinese, the 8. The 8 is the natural.
Kuhn deciding to lead out 18,000.
Like Rich and Famous? I saw that movie, so funny. You seen it? Which one?
Talal's response
Yeah.
is to pose the question here and now.
So tired.
Talal just really looking to deny some equity from those gut shots. Just doesn't believe that this leading range is ever nutted.
And his raise does come with the added benefit of leaving this 4-5. Looking for the muck and leaving Talal heads up. Provided Jason
Actually, I'm excited for this one.
doesn't play back at him.
I don't even know if I'm going to play the PLOs. You're going to play? You play PLO? No, you don't play PLO. Short deck, right?
Talal's not lean on chips coming into this one, by the way. Nevertheless, Jason
Thought about doing that, but I chickened out.
played back with the 3-bet and sends Shakurchi's Jack-8 into the muck, despite being the better hand.
That's pretty gangster from the 6-time champion. The old bet 3-bet on the flop.
You heard Dan Smith say he thought about doing that. Obviously would have looked so strong with some equity, presumably.
With the 5-4.
It's funny, man. I feel as though we're guilty of taking for granted almost some of these spots that we see Jason take. You know, yes, he does have the big chip lead.
The 6-5, the 8-5 now.
But really, you're starting to get a sense of the sort of tenacity he brings to the affair as a man motivated. 200K Ivan Leal Player of the Year award. Hunting that. Hunting
The final table.
the Boss Paul watch overlay. Hunting 2 titles. Came so close to it earlier today against Brewer in the PLO.
Oh, there were 2 people with 2 millions today.
And now is he going to be hunting Dan Smith's button open, A6 suited, facing a raise to 19.
Like forever on the final table.
600K is like
Patrick
2x starting stack, you know?
Patrick was grinding 3 blinds for like half of the final. How much?
Well, I tried to and I lost.
Call.
Nacho going to close the action here with an additional 11K investment. Flops open-ended.
Again, another one of those boards where everyone has a piece. Smith with the gut shot does not want to see a 6. Neither does Jason.
Kuhn with the best hand here. Checks along with Nacho.
In the middle.
22.
Dan Smith is going to continue. That lower end of the straight. Potentially have a 3-way turn spot here. The final hands of the day.
22,000.
Nacho, of course, hasn't defended the big blind to fold this flop.
Lack of a club, obviously inconvenient.
90.
Oh. Getting after it is Nacho here. A prompt fold from Smith. Jason's flat, obviously inviting this aggression, which isn't exactly what you want to see with ace-6 here.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to see him come with the check raise, especially on this board texture. Sure, we have an open-ender. Here's the lower end, and that's some power poker from Nacho.
Oof, I love these two super legends on the table. Mommy, you're going to be so proud. Yes. Oof, I can breathe now.
Oh, no. Sounds like we got bluffed, Dan.
I didn't get bluffed.
Semi-bluff. You know what I did it? Because you never have anything. So it's like he never has anything. Like, I have to do it.
You have 10-4 clubs or something?
10-7.
Oh, you had a fucking 10-7 of clubs or just 10-7?
Well, I mean, I cannot call that.
You had me completely dead.
Well, that's
What? You got like
I was hoping. I
had 7-5.
I was hoping you had like complete nothing, and he had like queen jack, like a gotcha, like queen 10. And that was like.
You made your move. You're gonna be on the cover of Card Player next month after that shit.
Let's go, Dan
You got me
Smith.
off a good one, man.
What?
Yeah. Got me off a good one, yeah.
That was fantastic.
You already are the cover of Card Player. That was good.
I'm not very proud about the.
About
the
saying that
cover.
ICM is for poor people?
It's funny though.
It is funny.
It's funny.
ICM is for poor people.
Card players. I'm on the cover, and it says ICM.
Well, how do we explain so many of our rich entrants invoking it?
Hey, now I say it on TV. It's a lie. I mean, no, I don't mean it. ICM is very important.
For the record. Black 8s for Danny in the big here.
Wait, is Nacho trying to take that as a term that he
No, but I
coined?
honestly do think
No.
like, if like, I mean, obviously
He
the
knows.
patience and everything are very
I mean, he
important,
better know.
but, like, I think like.
Might not
it's
show
way
up for
better
day
just
2
to play for the
otherwise.
win. That's just like being, no, I wanna
Let's
make
not
an
kill.
extra 20K, you know?
Whoa, hang on. Hang
Oh,
on.
kidnap.
I mean, I play poker to win. I mean, I mean, if I make 20K extra, whatever, but.
Danny's flat.
If I win the tournament.
You want
Brings
a
us the
trophy.
Queen 10-4 board.
I want a trophy.
Trophies are sick.
Yeah, it's sick. You get one of these in your house, it's amazing. Look at how beautiful that thing is. And nobody remembers who comes second, you know, so like you're there pushing for the I really mean it. It's not like I don't. That
Bottom
doesn't
of-
mean you have to like.
Doesn't follow
You
through
understand, Dan. You're very smart.
with the gutter. Jason with the heart draw. And position. Likes these little 5-6 suiteds, doesn't
I
he?
see Jason Kuhn winning every tournament, and I want to be like him, you know.
I understand.
Checks it back this time.
Do you think it's the tiredness kicking in? Some of these needles have felt a bit personal at times. Kind of, you know. 11
No.
days in, there's been a lot of hand histories.
Nothing felt to me like it was mean-spirited.
No, not just like, not that particular moment, just in general, you know. It's getting a bit fiery out there. A lot of needles being thrown around.
I think they're sporting barbs at worst. This looks like a sporting barrel on its way in. Very spirited. Into 66,000. 57? 37. Eights don't have a future, nor does King 9.
Jason Kuhn, ladies and gentlemen, the legend.
Got bluffed, bro. You can't call me a legend. You got me off top pair.
You got me off a dominated straight draw.
Come on, Jason.
Think about how much more money
Now
you would've got
Nacho
with that
doesn't
16.
believe him.
Okay, you fold one.
Crush me.
I think I folded.
The last or the next one?
Talal, what you had against me on the 3-bet pot, Talal?
The win.
Talal, what you had against me on the 3-bet pot?
Nacho is relentless. Jason Kuhn, overwhelming chip leader, final hand of the day, 92 entries, 9.2 million in the prize pool. Only other player with north of a million is JJ. Jonathan Jaffe.
Nope.
1.2.
Nice pair.
Yeah, he was ahead, but I flopped a pair and I checked folded. Wow, I checked folded good. Wow. I'm so proud of myself. You're playing great, Nachito. Keep it up.
Shakurchi didn't indulge, did he?
Fucking up.
Yeah, I meant
In the
I bet
Nacho
with
information solicitation. Didn't hear him reply.
It's so easy,
I
guys.
don't recall which
He
hand.
was asking Talal, what'd you
I
have?
generally wait until I have nothing and then make
3-bet spot, apparently.
You have like ace queen.
Shakurchi
Oh, ace deuce.
staying active here from up front, running into 7s for Bonomo.
I think I fucked it up on the sizing on the flop. I should have go bigger. I wanted to
Big
leave
blind
inside
defense
with like,
and a lovely
23
board
flop.
where he's got the overpair and the better open ender against Talal, who checks back.
What?
Yeah, one of those board textures where could have been some fireworks, but Talal
Certainly.
under the gun, realizing that there's going to be a lot of interaction from the big. Bonomo really getting that value over the last hour and 40.
Shakurchi peeling and failing to improve, which is far from the development for these two 7s, which have become an 8-high straight.
Nothing much to write home about for Shakurchi's ace-3. Justin's just got to pick a sizing that I think some like 1-pair type holdings would cool down with. Looks like half pot. 44k into 88. Talal's going to have some aces and kings that maybe check back. Some turn top pairs, of course. Talal with the nightmarish stare down just before we all go to bed. Ace-3 hits the mark.
Eventually done with it.
Such a scary guy to play against, man. I mean, this guy is, you know, always on the VIP side, but really intimidating, always in the mix, putting people in tough spots. Obviously, call it a day here, Ali.
Curtain being drawn on day 1 of our 100K main. Part of so much action inside our tournament arena today here. Our cup truly runneth over as we get one last glimpse at the chip counts. Our overwhelming chip leader, Jason Kuhn, with over 200 bigs, 1.6 million at the end of the day after a failed bid to pick up his second title already here in North Cyprus. Bringing you back over to the desk, Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane, and a very mellow atmosphere. Obviously the room quiet now as everybody makes their way toward their hotel rooms, presumably for a night of rest, given just how late in the evening we are, approaching 2 a.m. local time right now. Henry, final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's just been so much fun these first 11 days, and the needling and the banter and just getting all of these quirky kind of insights, some insider conversations and whatnot. It's definitely one of the things that I look forward to the most, especially when it's like 100K buy-in and people are still having a lot of fun. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow. Obviously, 92 entries by the end of play today, so still room for people to re-enter. looking like another 10 million prize pool and probably looking at another 2.5 for a champion.
And 2 days before we crown that champion in this second 3-day event. Of course, LUXON Pay Invitational wrapped up today with Ramin Hajiev emerging victorious, Chris Brewer picking up the PLO title, and Jason Kuhn now finished second at the top of the chip counts. We will wind it on down then and thank all of you for joining us here for today's coverage. On behalf of producer James, Randy Lou, and Henry, I bid you adieu, and don't forget, tomorrow coverage starts once more, 2 p.m. local time, and we will catch you then. Good night.